All right, welcome back. Welcome back to WURD. Welcome to Reality Check here on WURD 96.1 FM, 900 AM. If you're still listening to AM, if you're still doing it analog, that's okay. That's all right. We got you covered at 900 AM. But more importantly, we got you covered also at wordradio.com and by your Word app. It is Charles Ellison, by the way. I'm your executive producer and host for Reality Check. It is Reality Election. This is special election coverage or continuing special election coverage. This is really intensified, caffeinated, just a carbon injected election coverage here on WURD. We are taking it next level as far as our election cover, our analysis of election 2018. We'll have a fairly busy evening ahead of us. Pretty much a near all-nighter here on WURD. Okay. So an all half-nighter. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if there is such a thing as a half-nighter. Okay, something like that. Yeah, we are going to be continuing this coverage all the way into 10 p.m. We're actually going to have a special reality lounge, another reality lounge edition at about 6 o'clock. My good friend, colleague, political junkie in arms, Keaton Nichols, will be in studio with me. We're just going to have a session, sort of a loose freestyle session on what we are seeing as far as voter turnout, what we are seeing as far as these polls, what we are seeing is as far as some of these very high stakes, high drama events that are unfolding in a number of states already, particularly in states. Pennsylvania is one of those states. Definitely Pennsylvania is a major battleground state, may not be as high drama as some other states that obviously we're looking at and that you're looking at as well. I know a lot of people are paying very close attention to Georgia right now because they're seeing all kinds of games and shenanigans and schemes that are being played out in Georgia. But this is a nationwide race, make no mistake about it. I know folks have been very focused on Georgia. This is a race that is as intense, that is as important, and is as national as the 2016 presidential election. So don't forget about that. The phone lines are open: 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. More importantly, if you'd like to continue with or you like to go online and have a little bit of social media discourse, a little bit of social media conversation, we got you covered there too at hashtag WURD votes. People have been there at hashtag word votes for some time now. We've had many of our special contributors who are here on WURD, more specifically on Reality Check, who have been providing us with some very smart insights as to how this election might play out. We appreciate that. So you're going to see a number of folks who are constant regulars here on Reality Check, people like G.S. Potter, like Peter Groff, like Andre Gillespie, like Daniel Moody Mills, Danielle Mills Moody Mills, right? Moody Mills, excuse me. I got her name mixed up. I love that last name though, Moody Mills, but it's like an album. It's like a hip-hop album. Moody Mills, she really could do a hip-hop album on the strength of her last name. I'm wondering if she's like listening to me like, nah, this brother's not talking about my last name being the cover of a hip-hop album. It could be platinum, I'm saying. But anyway, we have her. She's been actually chiming in quite a bit, as has DL Chandler, DL Chandler of EcoWord. Also, you've heard him stand in and guest host for us here on Reality Check. He's been chiming in, and a number of others, David Love, Kalila Brown Dean, Catalina Bird, and others have been jumping in at hashtag word votes and been offering some of their crack political analysis. They will be doing that all week. We will be doing that all week at hashtag word votes. If you are a heavy user of Twitter, definitely hashtag word votes is your, okay, so if you are two things, you're a heavy user of Twitter, which many of you out there are, and in addition to that, you like to talk about politics. You like to engage in the horse race and the melee that is election 2018. Well, we got you covered on both accounts. Go to hashtag WURD votes. Go to @onword, hashtag onword, obviously. More importantly, for the general conversation, @Ellison Report, from time to time, you'll see me making some snide remarks, some snarky comments off to the side, off on the sideline. At Ellison Report, hashtag reality check. 215-634-8065 if you'd like to jump in for a phone conversation. 866-361-0900. Also, if you're on Instagram, if you are on Instagram, which many of you are on quite a bit. So Mrs. Ellison loves Instagram. She's on Instagram. Like, I don't need to be on Instagram because Mrs. Ellison is on Instagram. So I'm like covered on Twitter, but Mrs. Ellison is on Instagram. Like she's like, yo, did you see what was on Instagram the other day? Let me show you. So I don't need like, I've got like a secret Instagram account though. Like it's just for like friends and family. Yeah. So I don't, but she like manages that for me. So it's good. But what you can do is if you want to use hashtag word votes, you don't have to just do it on Twitter. You can do it on Instagram too. Show us your I voted stickers, your emblems at hashtag word votes. Just post them up on Instagram and show us. You can do the same thing on Twitter too. But if you like Instagram, if you like the photogenic dynamics that Instagram brings, definitely do it. Hashtag word votes on Instagram. We'll love to see you there, and we'll love to, you know, if you're wearing, if you're wearing your word hat, like Eric Nixon just reminded me, he picked up the word hat. Eric Nixon sitting in here, he's guest producing today for Troy Wilmore for Reality Check, which is going to transition into Reality Lounge at 6 o'clock. And so E. Nixon at the board of steel. And so, yeah, definitely if you're wearing your word hat or your word gear, your word T-shirt, and then, you know, just put the like I voted sticker like right there on, like you're emblazing it right there on your word logo, like on the D, right? And just like I voted, you know, so you got like the D at the end of I voted and the D at the end of word. And so just make this big statement at hashtag word votes, and call in too and let us know what you've been seeing at the polling places throughout the Philadelphia area. One, because that's where we are. That's our home base. So we have to cover Philly. So let us know what you've been seeing in the Philadelphia area. What have you been seeing in Philadelphia in terms of turnout? What was your experience at the polls? What was your experience like, or what did you see in the surrounding greater Philadelphia region, the surrounding Delaware Valley area? And that includes you too, Southern Jersey and Delaware, suburban Philly. You know, definitely let us know what that experience was like. Did you, by any chance, hit any snags while at that polling location? Was there any sort of nonsense like, oh, we don't have plugs for the voting machines, we ran out of ballots, oh, your name doesn't show up on this list, or whatever? Yeah, call us. Tell us about that. 215-634. Actually, you should be calling us and perhaps calling one of the many hotlines that are out there being run by people like the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, or the NAACP Legal Defense Fund as well. But, you know, definitely check in with us. 215-634-8065. Also, you want to go to 866-361-0900 as well. And call us and let us know what your experiences have been like. Also, if you're not in the Philadelphia area, that's fine, because many of you are streaming in at wordradio.com. You're also streaming in by Word app as well on your smartphone or your tablet device. We appreciate that. So, and there might be people in other states. I know we had a few folks, a few fam that from time to time call into Reality Check from places like Georgia. Yeah, please call in and let us know what that situation is like down there. What is that situation like in places like Florida? What is the situation like in Maryland? Those are three places where perhaps, well, at least in theory, the political utopia says we'd have three fresh new black governors in the U.S. After election night. We're not so sure how things look right now. It's looking pretty intense and pretty tight as well. So, you know, we'll keep you posted here on Reality Check. So what are we looking at right now? So what we're pretty much looking at, let's look at those governor's races real quick. So right now, the seats that are up based on party for in terms of governor seats for Democrats, Democrats are trying to hold on or stave off any challenges to about 9 seats that they're holding. So they've got 9 seats in contention for this 2018 election cycle. Republicans have much more. They have about 26 seats that they're trying to protect that are in contention this 2018 election. We haven't been talking a whole lot about the governor's races as much as we should, and there are a lot of toss-ups out there. There are a lot of opens, so definitely keeping a very close eye on that. Right now, Republicans run the majority of governor's seats. They've clinched the majority of governor's seats and also the majority of state legislatures. And so that leads to another conversation on the House. What does the House situation look like, the U.S. House? And this is where that term midterm comes in. It's a midterm elections because every 2 years, obviously you have to have these big elections for primarily the House of Representatives. Obviously there's some seats for all of the House of Representatives, not like 1 or 2 seats, but like all of those 453 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. They're all in contention. Now, most of them are safe, but there's a lot of toss-ups in the picture. Now, right now, you have about Democrats. They have about 193 seats in the House compared to Republicans, who have the majority right now, and they have about 235 seats in the House. Democrats have to flip tonight about 24 seats. They have to snatch 24 seats from Republicans in order to retake the majority in the House. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Now, why is that? Why are those gubernatorial or governor's races and state legislative races so important and also connected to the outcome in the House? Well, Republicans have been very masterful, or maybe quoting my colleague Perry Small at WVON. I was on her show earlier today, and we were sort of breaking down what might happen tonight. But Republicans have been very diabolical. She called it diabolical. I was like, they've been very masterful. And she's like, no, they've been very diabolical. Use diabolical. Use that word. So yeah, they have been very diabolical at systematically, and this has been intensifying for more than a decade now, at capturing governor's mansions and also at capturing state legislatures. So that gives them a command over the redistricting process, over mapping out congressional and also state legislative districts. And so that gives them a big, massive, engineered, designed advantage in terms of maintaining permanent, their whole game plan here is to maintain permanent majority status in the House and also permanent majorities or near permanent majorities in these state legislatures. So these governors and state legislative races for Democrats are extremely important. They've got to, if they want to have a little bit more control or command, or they want parity in that redistricting process, and they want to prevent what's called gerrymandering, basically designing congressional seats based on racial and income or demographic makeup to your particular favor. They're going to need to capture, they're going to have to become much more competitive tonight in these governor's races and these state legislative races, particularly in places like Pennsylvania. This is why gerrymandering is so important in Pennsylvania. So Democrats were able to get a legal ruling that is possibly going to work to their advantage tonight, where in Pennsylvania they could pick up 3 to 5 more congressional seats. So the Democratic delegation or Democrats in Pennsylvania could expand their footprint on that large Pennsylvania congressional delegation or that large Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation. So that's why, you got that big, connection, that big correlation between those governor's races and those state legislative races and also those House races as well. Let's go to the Senate. So the Senate, what are we looking up there? We've got about Democrats are in a really precarious position, and they're in a fix. I mean, it's just not a good look for Democrats right now in the Senate. But there are some openings there right now. Democrats are trying to protect a total of 26 seats this cycle. 26 seats this cycle. So we have about a total of 35 seats in total throughout the country, 35 Senate seats that are, that are being contested. Some are safe, but Democrats definitely have more seats that they have to protect, 26. Republicans only have 9 this cycle. Democrats are hoping to pick up seats, at least a couple of seats. They need to pick up like 2 seats in order to gain a majority. Now, there's 6 races that I'm looking at. There's 6 races that we're looking at here at WURD. Well, let me see. 6? No. 7. There's 7 races that we're looking at here on WURD. Okay, let me see. So we got Arizona. Okay, we're definitely looking at Arizona because mainstream media will tell you like 5. There's 5 key races you need to look at. I think there's like 7 you need to look at. So that's what we're going to do here on Reality Check. So Arizona's 1. That's definitely in the mainstream media column. There's a consensus around that. Arizona, definitely keep an eye on Arizona. Definitely keep an eye on Texas. Texas is hot right now. So, we'll be, kind of keeping a close eye on that. Missouri is hot right now. So, we're definitely keeping an eye on Missouri. Indiana is also one of those places where you have to look at. It's very tight there. Nevada also one of those spots that you're going to have to look at very closely. So Arizona, Texas, Missouri, Nevada, and Indiana. Those are the 5. Those are the 5 consensus seats, Senate seats, that everyone is right now looking at, that you're going to hear a lot about on the news. Let's add a couple more to that mix, right? You need to look at Mississippi. Got to take a look at Mississippi. Maybe there'll be some surprises in Mississippi. There is a black man that's running for Senate in Mississippi, and he's running a 3-way race right now, 3-way runoff. That's Mike Espy, former Clinton agricultural secretary, also former congressman. He's been in Mississippi politics for a very long time. He is a mainstay in Mississippi politics. Mississippi is a state that is 40% black. It is 40% black. In 2014, black Mississippi voters saved a seat for Republican Thad Cochran. Okay, Thad Cochran was getting a stiff Republican primary challenge from State Senator Chris McDaniels, also quiet as is kept, just closet white nationalist down there in Mississippi, who's also in that 3-way race that Mike Espy is involved in. There's actually 2 Senate seats that are up. Well, one is currently held by Senator Wicker, Mike Wicker in Mississippi, so he seems to be safe, but there could be a surprise. And so when I'm kind of stumped on is why Democrats have not put the necessary resources and muscle into that open seat there. That's Thad Cochran's seat. That is a seat that Thad Cochran had vacated. And, because there were black voters there in 2014 who actually switched parties just for that Republican primary, because they were like, you know what? They're Republicans, but we're going to do a lesser of 2 evils. It was a very shrewd, cynical, beautifully calculated move on the part of black voters in 2014. It's the way that politics should work when it comes to black folks, the way they did that. And so Thad Cochran had to owe them a lot, but apparently they're not, I don't know we don't know what's going on in Mississippi right now. We haven't really talked to anyone in Mississippi. We need to touch base with them, but we're praying for some kind of upset in Mississippi, or an upsetting of the calculus. Another place we're looking at is Florida, where we've got incumbent Democratic Senator Bill Nelson running against the current governor, Rick Scott. And so that's an interesting place to look at too. Large, that's a toss-up. Florida, which Bill Nelson has to hold on to that. But black voters, also brown voters, going to be very key there. Also, we are watching across the river. Let's go to 8 real quick before I go to break. New Jersey, Senator Bob Menendez That's the incumbent over there in New Jersey. Obviously had to deal with a corruption trial. He's looking, as we get increasingly into the evening, he's looking a bit more safer than he did against the Republican challenger. But we'll keep a very close eye on that as well. Those are against New Jersey because it's in the area. So we got to give South Jersey some love, some electoral analysis, some political junkie love. So we'll do that. That's okay. All right, we got you covered, Jersey. North Dakota as well. Don't forget North Dakota. We're definitely keeping a close eye on that. But those are seats that are already Democrats already have. I got a special place in my heart for North Dakota because of how just the Native Americans have been treated up there, as far as like they're dealing with some heavy, like really bad, wicked, as the wicked. They just wicked up there in North Dakota, like the way that they're suppressing Native American votes. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. We need to reach out to someone up in North Dakota too. I've never been to North Dakota. I don't know anyone in North Dakota, but we'll find out and we'll try to bring them here to talk about that situation there. All right, let's take a very quick break here on Reality Check. We're going to head into Pressing Matters Local. Vincent Thompson is coming up next. The phone lines remain open: 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. I think we're supposed to have a live stream at some point, right? Not yet, though. Not yet. Yeah, but it's going to be a live stream here, a Word TV live stream very shortly. We'll let you know where to go. So do stand by on that. But we're going to go into Pressing Matters Local, get a sense of what's happening region-wide, what's happening in the city as far as voter turnout. When we return with Vincent, our very own, WRD's very own Vincent Thompson here on Pressing Matters Local. Call us so you can join in. 215-634-8065. 866-361-0900 here on Reality Check. We'll be right back.
Now, a word weather update. Here's NBC 10 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Tammy Souza.
Scattered showers will taper off through the early and mid-evening hours, and there will be some clearing overnight. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, the sunshine should be breaking through, and we should have a mostly sunny Wednesday with temperatures that will be seasonal at or near 60 degrees. Rain does return, though, for your Friday, and then the coldest air of the season comes scooting on in here starting Saturday and Sunday, lingering through much of next week. Remember, you can get your forecast anytime you need it. Just download our free NBC 10 app.
Introducing Smart Curve. Finally, a mammogram shaped like a woman. Ladies, have you heard the big news? Finally, a mammogram shaped like you. Available at Soulless Mammography Einstein Healthcare Network locations. We've ditched the squish and rolled out the curves with the revolutionary new mammogram called Smart Curve. Forget flat. It's curved to fit your breasts for greater comfort and less pinch. And it's integrated with 3D imaging, proven to improve accuracy by 54%. Schedule your Smart Curve mammogram now at 1-800-EINSTEIN. Learn more about the partnership between Einstein and Soulless Mammography at einstein.edu/soulless.
Listen to Philadelphia City Council Live every Thursday at 10 a.m., hosted by me, Vincent Thompson. Learn how Philadelphia government works, how legislation becomes a law, and how you, the listener, can get involved in helping make our neighborhoods better. City Council Live also provides important information about local, state, and national politics, featuring interviews with elected officials, community leaders, and political experts. WURD is the only radio station in Philadelphia where you will hear exclusive, complete coverage of City Council every week. Philadelphia City Council Live, every Thursday at 10 a.m., only on Word.
Election Day is on Tuesday, November 6th in Pennsylvania, and New Voices for Reproductive Justice is mobilizing Black women to get out the vote. Polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Do you have a voting plan? Do you know your polling location? Do you have a ride? For more information, contact Voice Your Vote Project at 267-365-7120. That's 267-365-7120.
Join me, Vincent Thompson, as I host a special edition of The Source on Thursday, November the 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. We're calling it Word on the Table. WURD is partnering with On the Table Philly to host an on-air forum designed to elevate civic conversation, foster new relationships, and create a unifying experience. On November the 8th, Philadelphia area residents will gather in more than 400 small group conversations to discuss the opportunities and issues we face in communities. I'll have on political experts and ordinary citizens to talk about the results of the November 6th midterm election and what impact the results will have in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, and around the nation. information. We will also include your telephone calls. Tune in to a post-election special edition of The Source on Thursday, November 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. It's Word on the Table, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Plenty of problem spots on the Philly roads. This traffic report is sponsored by Think It Up. We'll start with the Kelly Drive. It is shut down inbound Fountain Green Drive to Brewery Hill, outbound Brewery Hill to Strawberry Mansion Drive. That because of flooding. Martin Luther King Drive also closed between Montgomery Drive and the Falls Bridge for flooding. Stick to the Schuylkill Expressway to get in or out of town. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound, that's heavy getting on at 202. Slows again 476 to Belmont, to Montgomery to South Street. Westbound Schuylkill jams University to Girard, and then from about Montgomery out to Belmont. On the Vine Expressway eastbound at Jam 76 over to 95. Westbound's heavy, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill merge. 95 northbound is bumper to bumper, the Vine Expressway to Girard. Southbound 95, that jams the Betsy Ross Bridge to Girard, then Ridley Park down to Naaman's Road. Boulevard northbound is heavy getting on from the Schuylkill Expressway up to Broad Street. And on the Blue Route northbound, it jams getting on at 95 to north of McDade. Southbound Blue Route is heavy from St. David's to Media Swarthmore. On the bridges over the Delaware River, the Walt Whitman Bridge eastbound is heavy into Jersey. That's because 42 southbound jams from the Walt Whitman Bridge down to 295. 676 southbound is jam Morgan Boulevard down to 42. 295 southbound slows from 30 down to 42. And heads up in Brooklawn on 130 southbound. That's shut down from the Brooklawn Circle to New Broadway. That because of flooding as well.
Hi, I'm Nick Jonas, and I'm here to tell you about Think It Up, a new initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at thinkitup.org.
For more traffic information, log on to sigalert.com. I'm Brendan Joseph with your Philadelphia area traffic.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Yeah, welcome back to Reality Check. It's going to become Reality Lounge in about an hour and a half. Once again, we're going to merge Reality Check and the Lounge. My good friend Keaton Nichols is going to come in studio as well. He's going to start the Lounge a little earlier, but it's going to be morphed into Reality Lounge, and then we're going to break down some of the evening's events, what we're seeing at least from any sort of confident early returns from anywhere. It'll be still very early at 6 o'clock, but still good to kind of get a sense of what turnout's been like. And if people have faced any challenges at the polls, I know the big headline of the day is how impactful has voter suppression been, and where is it being the most, or where is it having the most negative impact? That's one big headline. So, I know we'll definitely be talking about that, especially as we head later on to the evening. What sort of impact also has the weather had? We've had a lot of rain in a lot of places, particularly in the Northeast and parts of the Southeast as well. So keeping a very close eye on that too. But we'll talk about that in a close minute. We're heading into Pressing Matters Local. Our good friend Vince Thompson is joining us for Pressing Matters Local, as he does every week. Go to @MediaManCom, but more importantly, you can listen to him here live every Thursday, 10 a.m. for City Council Live as well. He is our local politics expert. Vince, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, my friend. How are you?
All right, good. And I know you've been hanging out with some of the city's influentials and political elite at Relish during our earlier live broadcast, our special broadcast from there. What was the mood like?
Oh, it was euphoric. Speaking to the Democrats, I mean, they're seeing turnout high, and they're thinking that it's going to result in Governor Wolf winning re-election easily. They're hoping that Bob Casey wins re-election easily, and they're hoping that, maybe the number of Democrats increase for the Pennsylvania State House, and maybe increases for the Pennsylvania State Senate. Most of the experts I've spoken to, and we had them on throughout the day, we had on Terry Madonna on my show from 10 to 11 today. He said he doesn't think that he sees the Democrats taking the Pennsylvania State House and the State Senate, but they might close the gap of the distance between the Republicans and the Democrats.
Right.
That could be a good thing for Pennsylvania. And I also think the thing that people should really watch out for is the number of women that are going to be elected as part of the Pennsylvania delegation. Right now, there are 18 members of the Pennsylvania congressional delegation.
Right.
None of them are women.
Right.
We know at least one woman is going to be part of the new Congress from Pennsylvania in 2019, because in the 5th congressional district, the one that's going on right now, that's South Philadelphia and Delaware County. Mary Gay Scanlon is the Democrat. Pearl Kim is the Republican. Let's assume Mary Gay Scanlon is going to win that one. Okay, so we know there's at least going to be one. But some of the political experts tell me that we could have up to 4 women in the Pennsylvania delegation when this night is over. And if that's the case, it would break records, because Mary Gay Scanlon said it on our show earlier today, the Laborers Live. There's only been 7 women in Congress in Pennsylvania in the state's history.
Wow.
So if suddenly 4 women would join at one time, that would be huge. I think in New Jersey, the big races out there are going to be congressional. You also have the Bob Hugin, the Menendez-Hugin race for Senate. That's going to be huge, and we might not know about that until the end of the night. And a couple other races I'm looking forward to from a national perspective are the races in Georgia for governor, the race in Florida for governor, and the race in Maryland. You know, think about it, man. We could go from a time when having black governors was a rare thing to having 3 elected in one night.
Right.
That's how overwhelming this night could be at the end of the night.
Right. Right. No, absolutely. What does the newly redistricted or reverse gerrymandered one look like? I mean, with Brian Fitzpatrick, I know that's not necessarily Philly proper, but I know Pennsylvania Democrats are watching that closely. The nation is watching that very closely, because that's one of those hotly contested House seats. Fitzpatrick is a Republican. Obviously, Scott Wallace is putting up a tough challenge to Fitzpatrick. And I'm wondering how that's going to turn out. And there's blocks of black voters in PA1 as well.
Right. Well, just to let people know, PA1 is now the new Bucks County.
Right.
Right. It's all Bucks County. One of the things that the new redistricting maps that were created by the Supreme Court did was try to make districts more contiguous, right? So it would be stretching out in all kind of weird shapes and all kind of weird angles. So the new 1st district is all of Bucks County.
Yeah.
Now, the irony is the old 1st district, which is currently in existence now, is represented by Congressman Bob Brady.
Right.
So that district is out of existence. Bob Brady will be out of Congress come December.
Yeah.
So he's so that's the new 1st. So when you hear us refer to the 1st in politics, we're talking about that new Bucks County district. And the city has 3 districts. There's the 2nd district, okay, that's going to be probably represented by the end of the night by Brendan Boyle, and that's, I think, everything east of Broad Street. The new 3rd district is everything west of Broad Street, and that's going to probably be represented by Dwight Evans again. And the new 5th is what I told you before, is going to be that part of South Philadelphia and all of Delaware County, and most likely when it's done, it'll probably be Democrat Mary Gay Scanlon.
Got it. And so, you know, and it's, I think the black population, like in PA1, I'm watching that very closely. The black and Hispanic population there combined comes up to around like 11-12%. So that's significant. You know, that could be significant to kind of sway. I mean, even though it's an overwhelmingly very white county, you know, it's an 80% plus white county, but just watching that very closely in terms of, you know, just those races where minority voters, PA5, definitely a place where minority voters definitely, or black and brown, let's not say minority voters when we're talking about Philly, because in Philly, we're the majority. But that plays a very big role.
Right, and the 5th, we should be really honest with people. When we talk about Pennsylvania 5, the city of Chester's in the new 5th district.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to know as far as what that is. I think in the 1st district, the one in Bucks County, it's going to be interesting to see if Fitzpatrick peels off some black voters, because he might not peel off all black voters, but if he peels off 1 or 2% in a contested race, that could mean the difference in this race. But I can tell you, everything that we hear, everything I've heard from what was talked about at Relish, because we had everybody in the Democratic Party coming, turnout is high.
Yeah.
All over the region, higher than a normal midterm election. Now,
Got it.
Obviously, I think it's going to dissipate a little because people are going to say, it's raining, it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I really don't want to go. But if you're talking about people, you're talking about numbers at 100 and 150, 200 at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of high numbers of turnouts in wards and divisions all throughout the city. I could think this might be one of the highest midterm elections turnout in Philadelphia in recent memory.
Hey, Vince, hold that thought. I definitely want to take callers. People can call in if they want to join in on the conversation. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Let's go to Celeste in Center City, who's joining us for a reality check here at Pressing Matters Local. Celeste, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to comment on my little small. I didn't really have any problems at the polls this morning. I got there early.
Good.
I wanted to get there at 8, but I got there at 10.
Okay.
Good enough, I'm on the line. But, it was interesting that the woman who, how they had this small deck of little index cards where they have your name in it or something like this?
Mm-hmm.
I have voted at that particular station before. But, oh, my God, she's taking so long to try and find my name. And she's asking me to repeat my name twice to her. I even had to spell it to her.
Yeah.
And it's not a difficult name whatsoever.
Mm-mm.
And I said, like, C as in cat, And anyway, then she says, well, sometimes can't find these cards in here. And I just looked at her blankly with a serious face.
So this woman, was she elderly? Was she white?
Well, I'm elderly. She was white. I'm elderly, too. I'm 73.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's your demographic, Celeste? Are you African-American,
yes,
Latino?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Got it.
And so she, of course, presumed, I presume she presumed, that, I was voting against Trump, which I absolutely am, and pushing the #1 button, which I absolutely intended to do. Anybody's on the Democratic ticket, they're in by my vote, because the whole point is to get that Republican gang who is supporting the ringleader Trump.
And Miss Celeste, you're in that Pennsylvania 5 in that 5th congressional district. Is that correct?
Oh gee. Oh yeah, right. I'm in Ward 5. Is that what you mean?
Or do you know what?
Well, if she's in Ward 5, she's in Philadelphia. You're in the 5th ward.
So which congressional district is that, Vince?
Ward 5 would probably be. It's probably. My guess it would probably be Brendan Boyle.
Oh, Brendan Boyle. Okay, got it.
I voted right there at Locust and what's that street? 10th and Locust.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I have voted there, on the previous election.
Got it.
And she's putting me through this number, and I said, well, that's okay, though, because I'm thinking to myself, try anything, and I'm ready, because I have my voter ID, voter ID in my pocket.
Well, let me say...
plus I have that card that they send you, the Democrats saying that you're a Democrat and you're Ward 5 and you're registered, blah, blah, blah,
Let me say this.
Oh, go ahead, Vince. Excuse me. Hold on one second, Miss Celeste. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vince.
That's probably not voter suppression. It's probably just a simple fact of two things. Either the person was very new or they were getting so many people in off-year elections, sometimes you just can't handle it. Like, you get used to handling a large volume of people for presidential elections, but when suddenly you have a massive amount of people and you're brand new, all these people coming at one time can shock you.
I just looked at her blankly. I didn't take an attitude or anything like that. I just looked at her blankly, but I did have a sort of unconscious thought to myself is, she's trying to pull my chain here because she knows that people are out here, including, folks who look like me, voting against this opposition in the nation, from Trump and the Republicans. And maybe she's trying to get, how humans are. They'll try to get you a little, try to jip you with a little anxiety,
You're in a very liberal ward, so I don't think that there's a lot of people in that 5th ward that's
that's
knocking down for Donald Trump. So,
Got it.
that's what's happening.
But Miss Celeste, no, thanks
okay, though. You know, I'm here, and I voted, and I was just elated when I voted, and that was it, and out, you know.
That's good. And we appreciate that too, Miss Celeste. Thanks so much too for sharing that story with us and sharing, you know, also the fact that you voted. So that's very encouraging. Phone lines are open where we're talking with Vince Thompson on Pressing Matters Local. We're going to head into a quick break while we still have Vince online. 215-634-8065. Share your experiences at the polls. If you feel like you got the wrong looks, if you feel like your ballot went in the wrong place, that's call 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. By the way, too, 866-OUR-VOTE. That's the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Pennsylvania, we as far as we know, not having those or not expected to have those major suppression issues, but still 866-OUR-VOTE. Put that on speed dial in case you run into the polls this evening before 8 o'clock and you're having some issues there. Vince, hold on 1 second. We're going to take a quick break. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900 here on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com. Word app. We'll be right back.
Now, a Word weather update. Here's NBC 10 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Tammy Souza.
Scattered showers will taper off through the early and mid-evening hours, and there will be some clearing overnight. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, the sunshine should be breaking through, and we should have a mostly sunny Wednesday with temperatures that will be seasonal at or near 60 degrees. Rain does return, though, for your Friday, and then the coldest air of the season comes scooting on in here starting Saturday and Sunday, lingering through much of next week. Remember, you can get your forecast anytime you need it. Just download our free NBC 10 app.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes.
And Shirley Ralph Hughes. We've got every reason to vote on November 6th. Our health care, our education, jobs, and criminal justice reform are all on the line.
Even the very right to vote is under attack all across the nation. So be clear, if you want to beat back the madness in Washington, D.C., you must vote on November 6th.
If you have any questions about voting, go to vote.org or call 866-OUR-VOTE. This is Shirley Ralph Hughes.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes. Vote.
Paid for and authorized by Citizens for Hughes.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Last election, millions of people stayed at home and didn't exercise their right to vote.
When a huge chunk of the population sits out of the process, why are we surprised when our politics don't reflect our values?
Now we have a chance to be counted, to be heard, to make a difference. This time, make sure to vote.
And let us stand up for our rights. And let us fight for it. We are going to be the future, and let us make our future now.
Want to find out how you can get registered to vote? Or find a polling place in your area? Just log on to universalcircus.com/vote.
Your voice does matter.
And not just let other people make decisions for you.
Your opinion matters, and this election matters.
I can't just stay at home. I gotta let my voice be heard. I will be counted. I will vote.
This November, be counted. universalcircus.com/vote.
In so many areas in the country, voting is being suppressed, largely in minority-dominated districts. However, the residents in those areas have vowed not to be deterred. On November 6th, we will be voting throughout Pennsylvania for governors, senators, congressmen, and women, as well as state legislative offices. I'm here to say let no one deter you, including yourself. President Trump and the Republican Party gave a huge tax cut to the wealthiest and large corporations. It shot the deficit up, and now they, the Republicans, want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid to reduce that deficit. They gave to the greedy at the expense of the needy. Republicans want to eliminate Obamacare and the pre-existing conditions provision. They have recently discovered, however, that it's very popular and now are proclaiming themselves as champions of it, in spite of the many attempts to eliminate it, as well as their many recorded opposition statements. We must provide a check on this president by electing a Democratic governor and Congress. You can play a major role by voting on Tuesday, November the 6th.
This message has been brought to you by the Laborers District Council PAC Fund.
Annenberg Center Live presents the bright a cappella harmonies of Nobuntu on November 17th. Augmented by traditional percussion and dance, the 5 women of Nobuntu perform a joyful mix of Zimbabwean songs, Afro jazz, and gospel in vibrant celebration of their culture. Don't miss Nobuntu on November 17th at Annenberg Center Live. Get tickets at 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org. That's 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org.
Plenty of problem spots on the Philly roads. This traffic report is sponsored by Think It Up. We'll start with the Kelly Drive. It is shut down inbound Fountain Green Drive to Brewery Hill, outbound Brewery Hill to Strawberry Mansion Drive. That because of flooding. Martin Luther King Drive also closed between Montgomery Drive and the Falls Bridge for flooding. Stick to the Schuylkill Expressway to get in or out of town. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound, that's heavy getting on at 202. Slows again 476 to Belmont, to Montgomery to South Street. Westbound Schuylkill jams University to Girard, and then from about Montgomery out to Belmont. On the Vine Expressway eastbound at jam 76 over to 95. Westbound's heavy, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill merge. 95 northbound is bumper to bumper, the Vine Expressway to Girard. Southbound 95, that jams the Betsy Ross Bridge to Girard, then Ridley Park down to Naaman's Road. Boulevard northbound is heavy getting on from the Schuylkill Expressway up to Broad Street. And on the Blue Route northbound, it jams getting on at 95 to north of McDade. Southbound Blue Route is heavy from St. David's to Media Swarthmore. On the bridges over the Delaware River, the Walt Whitman Bridge eastbound is heavy into Jersey. That's because 42 southbound jams from the Walt Whitman Bridge down to 295. 676 southbound is jam Morgan Boulevard down to 42. 295 southbound slows from 30 down to 42. And heads up in Brooklawn on 130 southbound. That's shut down from the Brooklawn Circle to New Broadway. That because of flooding as well.
Hi, I'm Nick Jonas, and I'm here to tell you about Think It Up, a new initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at thinkitup.org.
For more traffic information, log on to sigalert.com. I'm Brendan Joseph with your Philadelphia area traffic.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
All right, welcome back to Reality Check. You can also catch us on our live stream. We have a live stream. We are coming at you live. We are being not just broadcasted by radio, but we're also being captured on video. Go to wordradio.com if you'd like to watch us here in studio. You'd like to interface with us there. Obviously, you can do that at hashtag Word Votes Live Election Coverage if you'd like to watch us on our website. Go to wordradio.com. You can also watch us if you prefer Facebook. We're streaming live on Facebook. We're also streaming live at YouTube. Also streaming live on Instagram as well. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. So definitely check us out. Or simply go to wordradio.com. Streaming live on Periscope as well. So definitely you can go to @OneWord on Twitter. Definitely doing that. Wish you were here in studio with us, Vince, but I think you'll be in studio with us later on.
I'm jealous, man. Now everybody's going to get to see your face and Keith's face, and I'll be like the disembodied voice on the other end of the phone, like Charlie's from Charlie's.
I wish there was a way to connect. I bet you there's some kind of geeky way to connect you, like to get like a split screen while you're like on, like, I don't know, like FaceTime or something on your phone. Probably, I don't know.
We're not going to do that tonight.
We're not going to try that out tonight, but we'll try that out at a different time. Right. Hey, Vince, hold on one second. Hold your thoughts. I just want to bring in Diane out of South Philly who wants to come in for a quick reality check. Diane, how are you doing?
Hi, Mr. Ellison. How are you?
How are you doing, Ms. Diane?
You're two great men. I love the way y'all talk about politics, political analysts. I love it.
Thank you.
I live in South Philly. I'm in Kiana Johnson area district.
Okay.
And me and my daughter, we went at 10:30, around 10:15.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was 100. And I think that was good because usually when I go late in the afternoon, I'd be like 100, maybe 135 or something like that. But I'm concerned about my sister. She lives in North Philly district. She went like maybe a half hour ago, and she was 87.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. If in a midterm election, if you're one of 87 people, and let's say normally that would be 50 people, that's a high number. So you're gonna have fluctuations throughout the city.
Yeah.
Believe me, you will not see President Barack Obama numbers today. That won't happen. Okay, but you will see things that are normally higher than a normal turnout. So don't be worried about it. I can tell you what I would be worried about. If you were in a polling place in Philadelphia and you had 50 people by this time, that would be a concern. But if you're about 80 and say there's like 300, 400 registered Democrats or Republicans, that's not bad for a midterm. Like I said, I think when the end of the day happens, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to see higher than normal voter turnout numbers statewide, which is higher than most midterm elections, because the last midterm we can compare this to is November 2014. And this has a chance to be higher than that. And back then, the city commissioner's office tells me only 36% of all registered voters came out. So we could be in the 40, 45 before the end of the night, 45%, which would be pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. It would be.
And it could set a precursor for next year, 2019, when we have a mayor and a city council rep.
Right. Let's hope it does. Let's hope it exceeds whatever the turnout is this year as well. And Ms. Diane, thanks for calling in as well. I really appreciate you checking in with us. Very, very appreciative. Feel free. We have a few minutes left. 215-634-8065. Well, we don't have a few minutes left. I mean, phone lines are going to remain open even as we head into, and we're going to keep it open because we, for the special election coverage, because I know we have our strategist, Stefan Hankin. He's going to be joining us at the 5 p.m. hour to give us some sort of national perspective on what's been going on. But I'm going to keep those, so I'm going to take a little host prerogative here to make sure we have those phone lines open in case people have questions. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900 here on Reality Check. And so Vince, from what you're saying, like right now, I mean, so it's not 5 o'clock yet. We've got another more than a few hours to go before polls close. Are we going to see this evening surge, this evening post rush hour or rush hour surge?
Well, it's not raining, so that gives people enough of an excuse to go out.
Right.
And it's a light rain, so I think you're going to see a surge in the evening. You usually see a surge in the evening of an election, after 5 o'clock, people get home from work. And if it's not raining heavy, people will go out. So once again, it's going to be interesting to see. I think where you're really going to see the highest numbers is going to be that new Pennsylvania 1st District, because it's a competitive race. I think if you go over to New Jersey, you're going to see the Andy Kim, MacArthur race have high voter turnout, and also the New Jersey Senate race. Is going to be one that's going to be watched by the whole country, Menendez versus Hugan. So if Hugan wins, that'll be a huge upset.
Yeah, it would be a really huge.
That would be a huge upset. But I think that could be the firewall that, like, Trump wants to do. Because I think what people have to remember, the critical number is in the U.S. House of Representatives is 23. If Democrats win 23 House seats,
right,
they take control of the House.
Right.
So what Donald Trump was doing a lot, he was flying to states that supported him because he was trying to stop the wave, the blue wave, from crashing. So if he can keep a couple of seats that might not have been kept, before he traveled there, that's what he's hoping for. But I think a lot of people are expecting the House, the U.S. House, will go Democrat, and maybe the Senate will stay Republican.
Right.
But if the House and the Senate go Democrat, all bets are off.
Right, right.
Donald Trump's final 2 years is not going to be like the first 2 years.
Right, right. We have, as far as New Jersey, we have it being likely D or likely Democrat, at least according to 538. Current incumbent Robert Menendez having a 19-20 or 94.6% chance of winning compared to 1-20 or 5.4% for Republican Bob Hugan, who was the former Trump finance chair in New Jersey. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that as well.
Hugan spent like $30 million of his own money. So imagine spending $30 million of your own money and losing.
Yeah.
That can't be good.
That can't be good at all. Yeah, yeah.
And you know what? The same thing could happen with the governor's race, where the current Republican there could. The current Republican could spend like $12-15 million and lose tonight of his own personal money.
Right. That's typically a sign when people have to spend their own bank on an election, or when a candidate has enough house to like refinance a loan, or to when they have to borrow money off their own house, or that's typically a sign that they're not doing so well, that they've been unable to generate enough grassroots support. and so or generate enough gas on the ground, so to speak. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's a good.
And also, a lot of these races have shown that the party hasn't invested in them. So
Yeah.
when your own party's not investing in you, you got problems.
You got big problems.
They're looking at internal polling that the public never sees.
No, absolutely. We've been talking with Vince Thompson. Catch him at MediaManCom for continued #Word Votes coverage. You can also catch us, obviously, on the live stream. Vince is the man on the ground. He's the man in the streets right now, getting a sense of what turnout is like. It's going to be a very busy day for him here in the Philadelphia area, Pennsylvania being a major battleground state, and also Philadelphia being a major key area as far as the Philadelphia area, the Delaware Valley area being a major key area in that battleground state. So Vince is going to be keeping a very close eye on that. And the big story, at least for Philly proper tonight, is what will turnout be like? How big will turnout be? How small will it be? You know, will it exceed? Will it exceed? Will it go past 2014? So we're going to be looking at that very closely. It could very well happen very soon. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on that here on Reality Check. Vince, thanks so much. We'll be talking to you later on during Reality Lounge.
Man, I'll be back during the 8 o'clock hour on Reality Lounge, and I'll also be appearing at 9 o'clock on the Pennsylvania Cable Network.
That's right.
Giving local updates here in Philadelphia. Happy that the Pennsylvania Cable Network and WURD has had a relationship over the past 5 years. They'll be covering all the major statewide races, and we have the right to tap into all of their feeds. You're going to be able to hear their speeches as they happen because of our partnership with PCN. So we look forward to having them, and I'll speak to everybody a little bit later tonight.
All right. Vince Thompson, you've been listening to him here on Pressing Matters Local and Reality Check. Thanks again, Vince. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
All right. Take care. Okay, let's take a very quick break. We're supposed to be joined by Lincoln Park Strategies, Stefan Hankin, also formerly a strategist in the Obama 2008 campaign, but go to LP Strategies, at LP Strategies or lpstrategies.com for more information on that. You know Stefan. Stefan joins us for our frequent strategist segment. He's one of our in-house strategists. After him, a little bit later on, the 5 o'clock hour, we'll be talking to folks on the right, see what's happening on the Republican side of things with Republican pollster Justin Wallen out in California. So he's also going to be joining us to give us some insights as to what's been happening. We're going to keep those phone lines open, by the way, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. These are some of our sharpest, smartest strategists. We have some of the sharpest, smartest cats in the field of politics, and I don't say this just because it's WRD and just because it's Reality Check. We really bring that to you. We bring some of the smartest, sharpest folks in politics here on WRD, and particularly here on this program on Reality Check. So take full advantage of it. Definitely listen and get some key insights. I'm telling you, it's going to be better than watching the TV for all night. Like, you can get you're going to get like insights you're probably not hearing right now on some of the cable channels. I definitely can swear by that. But Stefan Hankin coming up next. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Maybe you're coming up next too when you call in here at 96.1 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com, Word app. We'll be right back.
Lemonade. Sure, how much? That'll be $700.
You can't be serious.
Who taught you math? I learned from Bob Hugan. He ran a drug company that charged $700 for a cancer pill that only cost 65 cents to make. Oh, that guy? He's no good.
You know what Bob Hugan also did? Raised over $400,000 to help elect Trump.
Really? Yes, really.
And he would mess up our healthcare too by repealing Obamacare, leading to cuts in Medicaid and coverage for pre-existing conditions.
Who told you that? Our parents, duh. Well, who are they voting for? Bob Menendez. He's standing up to Trump and Republicans from taking away our health care.
And Menendez helped write Obamacare, so you know he's going to protect it, along with Medicaid and even my grandma's Social Security and Medicare.
And women's health programs, too. Okay, I'm with you. Vote Menendez. Vote Menendez. Vote for Bob Menendez. Tuesday, November 6th.
Paid for by Leadership Alliance. LeadershipAllianceNJ.com. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Leadership Alliance is responsible for the content of this advertising.
There's coffee, and there's the kind of coffee you don't find every day. But wait, you can find it every day at McDonald's. And now any size hot coffee is just $1 for a limited time on McDonald's $1, $2, $3 menu. It's coffee made with 100% Arabica beans, expertly roasted and brewed fresh. Yep, any size hot coffee is just $1. Get it before it's gone. Only on McDonald's $1, $2, $3 menu. At participating McDonald's, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
At Moravia Health Home Care Agency, patients and family are cared for with respect, compassion, and empathy. The caregiver staffed at Moravia Health are experienced, bonded, and insured. Caring for loved ones is the #1 priority of all of their patients. If you're looking for a warm, caring, respected, professional, and affordable home health care agency, Moravia Health is your new home. Make a change today. Call Moravia Health at 215-717-8650 or visit moraviahealth.com. Moravia Health, because there's no place like home.
Join the Women's Business Development Center for its annual Just Desserts networking event, November 7th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Union League of Philadelphia. Taste delectable desserts from local chefs while contributing to ensure WBDC's legacy. For more information, visit womensbdc.org.
Hi, I'm Vicki Leach, co-host of the Electric Magazine show with Cody and Vicki. My late father was the first generation of my family not born in slavery. The first time he was allowed to vote, he could not write his name. He had to make an X. On November 6th, an X may not be accepted. So on Tuesday, November 6th, my family members will write our names and we will vote. If you can write, you must vote. Please find your polling place today so you can go there and vote early on Tuesday, November 6th. Mahalo.
Keeping you informed about Tuesday's election. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia. Independent Black.
All right, welcome back. Listening to WRD on wordradio.com, your Word app, 215-634-8065. We're doing our live stream election coverage too here in the WRD radio studios. You can watch us. You can go to YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, also Instagram. All your social media flavors all wrapped into one Word TV. It's Word TV. We're doing that live election analysis so you can watch it all over the place. You can tell your friends in faraway places that Word, don't watch all those those oaky mainstream cable channels. Just watch us on Word TV. So if radio's not enough for you, just watch us on YouTube. You can go to wordradio.com, by the way, for more live streaming information. Word Radio, WRDradio.com. Definitely, we appreciate that. Phone lines are open. We're waiting on Stefan Hankin. We don't have Stefan Hankin yet. Stefan is on? Okay, yeah, Stefan, I'm sorry. Stefan Hankin, Lincoln Park Strategies, also former Obama campaign strategist as well, but doing his own thing in D.C., lpstrategies.com, at lpstrategies. He joins us here tonight for our ongoing election week. This is election week and analysis. Stefan, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, hanging in there. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's all we can do. What have things been looking like? Particularly, I'm very curious about turnout. What's turnout been looking like nationally?
It's a little all over the place. I mean, there's in the sense that, we're definitely seeing a higher than normal engagement for an off-year election among voters that we would presume to be Democratic voters. People of color, younger voters, people in more urban areas, things like that. Which is all good news. But then we're also seeing an equivalent engagement in places and among voters that we would more assume are Republican voters. So, you're older, you're whiter, you're more male, you're more rural type of voters. So so far in the early votes, I mean, there are pockets, but in general, it seems like it's more canceling each other out, although more people are engaging, and that's a good thing. I can't argue against that. Now, some people have argued that some of the Republican voters tend to be more regular voters and who have done early votes, so they would have voted anyways. And then the Democrats are irregular voters. I haven't really seen that bear out totally. So, you can kind of always take pieces of information that you want to make yourself feel better and use it. But, our general sense is that it's been pretty close to even going into Election Day.
Interesting. Do we know, Stefan, or can we tell, because I know the consensus is that Democrats will retake the House. They have a higher chance of retaking the House, but I'm not sure if we've been properly or completely assessing the impact of gerrymandering, particularly as it's intensified over the past more than a decade now in a number of key states. Obviously, you had a reverse gerrymandering in the battleground state of PA. Democrats anticipated to pick up 3 to 5 more seats. But how have we been able to look closely at that variable and determine what the outlook could be for tonight? And really, I mean, in a lot of close races that may not be called or decided until later on, until tomorrow or later on in the week.
Right. And, most of the, prognosticators, the 538s of the world, Larry Sabato from the University of Virginia, Nick Cohn from New York Times, most of them have Democrats picking up somewhere in the, 30 to, 35, 38, I think is the highest I've seen from anyone. I guess I'm going into this election as the most pessimistic Democrat on the planet or something. But I'm more in the 22 to 28 range. I think we should win the House. We should, right? But to your point, between gerrymandering and just polls not picking up the disengaged Trump voters who don't answer surveys, don't engage in any other fashion other than coming out and voting. What does that mean? And so I'm, all the numbers point to, yes, the Democrats should win the House, but, we've been telling our clients, and I'll say it right now, don't be surprised if they come up a couple seats short. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying I think the possibility of that happening is bigger than what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah, the 538 forecast, which is, in my mind, perhaps the most user-friendly or one of the most user-friendly forecasts that are out there. You can just go to 538, spell out 538.com. This is just for our listeners. And they can look at some of the projections as far as the House, the Senate, governor seats. Democrats do have to gain 23 seats. They'd have to, to get to that magic number of 218. They would only have a 1-seat majority. Really, I think to be much more comfortable, they definitely need to go for 24 seats. I mean, to get like a 5-seat, right? 219 to Republicans, 216. That's a potential or likely scenario. So we're keeping a close eye on that. I want to open up the phone lines too, Stefan, since we got some special election coverage here. 215-634-8065-8663-610900. I want to go real quick to George in Center City, who's calling in for a reality check. George, what's good?
Good. And how do you feel today, Brother Charles?
Feeling good. Feeling a bit energized.
Hypothetically, let's say the Democrats win and they take over the House and the Senate, which I'm hoping they do. And the turnout here is better than I've seen in a long time.
Okay.
I mean, it got so good this morning. I say, dang, all these people are going to beat me out of my money working on these poles. What can I do? It's raining. I went and bought 1,000 umbrellas, those big golf umbrellas.
Okay.
And I bought 1,000 or more ponchos. So it was no reason for them not to be out there. They was knocking on doors. This is one election day they earned every dime. You know, I'm proud to say that they even walked people to the people was walking in the rain and seen them in wheelchairs and everything else. You know, it was just one of these rare situations, but it was a good situation. It was good. But back to what I was saying is this, is that if the Democrats do take over, let's say they do, what's to say that they don't go back doing what they do, kiss butt better than anybody? You know, they don't believe in punishment, all this high road foolishness, and, you know, we're not going to be like them. You know, we're going to be bipartisan. No, you should be just like those Republicans been for all those years. Hold up their nominees, don't give them nothing, everything. I just believe in that, but the Democrats don't believe in that. They believe in all that, oh, man, we got to get along with everybody. If you notice across the country, and I've been doing this here for like the last few months, Texas, you know, and, you know, we've been like really doing work, putting it in. Atlanta, everywhere you see people who are acting nice is losing. Everybody who has all this kumbaya type of feelings and, you know, we got to work with Republicans, you might as well say, well, I have to work with Donald Trump and kiss up to him. Other than that, what's the point? I mean, anything is better than Trump.
Yeah.
But if they win the House and they win the Senate and they start passing all this stuff, bipartisan, Chuck Schumer ain't no better than the rest of them because he talks this tough talk. But as soon as he gets in charge, he going to put on that chapstick and them knee pads and he going to get busy. I mean, it's just that way.
The chapstick.
You know,
Hashtag chapstick and knee pads.
That's right. That's right. You know, today we had 1,000 T-shirts saying, in order to support Trump, you have to support rape, you know, and, you know, if you got to do what you got to do to win, oh, I don't think that's right. Well, you don't think that's right. I think it's right.
Hey George, no, that's novel. That's real classic, man. Some of us are trying to eat in here, but I appreciate it. Hey, Stefan,
understand
real quick, no, wrap that up, George. Wrap that last thought.
Understand this here, too. We have a council and mayor race coming up.
Yeah.
There are some council people who are not qualified to be in that seat that they're in. And anybody who go along with this kiss up, the makeup, go along to get along, you know, they don't even come to URD unless they're in trouble. All they have done, most of them there, is to vote to raise your taxes.
Hey, thanks so much. Hey, George, I got to let you go because I got to get Stefan in here to give us some thoughts, give us some reaction. I appreciate you, George, though, giving us some on-the-street insights, you know, giving us a little report from what's happening in parts of the city. Stefan, you know, as far as Democratic voters, and, you know, you got a lot of folks definitely motivated by anti-Trump sentiment, motivated by what they've been seeing, the type of behavior they've been seeing from Republicans, particularly over the past couple of years and in some of these states. But to George's point, there's always that concern or that worry. I've been hearing a lot of that, people holding their nose as they vote Democrat. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Oh yeah, we're terrible. We're just slightly less we're like less terrible than Republicans are. So that's like, you know, I mean, I mean, when you look at like approval polls, I mean, the Democratic Party is usually they're like around like 40, right? And Republicans are at like 15. So you know, we just have a better failing grade than they do. But I mean, you know, we do work outside of the political sphere. Like we work with corporate clients, and you know, if this was a corporate client, I would be telling the board, like, you have to shut this company down and rebrand it and reopen it up, right? Like, no one's buying this product, or not enough people are buying this product. And you know, but you know, the thing that Democrats have going for them is they get to run against Republicans. And I mean, because if you think about, I mean, this is, I think, sort of to George's point, where like how terrible. I mean, you know, like, and I don't say this about a lot of people, and you know, Trump is a terrible human being. Like, he is not a nice human being.
No,
and this is the leader of the party, and you know, the Republican Party has not stood up for this man one bit. Any credible, functioning party should be mopping the floor. And the fact that we're talking about, you know, okay, we could win the House, but not by like, you know, 60 seats, and you know, it seems very unlikely that we're going to win back the Senate. It points to the fact that, you know, I know it's a tough map and all that, but like, we're not good. And, my fear is that if we do better than somewhat expected in the House, that we end up around that 40-seat gain, then, Democrats are going to go back to like, oh, everything's fine, we have nothing to worry about, 2016 was a fluke. And it really wasn't. Like, we have a lot of problems. People aren't really buying our product, but they're only buying it because they hate the other product more, and they only have a choice of two things.
Hey, Stefan, I did want to ask you, all of these reports, these headliners regarding voter suppression. And so are you worried about that in the sense that it could really damper people's civic engagement prospects for 2020, for the next election cycle, or for election cycles that they're gearing up for locally or statewide between now and 2020, where people are saying, we're looking at some of the outrageous antics that are taking place in places like Georgia, for example, where that race could literally be decided by essentially the Secretary of State rigging it, and being brazen, being unapologetic about it, like, yeah, I'm rigging it, so what you going to do about it? And so, obviously we're seeing this as a result of the gutting of the Voting Rights Act in the 2013 Supreme Court case, Shelby v. Holder. Do we worry that people are going to have such low confidence after this election in political process, in election security, in the facilitation of the voting franchise, that it'll dampen turnout in 2020?
Yeah, it absolutely could, and this plays into what Trump is doing, which he's trying to question the validity of elections. You see it already. If Democrats win the House, I'm sure he's going to come out and say that this was voter fraud. With his election, right, 30 million fraudulent votes counted. Absolutely no proof on it because we all know it's not true. But his supporters are like, oh yeah, that's what happened, right? So on the right, you have Trump being like, this process is illegitimate. Now on the I guess I'll call it on the left, we have actual voter suppression, where and Georgia is the most egregious example of the entire thing. But so if Stacey Abrams loses by a handful of votes, and we all, I think, I'm feeling pretty comfortable saying, if that ends up being the case, I think we can point to the Secretary of State, who will then become governor, as the reason for probably why that was so close. And then if, let's say, that happens and Democrats win back the House, and then kind of to George's point, if the Democrats don't do anything about it, whether they can or not, you only have one chamber, there's only so much you can do. But if they're seen as just putting window dressing on this problem, now you have a problem on, sort of on the more Democratic side, where you can have a whole slew of voters who are incredibly important to the ability to win, being like, if you're not even sort of defend us and you're not going to be there for us, why should we even be there for you? And so it could increase the problem of what is the core of democracy, which is voting and having people who represent us in our capital, and it's unraveling in a way that is very troublesome and makes me very nervous.
We're talking with Stefan Hankin of Lincoln Park Strategies. Go to lpstrategies.com for some wonderful analysis and insights, particularly with his trendency reports as well. You definitely want to check those out at LP Strategies as well. He's our continuing regular contributor here on Reality Check WRD, keeping a very close eye on the races. And I'm sure we'll be talking to you very soon, Stefan. I don't know if it'll be later on this week, but I know definitely we got to get you on next week to get the post-mortem and some of your thoughts after we get through this election. So definitely looking forward to I know you're going to have a long night, but I look forward to talking with you real soon by the end of the week or next week.
Sounds great. Always great to be here.
All right. Take care, Stefan.
Thanks.
Don't stay too caffeinated. We'll try not to do that here.
Moving on to bourbon already. Don't worry.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's even better. So I should be joining you. We need to bring that in here. Get a little bourbon, get a little Bullet. That's my choice right there. Little bird, right? Bullets. little Larceny. Check out Larceny, Stefan. Larceny's the latest. I had Larceny recently, so I'm not an alcoholic, for all those wondering out there in the WRD listening audience. It's just every now and then I have a taste, right? Hey, Stefan, take care. All right, we all need. All right, man. We all need a taste after tonight. 215-634 8065-866-361-0900. People will be like looking at the Word live stream and they'll be like, look at them doing shots, doing bourbon up in the Word studios. Sarah will be like, what's going on? So, 215. Yeah, just stress, man. We need some caffeine and bourbon. Hashtag caffeine and bourbon. Hashtag word of host 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Justin Wallen is going to be joining us next. Get a little bit of perspective from the Republican side of things. See what's happening on their side as far as turnout, how it's looking. Notice we're not really making predictions here. Not really making predictions. We need to stay away from predictions because there's just too many variables, too many sinister mechanisms at play, you know, in order for us, we can't make a reliable prediction. We really can't. But we're going to do the best we can to let you know what's happening and what those variables are heading into tonight as polls have been closing. The first polls close in about 36 minutes. First polls close. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that as returns flow in. All right, let's take a very quick break. You can continue to call in, by the way, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Justin Wallen coming up next here on Reality Check, 96.1 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com, Word app. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Now, a Word weather update. Here's NBC 10 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Tammy Souza.
Scattered showers will taper off through the early and mid-evening hours, and there will be some clearing overnight. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, the sunshine should be breaking through, and we should have a mostly sunny Wednesday with temperatures that will be seasonal at or near 60 degrees. Rain does return, though, for your Friday, and then the coldest air of the season comes scooting on in here starting Saturday and Sunday, lingering through much of next week. Remember, you can get your forecast anytime you need it. Just download our free NBC 10 app.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes.
And Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes. We've got every reason to vote on November 6th. Our health care, our education, jobs, and criminal justice reform are all on the line.
Even the very right to vote is under attack all across the nation. So be clear, if you want to beat back the madness in Washington, D.C., you must vote on November 6th.
If you have any questions about voting, go to vote.org or call 866-OUR-VOTE. This is Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes. Vote.
Paid for and authorized by Citizens for Hughes.
At Dietz & Watson, the first thing we ever made were frankfurters. Our New York-style natural casing beef franks have that authentic New York-style snap to them, along with our very own blend of all-natural spices and seasoning. We've spent a lifetime focusing on the details, because to us, the details make all the difference. Dietz & Watson, caring like only family can since 1939.
Election, millions of people stayed at home and didn't exercise their right to vote.
When a huge chunk of the population sits out of the process, why are we surprised when our politics don't reflect our values?
Now we have a chance to be counted, to be heard, to make a difference.
Let us stand up for our rights. We are going to be the future, and let us make our future now.
I can't just stay at home. I gotta let my voice be heard.
Log on to universalcircus.com/vote.
This vignette is brought to you by Temple University.
If you are looking for a job, need a cover letter and resume, or would like to use state-of-the-art computers to search for employment, visit Temple University's Workforce Connections Hub. The hub is free and open to the public throughout the week. Get the skills you need to connect to education, access the internet, and jump into the job market. The hub offers weekly access to career counseling and planning, Pennsylvania Career Link services, online registration, job readiness workshops, and more. We are located at 1509 Cecil B. Moore Avenue in the Entertainment and Community Education Building on Temple's main campus. For more information, call 215-204-1993 or email pascep@temple.edu.
This vignette has been brought to you by Temple University.
Hi, I'm Vicki Leach, co-host of the Electric Magazine show with Cody and Vicki. My late father was the first generation of my family not born in slavery. The first time he was allowed to vote, he could not write his name. He had to make an X. On November 6th, an X may not be accepted. So on Tuesday, November 6th, my family members will write our names and we will vote. If you can write, you must vote. Please find your polling place today so you can go there and vote early on Tuesday, November 6th. Mahalo.
It's a busy evening on the Philly roads. This traffic report is sponsored by Think It Up. Kelly Drive still shut down inbound Fountain Green to Brewery Hill, outbound Brewery Hill to Strawberry Mansion Drive, that because of flooding. MLK Drive also blocked between the Montgomery Drive and Falls Bridge because of flooding. Stick to the Schuylkill Expressway to get in or out of the city. That being said, Schuylkill Expressway eastbound jams 202 to Gulf Mills, 476 to Belmont, and again Montgomery to the Vine. Westbound Schuylkill jams University to Girard, Montgomery to Belmont, then from Gladwin out to 476. Vine Expressway eastbound Crawl 76 over to 95, westbound East Street back to the Schuylkill. 95 northbound is stop and go Chichester Avenue to the Commodore Barry, then again the Vine Expressway to Girard. South on 95, that jams from the Betsy Ross to Girard, then 420 to Naaman's Road. Boulevard northbound stop and go the Schuylkill Expressway to Broad Street. Southbound jams 9th Street to Fox Street with a crash in the left lane. Blue Route northbound is heavy getting on from 95 up to about Media Swarthmore. Walt Whitman Bridge eastbound is heavy into Jersey. That's because 42 southbound jams the Walt Whitman Bridge down to 295. 295 southbound is heavy, 30 down to 42, and we still have 130 southbound closed from the Brooklawn Circle of New Broadway, that because of flooding in the area.
Hi, I'm Nick Jonas, and I'm here to tell you about Think It Up, a new initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at thinkitup.org.
For more traffic information, log on to SIGAlert.com. I'm Brendan Joseph with your Philadelphia area traffic.
It's 6:42 p.m. Time for Steve Plotto and his son Dylan to do the dishes. They talk about everything from the yuckiness of girls to the awesomeness of his soccer team. Sometimes they don't talk at all. Then, hey! The dreaded splash fight. It's Dad o'clock, and it's the best time of the day. Because the smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
All right, welcome back to Reality Check. We are here also live. You can watch us. Yes, you can watch us. You don't have to just listen to us, but you'd like to watch us. Well, right now, watching me until 6 o'clock, and then Keaton's going to join us. And we definitely invite, you know, if some of the local operatives and strategists and elected officials here in the greater Philadelphia area, if you happen to be nearby the WURD studios, give us a ring. If you'd like to show up, you'd like to come on in, do a special appearance here during our live election analysis, have at it. So definitely it's wide open for that. Or you can just call in 215-634-8065. 215-634-8065, toll-free 866-361-0900. Polls close in Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock is when polls close in Pennsylvania. The first polls in the country close in about 30 minutes. Right? Yeah, a little less than 30 minutes at 6 o'clock. That's going to be in Indiana and Eastern Kentucky. I have absolutely no idea why Indiana and Eastern Kentucky are closing their polls so early at 6 p.m. I know in Kentucky is a place where black folks are like, what, 15% of the population, but they're like 48% of the people jailed. That's in Kentucky. So one wonders, like, what's going on in Kentucky? You know, they got to close the polls so early. And why they got to put so many brothers in jail? Come on, stop that. Cut that out, Kentucky. But anyway, those are when the first polls close at 6 p.m. In Indiana and Eastern Kentucky. Those are those states that are closed. We have a very critical race happening actually in Indiana. Indiana is one of those battleground, one of those 5 battleground states. Those are seats that are, you know, kind of open. They're toss-ups. Well, no, those are seats either that are open and they're toss-ups, or they're held by a Democratic incumbent that's just barely holding on. Senator Mike Donnelly is the Democrat in Indiana, moderate centrist Democrat. He's been trying to hold on and he actually voted against the confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh during those very bloody, noxious Supreme Court justice confirmation hearings, and during that vote. But Donnelly ended up voting against Kavanaugh, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me correct. But Indiana polls are going to be closing at 6 p.m. That's definitely one of those races to watch very closely. Another thing we're also watching very closely before we bring on our guest is turnout in Philadelphia. So we're watching the 66 wards live 2018 election turnout tracker, 66 wards turnout tracker. Go to 60. You have to spell it out. 66wards.com. I think everyone should check this out. And you can all join in the fun that we're having here at Reality Check. We're not just going to hold the intelligence for ourselves and be like, okay, only we know how to access these things online. No, we're going to give you some of the intelligence too, and you can join us. You can do this with us. As we're accessing this information in real time, go to 66wards.com, and you can see, we get a projection of what Philadelphia turnout should be by the end of this evening. So now, this is drum roll on this. What 66? This is not the final number. I don't even know if we should do the drum roll. This is a little drum roll. This is not the final number. This is a projection, y'all. This is a projection. Okay, what's the projection? Okay, so 66 Ward says turnouts projected in Philadelphia at 384,402 people turning out in the city. So that would, by the time the polls close at 8 p.m., that would surpass 2014 turnout. 2014 midterms in the Philadelphia area, in Philadelphia, was 381,503. So already based on projection, that has not happened yet. So listen, wait, before we go to Justin Wallen, right? Justin Wallen's on hold, right? Oh, he's not on hold. We're waiting on Justin. Where are you, Justin? But before we get a little bit further into this, do not let that suddenly keep you from turning out at the polls, because I just gave you that 66wards.com projection. That's a forecast. That is not written in stone. It's just that 66 wards has a 95, what they call a confidence interval. They have this about 95% confidence that based on the information that they've received thus far, 1,085 voters in 52 wards have shared their voter number. I'm having like a lot of moisture in my mouth right now. I guess it's just the excitement of the I'm like Chris Matthews, just like slobbering all over the place. Like, it's just a Philly, that's what it is. It's a Philly thing, man. Like Chris Matthews be on Hardball, he just be spitting. I've been on Hardball. The spit is there. It's there. It's live. So I've been on Hardball a number of times, but it's my boy Chris. He actually, Chris Matthews grew up in North Philly. Grew up in Hump, yeah, when it was Irish. That North Philly. You're right. So that's another story. But anyway, that's based on, as of earlier this hour, 1,085 voters in 52 wards sharing their voter number. That's just the way 66 wards puts it. So, and people have been, as you heard Vince Thompson, you heard some of our listeners calling in, you even heard George, who does his thing out there on the streets, and he does his little operative thing, and so but he's given us some good insights, and letting us know that there are people out there. People are actually turning out, and so turnout in 2014 in Philadelphia was about 35%. So it was about 382,000 voters, close to average. We round that up. That turned out in 2014. That was a 35% turnout. That's based on around, I think it's around a little bit under 1.2 million people who are registered in Philadelphia, who are registered to vote. But when you have 382,000 people voting in Philly, at the time, the population of Philadelphia was 1.6 million. That's 24% of residents. So that's less than a quarter of residents in the city of Philadelphia making a decision for the other 75%. That's really what that boils down to. 24% last time in the 2014 midterm elections, 75% of Philadelphia residents permitted, I guess you all were good with this, you permitted 24% of residents. See, people complain about the 1% and like, folks in the city who run things. It's like, but you had a chance, like that 75%, you had a chance, no, 76%. You had a chance to kind of let your voice be heard, at least the first step of that, because it doesn't end with voting. And we say that. We always, stress that here on Reality Check. But 24% of residents. But now based on the 66wars.com tracker, we may very well surpass a little of that tonight. But we'll see. We still need to go. And do not be proud that you just passed the 2014 turnout benchmark. Like, that's nothing to be proud of. Like, turnout should really, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We have lower turnout here in the United States than they do in India. Like, and we want to talk about people in less developed countries, but you know what? In some of these places, they turn out more than we do. So we can laugh all we want, but they're trying. Each cycle, they really try hard to reach. And even in Australia, I like the Australian model personally. Like, they fine you $50 for not voting. Like, they need to do that here. We really need that in Philly. That's just me. That's my opinion on that. But we need to do mandatory turnout. Like, I'm all for that. Cause like, what's $50, right? No. Yeah, you pay parking tickets, so why not? Or not, right. Yeah, like, why not? So let's do it. Let's get the Australians in on this anyway. But I know that's a very controversial thing for some reason. But anyway, joining us now for our ongoing election coverage, our special election coverage here at WRD, is Justin Wallen of he's not here yet, but who do we have? Oh, we have Brother Tim out of South Philly, who's calling in for a reality check. I don't know what happened to Justin. Brother Tim, what's happening?
Hey, man, you happening, man. You're doing a good job, man. I want to say this to you that
thank you.
I'm worried about up and down the East Coast because I see that Obama came to the rescue for the gentleman who's running for governor in Florida.
Gillum. Andrew Gillum
came to the rescue for Stacey. But what about the brother in Maryland? How's he making out? Who's coming to his rescue?
Right.
He himself? He's been quiet with him. What's the problem?
Let me tell you about that. And I happen to know Ben. I haven't talked to him in a long while. Ben, first of all, Maryland. Okay, Maryland is a state that is about 35% black. It is a very political machine. It's a very rigid state in terms of its political dynamics. Democrats in that state, first off, did not want Ben Jealous to win. He was a bit of an upstart. They had Prince George's County, or at least the consensus candidate for Democrats was Prince George's County Executive Rashawn Baker, a black county executive from the majority black county of Prince George's County. Rashawn, however, not that dynamic a candidate, in terms of the campaign, in terms of that Democratic primary as Ben Jealous. And so Democrats in Maryland, Democrats do it here in Pennsylvania. They cut deals with like the Republican governor there, to ensure they maintain. I'm giving this information to you. I can't go into specifics, but I'm basically bringing this sort of intelligence to you on good source. They have like their own little private, personal, individual deals with the Republican governor there to make sure they get Bacons to their district, and making sure that they didn't erect any barriers to Ben Jealous, but they did not give Ben Jealous the kind of support that he needed to become governor in Maryland. And that includes deploying Barack Obama to Maryland, which that should have happened, and it should not have been the case if everything had worked out ideally, where you have potentially about a quarter of black voters voting for the incumbent Republican governor because he sort of slicked folks into believing that he's a moderate. Okay, you see what I'm saying? And it's a fairly blue state, and it's a very black state too. There's way more black people, and they're middle class, educated black people too, and a lot of them that are in Maryland. But you're absolutely right. It's something now that's partly that, and it's also partly Ben being a little bit hard-headed. Because people were telling him, hey, bruh, including myself, listen, you got to campaign in Prince George's County because those are affluent, educated, and voting black voters. You gotta campaign in Montgomery County. And he didn't do it until the last minute. He wasn't listening to folks, and the people around him, they were all hard-headed. And I have that on authority because I was one of those people trying to be like, get through to Ben, like, Ben, you cannot Like, you cannot not campaign. You can't keep campaigning just in Baltimore and Baltimore County. Like, you got to spread out. And he didn't do that. He wasn't listening. Now he's doing it at the last minute. I think still he'll come within 10 percentage points of Hogan. I think he'll make a decent showing, because I think you are starting to see a lot of early voting surging in Maryland, and I think that took Hogan by surprise a little bit. Hoagie is Larry Hoagie is the governor. Excuse me, Hogan is the governor of Maryland, Republican governor of Maryland. That took him by surprise a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you that I went to school with a lot of folks from D.C., and they came out of Lincoln University and they did pretty good. They moved to Prince George County. I can't see why you wouldn't want to go there. There are people from Howard there.
Right.
They went to Morgan State. They lived there. And you got people that leave from Philadelphia to go to PG County. Oh, wow. You know, I mean, here's the thing. I hope he wins anyway, because we need all the help we can get. But
right.
I see what you're coming up with. I see your analogy, though. I see your critical analysis.
Yeah, you know, Democrats, they really weren't giving him the kind of monetary and resource support that he needed in Maryland. And to your point, a lot of it is because he just took it for granted. You know, he's just like, well, it's black folks, and they're mostly Democrats in Prince George's County. They'll come out and vote for me. I know for a fact, because I talked to a lot of black folks in Prince George's County, they didn't even know Ben Jealous was running for governor. You know, they just know, they didn't even know. And that's just like the same thing in 2014. It was a brother who ran for governor, Anthony Brown, lieutenant governor. He was actually, and Tim, he actually was a delegate. He was a Maryland state representative in Prince George's County, and people in his own district didn't know he was running for governor.
Oh, that's bad. You have I've been out there. When you got a campaign, man.
Right.
Like it's no end, man. You gotta, those soles on your shoes, they gotta have holes in them at night, every night. People gotta know you. See you at the doorstep, man.
That's right.
Hear you speak, hear you talk. Every time you turn around, I see his face. Oh my God, just vote for him, guy. I gotta get him there. He wants it. I mean, you gotta
be hungry.
And they gotta want you there. It has to be both ways. So.
You do. You gotta be hungry when you're running for office like that. You gotta be hungry. You gotta be ready to work out. Especially Ben. Ben need to work. Yeah, Ben need to work out. But yeah, you got to work out. You got to get out there. You really do. People know it, and I think that I do think he'll do much better than expected. But I don't think it'll be enough to win against Hogan. There is a last minute anti-Republican, anti-Trump surge going on in Maryland right now. I have seen it with my own eyes. People.
I don't think you should give up. The other thing is that I think we're doing pretty good. But like you said, don't underestimate yourself when you don't want to have more energy, because this is just the beginning, sir.
Right.
You got other chapters to this book.
We do.
Win. You got other chapters, man.
We do. And you know what, Tim? I appreciate you bringing up Maryland, because everyone's talking about Georgia. Okay, everyone's talking about, like, when I say everyone, like all the, you know, like all of us. And okay, I understand for good reason. You know, black folks are like, Georgia, look at what they're doing in Georgia. This is a national race. There are other races taking place. I know what's happening in Georgia. It's very high stakes, and it's very dramatic. There's a lot of theater going on. It's a sister who has a good shot at this, and it appears like the election's being literally stole from underneath her. But there are other races taking place. Tim, I'm so happy you mentioned Maryland. Ben Jealous there, he's trying to win against an incumbent Republican governor who may be the first Republican governor to win another term in the state of Maryland in a long time. Andrew Gillum in Florida. But there are other races. There are other races that that black folk, if there's not a black candidate, there's Mississippi. Mike Espy, he's running for U.S. Senate. He could have a good shot. We might get another black senator if things, if the stars align on that. But not only that, everywhere, congressional, House, governor's seat, state legislative seats, there are districts, there are states where black voters, brown voters are key. I mean, black voters are the difference. It's not just where a black candidate is and because Oprah showed up at your front door. That's one of the things that's worrying me. Everyone's talking about Georgia. And I'm like, okay, that's great. But there's other places that this stuff is going on, that these key races are happening. It's everywhere. Don't just look in your phone book to see if you got family in Georgia. No, look to see if you got family anywhere. These are key critical races that are going on everywhere. Pennsylvania is one of those big key states. All right. Hey, Brother Tim, you got some final comments?
Hey, man, listen, I think there's a lot of women running too, man. You look at the women that come running around the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's good.
This is a good race, man. We've got to keep the momentum up.
All right.
Strong, giving us a good broadcast.
Hey, brother Tim, what are you seeing in terms of turnout? Real quick, you seeing anything on the street? Anything to report?
Oh man, everybody in the campaign offices is telling me that they're doing well, and I hear from the different voting booths and things of that nature. I know that where I vote at, man, I was 288 at 3 o'clock.
Nice.
So, and that was 3 o'clock, man. I imagine by 8 o'clock that was double. So we're doing well in the rain. We're doing well in the rain.
That's good. In the rain. That's good. I appreciate that too. Hey, brother Tim, thanks for calling in. I appreciate that. Justin? No, Justin didn't call in, huh? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to catch up with him maybe a little bit later on this week. But that's okay. We'll just keep the phone lines open. Keep a little momentum going. 215-634-8065. In about 10 minutes or so, we'll have Keaton Nichols going to be joining us for Reality Lounge. So, yeah, I might want to remove that backpack. So, yeah, see backpack in the... Hey, backpack. Yeah, we need somebody here to talk with us, see what's break down these elections. Call us at 215-634-8065. It's going to be a long night. 866-361-0900 here on Reality Check. You can also watch us live. Go to WURDradio.com. Watch the live stream. Go to YouTube.com/onword. YouTube.com/onword. Go to Instagram. You can watch us on Instagram. Go to #wordvotes. Instagram as well. No, you just go to live stream real quick. You just go to wordradio.com and there it is. You can see, like, who's this? Yeah, you can see my ugly mug right there live in the WURD studio, and on the other side it's Eric Nixon with, you know, just a little fist bump. So, you know, you'll see his fist bump from occasionally there in the view that we have here of the studio, the WURD studios. Let's take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we'll just take calls from listeners. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900 here on Reality Check. We'll be right back.
Now, a word weather update. Here's NBC 10 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Tammy Souza.
Scattered showers will taper off through the early and mid-evening hours, and there will be some clearing overnight. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, the sunshine should be breaking through, and we should have a mostly sunny Wednesday with temperatures that will be seasonal at or near 60 degrees. Rain does return, though, for your Friday, and then the coldest air of the season comes scooting on in here starting Saturday and Sunday, lingering through much of next week. Remember, you can get your forecast anytime you need it. Just download our free NBC 10 app.
Across 3 venues and with over 1,400 of the world's most sought-after performers and artists, the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus is a place that fuels creativity, ignites minds, and provides inspiration. Building the city's vibrant art scene takes an extraordinary staff, and the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus has openings now. From internship opportunities to volunteer positions to careers and customer service, marketing, and even behind the scenes. Check out their current list of openings and opportunities at kimmelcenter.org.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Since 1904, Philly's top sandwich pros and homemakers have always started the exact same way, with those legendary Amoroso's rolls baked fresh daily. Word family, put your favorite Amoroso's rolls on your shopping list to enjoy as you watch your Philadelphia Eagles take on the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday. Want to make your very best sandwiches? Always start with the very best sandwich rolls. Pick them up today at your favorite supermarket or food store. Amoroso's, why Philly sandwiches are world famous.
Family Therapy Vignette Moments with Dr. Lucille Ijoy. Register to vote and looking forward to Tuesday, November 6th to vote. It won't be long. You may need a little more time to register. Okay, but not much more. Then you can joyfully go with all of us to vote for whom we choose. Say, I vote, I must. Yes, I vote, I must. Get your plans in order for Tuesday, November 6th, voting day. I can hardly wait. Know exactly where the polling place is or who you want to vote for. Keep the conversation going on at home, at work, at school, and wherever you are. Did you get your yellow button? Put it on. I vote, I must. Some people say, this is an important time for voting. But I know you know that every time is an important time for voting. That's why we are saying, listen to Grandmama and take the special note. You did your registration. Now go on out and vote. You did your registration. Now go on out and vote. It's called the two-step. It's called the two-step. Yeah, the two-step. It's called the two-step.
In so many areas in the country, voting is being suppressed, largely in minority-dominated districts. However, the residents in those areas have vowed not to be deterred. On November 6th, we will be voting throughout Pennsylvania for governors, senators, congressmen, and women, as well as state legislative offices. I'm here to say let no one deter you, including yourself. President Trump and the Republican Party gave a huge tax cut to the wealthiest and large corporations. It shot the deficit up, and now they, the Republicans, want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid to reduce that deficit. They gave to the greedy at the expense of the needy. Republicans want to eliminate Obamacare and the pre-existing conditions provision. They have recently discovered, however, that it's very popular and now are proclaiming themselves as champions of it, in spite of the many attempts to eliminate it, as well as their many recorded opposition statements. We must provide a check on this president by electing a Democratic governor and Congress. You can play a major role by voting on Tuesday, November the 6th.
This message has been brought to you by the Laborers District Council PAC Fund.
Lots of slow spots on the Philly roads. This traffic report, it's sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer. Martin Luther King Drive is still shut down in both directions between Montgomery Drive and the Falls Bridge for flooding. Good news, though, the Kelly Drive has been reopened. Earlier flooding now out of the way. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound jams getting on at 202 down to Belmont, then Montgomery to the Vine Expressway. Jams again 28th Street to Packer Avenue because of a crash. Westbound on the Schuylkill, that jams Baird to the Vine, Montgomery to Belmont, then Gladwin out to 476. On the Vine Expressway, it's jammed both directions end to end. 95 northbound, stop and go Namens Road to the Commodore Barry, then again from Washington Avenue to Girard. South on 95 jams the Betsy Ross Bridge down to Girard, then 420 to Namens Road. Boulevard northbound, stop and go the Schuylkill Expressway to Broad Street. Southbound jams 9th Street to Fox from an earlier crash now cleared. And it's stop and go on the Blue Route northbound getting on from 95 up to Media Swarthmore. Bridges are looking good over the Delaware River in South Jersey. 42 southbound jams the Walt Whitman Bridge down to 295. 295 southbound's heavy from 73 down to 42. And we're still dealing with a crash in Camden, though Admiral Wilson Boulevard eastbound jams Flanders Avenue to the Airport Circle.
I'm Tony Goldwyn. 20 years ago, when my mom had lung cancer, she didn't have many choices. But today, you do. If you've been diagnosed with lung cancer, please visit standuptocancer.org/lungcancer to learn more.
For more traffic information, log on to SIGAlert.com. I'm Brendan Joseph with your Philadelphia area traffic.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Feel confident about your Medicare with Keystone 65 Basic RX HMO. You'll have $0 premium, $0 copay, and $0 deductible, plus access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region. Get the coverage you deserve with Independence Blue Cross. Visit IBXMedicare.com.
Keystone 65 offers HMO plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Keystone 65 Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal. Benefits underwritten by Keystone Health Plan East, a subsidiary of Independence Blue Cross, independent licensees of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
At Dietz & Watson, the first thing we ever made were frankfurters. Our New York-style natural casing beef franks have that authentic New York style snap to them, along with our very own blend of all-natural spices and seasoning. We've spent a lifetime focusing on the details, because to us the details make all the difference. Dietz & Watson, caring like only family can since 1939.
Save the date, Saturday, December 1st for Word Radio's Empowerment Experience 2018. This year featuring a special conversation with Ayanla Van Zandt. Stay tuned to Word Radio and log on to wordradio.com for more information.
I'm Vincent Thompson, host of the Philadelphia City Council Live Show, which is on every Thursday here on Word Radio.
I'm Lisa Dealey, chairwoman of the Philadelphia City Commissioners.
Voters throughout the nation go to the polls on Tuesday, November the 6th, to elect members of the U.S. House and Senate, governors, and other state and local offices.
If you live in Philadelphia, you can check on your voter registration status at any time between now and November 6th by contacting the City Commissioners Voter Registration Office at 215-686-1591. That's 215-686-1591. You could also visit the City Commissioner's website at philadelphiavotes.com.
If you live outside of Philadelphia, contact your local city or county board of elections for information. Make sure you go out and vote in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware on November the 6th.
Introducing SmartCurve. Finally, a mammogram shaped like a woman. Ladies, have you heard the big news? Finally, a mammogram shaped like you. Available at Soulless Mammography Einstein Healthcare Network locations. We've ditched the squish and rolled out the curves with the revolutionary new mammogram called SmartCurve. Forget flat. It's curved to fit your breasts for greater comfort and less pinch. And it's integrated with 3D imaging, proven to improve accuracy by 54%. Schedule your SmartCurve mammogram now at 1-800-EINSTEIN. Learn more about the partnership between Einstein and Soulless Mammography at einstein.edu/soulless.
Keeping you informed about Tuesday's election. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia, independent black media. The views and opinions expressed by the guests, listeners, and hosts of any program on Word Radio do not necessarily reflect those of ownership, management, or advertisers of this station.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check.
What's going on? This is Asher Roth, and you're listening to The Lounge on World Radio.
Yeah, we could just like we were
It's live, man.
We were like, it's live, it's lit. We were like, just play that all night. Just that's it. Election rap done.
It's just a 2.5 hour theme song.
It's a 2.5, right.
Just keep it
I
rolling.
could go with that.
From
just
DJ Frosty Phoenix on
we
the ones
can dim
and
the
twos.
lights in here, right? Dim the lights.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
just,
right. We're making a party,
start a
Charles.
club.
This is election day.
Club word. Yeah, but it's election day. Yeah, we got to go back to reality, back to Reality Lounge. We got a Reality Lounge coverage now.
It's the best of both worlds.
It's the best of both worlds. What's happening?
Charles Ellison in the house. Yo, we don't oftentimes get a chance to link up.
I know.
And this is really cool that
Why
we
is
get a
that?
chance to do this.
Come
I
on,
don't
man.
know.
All right.
But we told people after
Yeah.
the last Reality Lounge that it wasn't a joke.
Yeah.
It wasn't a game, that
No,
we're
it's
actually
not.
going to be doing this more. And so
Right.
I'm excited. I've been warming up all day. I woke up early this morning. I woke up at like 10 a.m.
You did?
Okay, so that's listen.
That's early. That's
okay.
early.
Eric and I both were up in the early morning hours of 10 a.m.
What's late? If
this
that's
morning.
early, what's late?
You don't want to know that. We don't want to talk about that.
Like, what?
For the 7 p.m. host at the station, we don't want to talk about what is late for me waking
10
up.
a.m. Wow. Okay.
But no, we were jazzed up right from the
Yeah.
start. We
me
hit
too.
the streets a little bit earlier. I can't wait to tell you about that. And all types of other good stuff and some observations that we grabbed from that
Nice.
earlier when we were out. And you can check out some of that footage already. We got some of those videos uploaded to our Lounge Word Instagram page, and you can also check that out through the Word Instagram page or social media pages in case you're already following that too. So
That's right. That's right.
Lots of great stuff.
Lots of great stuff. You know, we're the only. I have it on authority. I have it on authority from our in-house digital expert Martin Pratt.
Yeah.
That we're the only black media outlet that's really doing this.
Yeah, I was just talking with him
doing
before
this. I mean,
about that.
and
Yeah.
there's no other. I don't know if Philadelphia, especially Black Philly, realizes the kind of gem that they have in WURD to be able to bring this kind of back-to-back election analysis. You know, also just encouraging people to get out and vote. We were laughing about that earlier over pizza here in the Word Studios about how like we've been talking about voting so much. People are like, oh my God,
Probably
okay,
sick of us by
doing
now.
it. I'm going. The people are like that. They just all annoyed with us now. They all like irritated. Like, all right, okay, Word, okay, I voted. Here you go.
Fine, I'll get up. I'll do it. I'll set my alarm.
Hashtag Word votes. They want a selfie. You
I'll
know,
get
like,
it. Yeah, I'll wear the shirt and everything. Just leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Enough of this already. But as long as people are going out to vote, and right now, what do you think? I mean, you've been out there a little bit.
We did. No, so
and what's the turnout been like?
Eric and I, the Frosty Phoenix, who's also spinning the hot tunes tonight for this portion of the program. We went out a little bit earlier today. We were in the northwest, I guess you could say, section of the city.
Okay.
Just kind of getting a lay of the land, stopping by a few polling locations. And, you know, again, if you want to check out some of those interviews and some of the pictures that we took, you can go check that out on our social media right now. But the summation of, I think, what I got, we spoke to a committee person who we were there about 1:30 or so, and already by that point, by 1:30 in the day, they had already gotten just as many voters as they had in the entire last election, right? Like all of last time.
I like that.
They were at like 150 voters already, for that
good.
polling location by 1 p.m. That's a big deal, right? And so, as we went around to the other spots as well, the same sort of attitude was there. It was consistent across the board. At my own polling place, which I went to conveniently as it poured down rain earlier today, but we went out to my roommate and I. We both committed to it. We said, we're going to go do this. You know, there were people in there whenever we went. It wasn't a line, but there were people in there, and certainly a lot more people had already registered than previous elections already. Wow. And so the fervor, the kind of attitude, that's going behind these elections, there is a meaning to these elections. And so we've been hearing a lot about the rhetoric, essentially of, almost 7 in 10 or 2 out of 3 voters are saying that they're doing this to send a message in one way, shape, or form. And a lot of those messages are directly aimed at Donald Trump. The other observation that I'd say, that I noticed immediately was that people were here for a reason. And obviously everyone always has a reason to vote. We've been over all of them, plenty of times. Of course, but people really felt that their participation in this election wasn't necessarily a thing that would be nice.
Right.
They felt that what was happening around them almost was a direct result of not enough participation, right? Like that concept that you cannot control the political outcomes of what happens in society by sitting back or by allowing others. That was a big thing, by allowing others to speak on behalf
others to speak for you in essence. So I think people recognize that importance of it, and they were not playing around, Charles. They were really not playing around, and that attitude you could feel at the polls. It was great.
That's what we like to hear here at WRD. I mean, that was the main reason, really, is to drive civic engagement, to drive political participation, particularly after that abysmal showing in the last election here in Philadelphia in 2017. Yeah, 20% turnout. That's horrible. Nothing to be proud. It's horrible. It's horrible, and I'll continue to harp on that for as long as it takes till we get numbers. Now, what we're seeing is potentially, definitely, confidently, right? Double that. Easy. Yeah. Double the election turnout. From the 2017, right? No, 2018, 2017, because we're in 2018 now.
Right. I'm sorry, from last year.
Yeah. We're like time, like
where is this going?
We're like Ben and Ted.
No, right? These elections are flying. But
is it 2017?
Yeah, right. How many? What year is it?
Right.
Where are we?
Right. Was it Ben and Ted and Bill? Right? What was it? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's exactly what. That's exactly what we're like up in here. Like, I'm showing my age a little bit. Mike is too.
Yeah, I'm about to say Mike snitched on himself too a little bit right there.
He did. He was like, Bill and Ted.
Bill and Ted. No, I have all those on VHS.
So,
I mean,
Mike,
what?
When's your birthday, Mike? But yeah, it's like we finally are seeing that from that 2017 DA election. Yeah, the kind of turn. But like, are we going to see something that's going to break the 50% ceiling? And
that's what I really want.
Nationally, we have not seen turnout exceed 45% since 1970. Yeah. So that's older than us, right? We have not seen that. That was before I was born. At that time we saw nationally 47% turnout. We did see higher turnout around those same numbers in Pennsylvania as well. So it's very encouraging, some of the reports that we're getting from folks. But I don't want. See, I'm cautious about this. See, every time I get excited about that, then I catch myself.
You almost have to.
Because now we've got what in Philly, we've got 2 more hours left, and I don't want people sitting in their cars and be like, or they're like, whoa, I just saw a raindrop, I'm not going. Well, they said it's all good anyway at WRD. It's not.
That's dangerous.
Because even if it is 40%, like double what it was in 2017, that's still sorry. That's still sad. And folks need to go out. We need to push ourselves to say, hey, and frankly, we need to start scaring folks over there in City Hall, priming up for 2019. That's really what we need to do, to show City Hall, to show the folks who are in power in this city what Philly residents, what Philly voters are truly capable of.
You're absolutely right about both of those things. Another question that we were able to ask some of the people today while we were out is what now? Now that we've got all this momentum, we've shown up at the polls now. What happens now? What is this the step one of, in effect? And different folks had a different vision for, what they think the Democrats should do, what the political environment can, kind of overall look like. But each one of them, kind of had that attitude that they want to see Donald Trump removed from office or slowed or stopped in some way, shape, or form. And that's maybe that purpose and that drive that people, maybe back in 2017, we're talking a year ago, of course, but back in 2017, we had almost this malaise, and it was almost like being, I don't know if you've played like fighting video games, and you get, one of the players gets a knockout, and one of the players starts reeling. Yeah. And they start kind of, dancing around, and they got little stars above their head and stuff like that. We still had stars above our head in the 2017 election. Like, we knew we got hit. Last year, we were very aware that we got hit, and I think we were still reeling into, to the point where it was tough to try and convince people that they were truly a part of this process because they felt so pushed away from it in a sense, and they responded to that by pushing further away from it and not going to the polls. Right. And that was emblematic, I think, of the time. But I think even since then, to a lot of people's credit who have been on the ground working on this thing since last year, and honestly, to Democrats' credit, too. I know I've been one of the people who have been critical of Democrats at times. They have done I think, a solid message at a solid job, rather, at taking that message in 2016 and throughout all of that we just discussed, getting to this point and staying on message. We need you all to show up. Even though there was a downturn on the election last year, they came out smoking in 2018, both with out-earning Republicans almost 6-1 in some cases, depending on which state you were in. And that had a major impact on what the Democrats were able to do to mobilize their message. And so they've been consistent with that. And I think the results that we're seeing today is as a result of Democrats not just poking, consistent Democrats who are going to come out and vote, but also poking some of the people who are critical of what is now happening everywhere across the U.S. The Democrats almost have a lock on those disgruntled voters, citizens, constituents, etc. So that's going to turn out well for them.
All right, let's see. Let's continue to keep an eye on the evening. You're joining us for our special election coverage here on 96.1 FM, 900 AM. More importantly, wordradio.com, also Word app, but also Word Live. It is Word TV. You can catch us live. Just go to wordradio.com or go to YouTube. Go to Instagram, YouTube /OnWord, Instagram OnWord, Periscope. Go to @OnWord on Twitter. You can see us live right there right now. Go to @Ellison Report, Keaton D. Nichols, right?
That's right, Keaton D. Nichols, everywhere
on
online.
social media as well. You can catch the live stream. You can watch live video of us here, and we got the split screen action happening right now.
This is really cool, by the way. If you're not tuning in via the live stream,
this is a first. This is a first.
This is an industry first,
right?
Do we have a hip hop air horn? No, I'll make one. Check it out. Seriously, I know this is like our live streams on steroids here. We got. I mean, it's so important that literally Mike Thomas, the Mike Thomas, is sitting back there live in the studio. It's hard to catch this guy anywhere, and he is dedicated
in the evening, right? Yeah,
here to switching the board.
Right. In fact, people can call in. They can join in on the discussion on the party. 215-634-8065. The potty. Essentially, we got the hip hop air horn, the dance hall air horn. So we got the potty. 215-634, as Island folks like to say, 866-361 the potty, 866-361-0900 here on Reality Check. But seriously though, we have this is live election coverage. This is some high stakes stuff that's happening this evening. We're covering it wall to wall.
No doubt.
We'll be doing that till 10 p.m. Let's go to Tyrone in North Philly, who's calling in for a reality check on our live election coverage. Tyrone, how are you doing, sir?
Peace and blessings, my good brothers.
All right.
Same to you, sir, Tyrone. How you feeling?
Hey, man, you know what? Every time that you and Keaton get together, brothers, y'all just seem to have a ball. I just love
because we are, Tyrone. That's the thing. We love this stuff.
Y'all be kicking it. I'm telling you. I love to hear y'all going at
That's
it.
Good.
You know?
All right, that's what's up.
Normally when you usually have difference of opinion, it's more of a kick and cat situation. But y'all, man, y'all smooth as ice. I'm telling you.
All right, I appreciate that.
But look, man, you know what? Well, my heart just is full of joy because I know the last time that I voted, and in my poll where I vote, there are like 6 different divisions that are in there, and I'm telling y'all, it was so disheartening because with the 6 different polls, there wasn't even 5 people in there.
Oh man!
You know, I mean, it was disheartening. But tonight, I'm telling you, everybody out, everybody, Shaquita and her cousin.
We need all her cousins. Yeah,
I'm telling you, man.
Okay.
It was great to see. I mean, to see our elders, to see our young folks, to see folks that you wouldn't even think, we even think about voting was in there. So I just wanted to share that good message.
Great.
All right.
That folks, something touched them. But look, the other thing I wanted to call about, you didn't hear not once that crank message that the 45 gave at, continuously. Do you remember that crank message?
Are you referring to the one that they ran on Sunday Night Football about the immigrants?
No, when he was talking to us, remember? You didn't hear not one.
Oh, about that? About African Americans not coming? Yeah, and what do you got to lose?
Yeah. He first saying. I'm saying you didn't hear none of that.
Oh, he wasn't talking that noise this time, Tyrone. I think he had no. See, the one thing. See, Trump sometimes pretends like he doesn't hear things or he doesn't get it. You know, or somebody will ask him a question and he'll say, "Well, I don't know anything about that," or "I have no idea." Trump might be pretending like he hasn't poked the bear or he hasn't swatted the hornet's nest or whatever, but he knows, right? Like he knows, and he tactfully, I think, stayed away from that kind of thing. When you saw that cheap sort of reaching out, that whole Kanye moment, a lot of people threw that away. That was significant in that was a Hail Mary in terms of what Donald Trump was looking for, that he tried to disguise as a 5-yard screen pass, and Kanye West dropped it entirely. And so now, you know, Kanye West is an untrustable figure. You don't know what side of the ball he's on. And that was kind of seen as his quick, at least the way I looked at it, his quick kind of one grab attempt at trying to convince black voters that he was the right choice. That's all he had. That's all. He didn't have an Omarosa anymore in the White House. You know, he doesn't have these people. So I felt like that was his last ditch effort. And as soon as Kanye kind of did that weird flip where he's like, I've been led into deception or whatever, the whole conversation around Trump and the black vote totally died out as well. And I don't think that's necessarily a coincidence.
Well, let me just say, if he asked that question, what you got to lose?
Yeah.
He sure enough shows us. Keep the blessing, y'all.
All right.
Yeah,
Peace,
thanks,
brother.
Tyrone.
Appreciate that.
Hey, man, keep up, man. Keep that love going, man. Keep that good energy flowing, man. We need it.
All right, brother Tyrone.
And
appreciate that. Appreciate you.
And prayerfully, people are going to take the next step, and that is they're going to vote. And this time they're going to participate to make sure that their voting means something.
Yep.
Right.
Talk to y'all.
All right. Thanks, Tyrone.
No, we appreciate that, Tyrone. Phone lines remain open here on Reality Lounge, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. I think we, a little bit later on in the 6 o'clock hour, also have Laureen Carey with Vote That John. Vote That John, she's going to be coming on just to tell us a little bit about what youth voter turnout looked like, or what she's seeing tonight, what she may have been seeing maybe with absentee ballots, or just in terms of the overall enthusiasm, right? So we'll get a little bit of report insights, check-in from her. Also, Jay Wesley Leckrone, who's with Widener, political scientist over at Widener University, to talk to us about what he's seeing here in Pennsylvania, particularly as it relates to that governor's race, and probably some checking as far as some of these state legislative races as well. Associate Professor Chair of the Political Science Department at Widener University, Jay Wesley Leckrone. I know he's going to probably call in just do a little check-in. There'll be a little check-in while we're having this Reality Lounge conversation. 215-634-8065 to join myself. Also, Keaton Nichols. Let's take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, Keaton, we'll just be talking with you. We may talk with Laureen Carey at some point very shortly, but we'll continue the conversation too, and we're starting to see some early returns. At least polls have closed as of 6 p.m. in Indiana, in the state of Indiana, and also in eastern Kentucky as well. Not any real crucial key races going on in Kentucky. Well, Kentucky 6th is one of those races. Kentucky, excuse me, I need to kind of step back a little bit on my seasoned political observer language. When I say Kentucky 6, I mean Kentucky's 6th congressional district. People looking very closely at that, but also looking very closely at the Indiana Senate race. That's also hot. That's one of those big. That's one of those seats that Democrats must protect. Mike Donnelly, the incumbent there, trying to stave off a very stiff Republican challenge. So we'll keep an eye on that too in Indiana. But those polls just closed as of about 21 minutes ago. So let's take a very quick break. Keaton Nichols, Charles Ellison, at Ellison Report, at Keaton D. Nichols, hashtag word votes, 961 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com, Word app. We'll be right back.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes.
And Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes. We've got every reason to vote on November 6th. Our health care, our education, jobs, and criminal justice reform are all on the line.
Even the very right to vote is under attack all across the nation. So be clear, if you want to beat back the madness in Washington, D.C., you must vote on November 6th.
If you have any questions about voting, go to vote.org or call 866-OUR-VOTE. This is Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes. Vote.
Paid for and authorized by Citizens for Hughes.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, check this out, man. Philadelphia. Yo, we're coming back. Hey, Auntie.
It's all about soul.
Celebrating 25 years. The Universal Circus.
Best circus ever. I'm glad to be a part of history that it has lasted for 25 years.
We took the best of 25 years and put it in one show.
It's a lot more. It's a lot of action. It's a lot of culture.
What do the young love about the show?
Everything.
My kids love it. It's exciting.
The same thing the young at heart do.
I'm amazed, like a kid again. The next 25 years, I'm here then too. This is my first one. I guarantee you it's not my last. Everybody wants to come.
It's an anniversary party, 25 years in the making. Philly, it's coming back November 8th through December 2nd, and it's live at Fairmount Park. Tickets available at Ticketmaster, Ticketmaster.com, and UniversalCircus.com for 25 years.
It's the best circus ever. Yes.
Wake up with Word on Word Radio.
Hey everybody, it's the rapping professor. On the next Waking Up with Word, we getting ready to vote. Walking up to the polls, stand in line. Can't nobody turn us round, it's voting time. Shouts out to Cardi B, love, peace, and votes. On the next Waking Up with Word, y'all.
Don't miss Wake Up with Word, weekdays 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD.
Since 1904, Philly's top sandwich pros and homemakers have always started the exact same way, with those legendary Amoroso's rolls baked fresh daily. Word family, put your favorite Amoroso's rolls on your shopping list to enjoy as you watch your Philadelphia Eagles take on the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday. Want to make your very best sandwiches? Always start with the very best sandwich rolls. Pick them up today at your favorite supermarket or food store. Amoroso's, why Philly sandwiches are world famous.
The Lounge with Keaton Nichols, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Hey now, this is Dr. Guthrie Ramsey of Musicology, and you're listening to The Lounge on Word Radio.
So she's on. All right. We're back at Reality Lounge. Just that's right. Reality Lounge. We did it again.
That's right. We had to bring it back. It was so hot the first time.
I was like, oh, we got to do it. Got to do it for word votes. Hashtag word votes. You definitely want to go to hashtag word votes and understand we are on. This is a first time for Word. This is actually a first time probably where we have this on Authority. Any black media outlet streaming live like this on election night on every social media platform. Every social media platform, you go to On Word, hashtag Word Votes, you will find this live stream. You will find this live coverage of the elections as polls begin to close. Polls closed in Indiana, Eastern Kentucky. The next set of polls closing at 7 p.m. Florida, Georgia. The rest of Indiana, apparently, because it's not all, apparently not all polls are closing in Indiana. There's a few, probably right there at the Kentucky border. The rest of Kentucky, most towns in New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. That's when they're going to close at 7. Those two states just stood out, Florida and Georgia.
I was about to say, so just in those states that you had mentioned, there's a couple of obviously huge gubernatorial races in those two states, Florida and Georgia, that we're looking for, that we're looking at, and these races do, I think, have national sort of significance as well. You've got a lot of stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of things going on in Florida right now, and I think a bit of stability is what I've kind of gotten, what a lot of the constituents want from whoever their next governor will be.
Right.
So that becomes an interesting sort of storyline. But really, both of these gubernatorial races have been driven very heavily by the differences in the race of each one of the candidates in each one of those races. You look at Gilliam and DeSantis. It's not just a race. That's one thing I was noticing about these races, now, in this Trump era of politics, I guess if you want to call it like that, rarely are we having this left versus right discussion about these candidates. That, Stacey Abrams stands on this side of the line, and Brian Kemp stands on this side of the line. Rarely are we having those discussions, right? The last week, and some change was dominated by a conversation about, or at least in part by a conversation about whether or not Oprah should have stumped for Stacey Abrams, and whether or not that's a celebrity influence that's not needed in the political realm. I mean, what does that have to do with, what, makes these candidates good for the people or not? And a lot of those conversations sort of melted down into those sort of petty level, superficial observations about these candidates in each one of those races. And that's something that I had observed. And really, as we're narrowing down now 30 minutes until those polls close, my first thought whenever we get these results are, how well were people able to lock in and laser focus in to who they wanted to support in this election and block out a lot of the noise. I think anybody who no matter who you support, if you let in too much of the noise, this environment becomes very, very loose and very, very sloppy, I think, in a sense. So who's able to lock in and really support their candidate in full during the course of this election? Because polling data was telling, or pre-election polling data was telling us that this race was kind of going back and forth almost, by like a point or two or three in terms of the differences. So who was able to lock out or block out rather the noise and get right into it?
Exactly. And, in terms of some of the projections, I mean, that Florida race, the Georgia race, obviously people have been keeping a very close eye on because of some of the voter suppression tactics or perceived or alleged voter suppression strategies and tactics that are being used there. Another thing about Florida and Georgia as well, once again, these are two key states where the black vote is crucial. Florida, the population there is 18% black. You also have a heavily Latino population, but then the Latino population in Florida is very, very funny.
Not exactly Democrat all the time.
And not exactly Democrat all the time. And even the black population in Florida is very funny because, when we think of black, sometimes we just think of African American, but in a place like Florida, you've got massive pockets of Caribbean immigrants, Haitian, Trinidadian, Jamaican, also, from other places like Dominica, St. Lucia, elsewhere. They're all big, massive pockets of black, and sometimes they're not always a lock for Democrats, maybe majority of the time, but some of them may be like, a lot of them are from Catholic countries, so they might be somewhat conservative as far as some certain social issues, maybe even fiscal issues, and also in business as well. But so that's not always 100% lock as far as when you look at Florida too. Definitely as far as Latinos, when you have those big, massive Cuban blocks, particularly in places like southern Florida as well. But the dynamics may be changing in Florida as far as Latino voters because of a lot of displaced Puerto Ricans who have moved from displaced by Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. They've moved into Central Florida, particularly into the Orlando area, which is Central Florida, and they've grown there. We're talking about a displacement of somewhere near, I mean, some estimates have been anywhere from 70 to 100,000 Puerto Ricans who have been displaced and moved or relocated to Florida, and they're potentially registered voters as well. Georgia, so that's 18% African American there. Georgia, 34% African American, or 30%, 33% mostly African American population, but also in places like Metro Atlanta, you're starting to see more Black Caribbeans who are moving into Metro Atlanta. But for the most part, these are reliable, especially those urban pockets in Georgia, reliable pockets of supporters for Democrats or for a candidate like Stacey Abrams. So, but once again, going back to that point, this is a national election. I know people are looking at Georgia, but you got to look at Florida. You have to look at these states. Nearly half of the battleground states, particularly when we're looking at the Senate picture, nearly half of the Senate battlegrounds, those are states where you have black populations that exceed 13%. There's heavy black population coverage or lots of black residents, right? Or those governors' seats as well. Most of those battlegrounds are places where you have a heavy black and brown presence. So that's something that people ought to keep in mind about how important combined those voters of color are as well. Definitely, I'm sitting here with Keaton Nichols for Reality Lounge. We're doing back-to-back or wall-to-wall, election coverage, #word votes, and actually, we have a number of experts who will be calling in throughout the evening, joining us and giving us some of their insights and also their reports from the ground. We have Lorene Carey of Vote That John, a fantastic, wonderful youth civic participation, civic engagement, voter participation effort that's been spawned this year. She's going to give us a little, some perspective on at least, how the youth vote or what youth civic engagement's been like in this election leading up to tonight. Lorene, how are you doing?
Oh, fine. Thank you. How are you doing?
All right, good. Go to Vote That John, JAWN, for those outside of Philly who don't know how that's spelled, but votethatjohn.com for more information. Lorene, what's the enthusiasm level amongst many of those youth that have been involved with Vote That John? What do you think youth voter participation's been like tonight?
It's so encouraging. It's so exciting. It is great fun. I just left a lounge at University of Penn where I couldn't get off the elevator because it was a group called Penn Leads the Vote, and there are lots of those on college campuses, whoever it is, so-and-so leads the vote. And, I know times when on election night you have to bribe students to get together, and the whole area of the rooftop lounge was maxed out. My students at Penn have been writing blogs and connecting with David Brown's students at Temple who have been doing PR, and we figured, well, we'll get 2 large university presences. The Community College of Philadelphia participated. They're working with something called Steep College Election something program, which is national, getting 1 or 2 fellows on each campus to go register people. At Central, the kids there was a club. They registered 93% of all the 18-year-olds in the school. At Bodine, it was 95%. At Mastery Lenfest, it was 100%.
Yeah.
Kids are just, and now in each hey, what there was a little bit of a spark. What they had was an adult who supported them, didn't push them, didn't pull them, didn't insist, but to give the support that we give to young people for anything else that is really important that we want them to do. So if you have a teacher who will, clear it with the principal to have the club and help do this, and that's what Vote That John was trying to do, just trying to put into their put it into their social media and minds some stuff that's about voting that's fun and good and cool and serious enough so that we are taking them seriously as voters. And we're also, however, though we're understanding that they like their information a little bit fun.
Yeah, I think, a lot of this stuff, too, and I'm glad that this is happening, too, because I found that when it comes to, as a millennial, when it comes to getting millennials to be more engaged in the process, that a lot of the efforts that, a lot of groups, it's not just one particular group or another, but a lot of the efforts that political groups sort of employ to get young people to be a part of this process seem sort of out of touch, out of place, kind of like trying to put a round peg in a square hole or vice versa, whatever. And the one thing that I noticed is that, things that are culturally normal to us, no matter how weird they are, right? Whether it's social media or, IMing each other, FaceTiming. I mean, we have all types of really, honestly, when you think about it, weird habits as millennials. But if we feel that we are a part of the process, or that B, we are a part of the culture that sort of houses that process, I think no matter how ridiculous, what the challenge is, whatever it is, you can get millennials to do it. And I don't think that cultural reach out has been legitimate and genuine enough. I mean, I see Vote That John, and now I'm starting to see something that actually gives power and gives voice to the young people who were asking, hey, how do we get your voice? And I think that's a wonderful thing.
I'll tell you something that I hear you. So I teach at college, and my whole job, and I don't teach really. I mean, I'm a creative writing lecturer, which means that I'm much more like a coach than like a professor. Because like a coach, I run along next to them as they write their own stuff. I tell them what to write, I give them assignments, etc. But it's not like saying to them, I want you to do, give me an exam back on Shakespeare's Henry V tomorrow. Right? It's their stuff. So for me, that training that I've been given by teaching them, that training has been very useful. We had a group of 9 youth steering committee members, and one of the things we did, we said, we got to get some video on there, we got to get some stuff. I asked my young, smart, delightful, caring intern over the summer to find a video about how to register. And what she came back with was a 7-minute video from the state of Pennsylvania that was so boring that we called it voter suppression by boredom.
You gotta knock all these people out before they finish the video.
and I said to her, did you watch the whole thing? She said, no, I didn't watch it.
I don't think anyone has watched this whole thing.
Yeah. That's funny.
And if you didn't watch it, we can't put it on our site. So we ended up, commissioning the most delightful, fun 2-minute, 40-second registration video done by a young guy named Dre Reed, who's an amazing animator. We had backgrounds done by a kid named Rachel Headlam, who graduated Kappa a couple of years ago and is in animation college, and a kid named Jose Rosero, who's a 17-year-old junior at Benjamin Rush, both recommended to us by Fresh Artists. So they were all Philadelphia. They were like 25 and younger. And the video that they came up with, an animated video, was so delightful that the city commissioner linked to it on their website so that people could see it and enjoy it. And good information.
Right. Right, and I think, what you were mentioning, too, about, having young people be a part of something and feel like they're a part of something, I think that's just a prime example of what you just gave us right there, right? Hey, go out and find this information. First of all, tell a young person, go out and find something. They can do it, okay? Just for the record, they can find it. And so, sort of getting that and saying, look, this is what we've got right now, but this doesn't have to be all that this process is. And so being able to, sort of pick the brain of those young people and say, well, if you could do it, maybe how would you do it, or how would this look if this was in your voice? And that's what I think is so critical, right? That's the whole thing behind the vote. The vote is not, just this thing that we can just kind of throw a bunch of tallies into. It's a voice, right? Like, we're using our voice to express, what things we want or what things we want to see. Yeah. And pattern or sort of building patterns for young people as they lead up to 18 and as they turn 18 has to be a critical moment. In trying to not just keep people engaged, but also teach people how to engage, right?
Yeah, it's a rite of passage. And the other thing is that what everybody in America has to do is have what democracy gives us the opportunity to do, is have a radical, rolling welcome for every new generation of citizens who comes of age. A radical welcome. And what you mean when you say a radical welcome means you say, welcome, come in. I know when you come in, you will change me.
Yeah, and well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also, Lorraine, I think that too, and maybe you can give some reflections on this as well, particularly as a teacher, as a professor, even if turnout isn't as high as we'd like, so okay, maybe we've had a situation here, we are starting to see signs of a situation in Philadelphia where turnout is probably going to exceed some expectations. It may not be exactly where we like, but I guess the silver lining through all of this anxiety, through all of this nail biting, through all of the ways in which people are feeling very anxious and in some respects depressed around this election and the dark hours we live in, the silver lining is the civic engagement, right? Is people starting to connect the dots as far as this is why we have to not just vote in a congressional midterm. This is why we have to vote state level. This is why we have to vote for governor. This is why these positions, these political capacities are so important in terms of not just the horse races and the polling projections and the races that we see, but they're also important in terms of how we're impacted as residents, as neighbors, as community members, as human beings.
Oh, so true. So last year, we started thinking about this. My students did last fall, because I brought to class a man who'd written a wonderful book about gerrymandering. And we thought, okay, that's what we're going to look. Well, look how much movement there was. It moved so fast that by the time I was starting to think about it, then there was Parkland, then there was the March for Our Lives, and then those students said, and I have them write blogs on issues of young people and wholeness and resiliency, and that has to do with justice or food or sports. We threw away the feature for March and just did March for Our Lives. And then they looked at me and they said, well, we're not going to be in class with you next term, but you know what you have to do with Safe Kids Stories for next term is you have to do the midterm election.
Right.
And each time that group of young people are they were thinking in a different way about their engagement. If they would say to me, this thing that you've done, what we need to do is now we need to do the elections. And some of the young people who have spent time hand to hand, this is like a bar mitzvah for secular democracy.
Right.
It's a rite of passage. Those people who do it, well, guess what? Once you've gone through the ritual, once you've done the secular evangelism, you start thinking about governance as your own. Some of them are thinking about getting into politics. I mean, that's that's how you got that first, elected person in, I think it was Virginia, in the Virginia House, who was a trans person running and won, right? Because you get people involved saying, "Oh, wait a minute, what the hell? I care about this stuff. I could run."
Mm-hmm.
And that's another level of engagement.
Yeah.
So it's not just the horse race. It's how do you do this with integrity, with care, so that the young people will be changed in their civic engagement to start taking over. We have 12 years before we flip this planet's whole climate.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, we got to get the young people in it.
Well, I'm talking with Lorraine Carey, who is founder, also co-executive director. Is that correct? Of Vote That John. I'm sorry, Lorraine. Just as far as what your official capacity is for Vote That John.
It's not even a real thing. I mean, it's a pop-up organization.
Got it.
So it's a pop-up.
We live in a world. We live in a universe of pop-ups these days. I love it.
Very effective pop-up.
It's very effective too. Very effective. But we definitely keep us posted, Lorraine, as far as how Vote That John is going. I know it's going to be very crucial to youth engagement. Young people's engagement very crucial in this 2019 citywide election that's going to be coming up. Obviously, the mayor going to be running for re-election, as well as city council members looking to hold on to their seats. So we'll be definitely checking with you sometime soon. Thanks so much, Lorraine.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. All right, let's take a very quick break here on Reality Lounge. We do have some folks calling in. Let's just take a quick break first. 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Let's take a very quick break. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, this is Aaron Smith, the rapping professor. We all have financial questions. Could we afford a bigger home? Are we putting enough into our 401k? What's the best way to use my bonus or tax refund? Do I have enough money to renovate my kitchen? Is there an easier way to put money aside for me or my child's tuition? Whether you have questions about saving, spending, or anything in between, Bank of America's experienced financial specialists are here for you. Proudly serving the Philadelphia and surrounding areas, schedule an appointment at bankofamerica.com/conversation. Start the conversation.
Inspiring, entertaining, electrifying. The Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts presents Philadanko, choreographers on the move. Across the world, Philadanko is celebrated for its blending of African-American dance with ballet, jazz, and modern dance. Philadelphia's beloved dance company returns for a special evening of throwback favorites and world premieres from two acclaimed choreographers. See work from former star of the Alvin Ailey Dance Company, Christopher Huggins, and director of the Jacob's Pillow Dance Festival, Milton Myers. November 16th through 18th. For tickets and additional information, visit kimmelcenter.org. Prosperity Home Care, located in the Philadelphia Winfield area, bringing peace of mind and loving care to families, is Medicare approved. Specializing in caring for seniors, your peace of mind starts at home. For more information, call 484-463-7573. Election Day is Tuesday, November 6th. Word Radio, Pennsylvania's only black-owned talk radio station, wants to keep you informed this election season. It is illegal for any state or local government to discriminate against anyone by denying them the right to vote based on race, ethnicity, national origin, or membership in a language minority. For a detailed list of voter rights, visit votespa.com. If you feel that you've been discriminated against at the polls, call the Election Protection Hotline at 1-866-OUR-VOTE. That's 1-866-687-8683. Stay informed, and remember, Election Day is Tuesday, November 6th. For more information, visit wordradio.com.
In so many areas in the country, voting is being suppressed, largely in minority-dominated districts. However, the residents in those areas have vowed not to be deterred. On November 6th, we will be voting throughout Pennsylvania for governors, senators, congressmen, and women, as well as state legislative offices. I'm here to say let no one deter you, including yourself. President Trump and the Republican Party gave a huge tax cut to the wealthiest and large corporations. It shot the deficit up, and now they, the Republicans, want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid to reduce reduce that deficit. They gave to the greedy at the expense of the needy. Republicans want to eliminate Obamacare and the pre-existing conditions provision. They have recently discovered, however, that it's very popular and now are proclaiming themselves as champions of it, in spite of the many attempts to eliminate it, as well as their many recorded opposition statements. We must provide a check on this president by electing a Democratic governor and Congress. You can play a major role by voting on Tuesday, November the 6th.
This message has been brought to you by the Laborers District Council PAC Fund.
Join the Women's Business Development Center for its annual Just Desserts networking event, November 7th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Union League of Philadelphia. Taste delectable desserts from local chefs while contributing to ensure WBDC's legacy. For more information, visit womensbdc.org.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk
Hey,
Media.
This is Bianca Ingram, and you are listening to The Lounge on Word Radio.
All right, phone lines are open while we do our ongoing hashtag Word Votes Election 2018 coverage here on WRD Radio. We got Reality Lounge happening. That's on until 7 p.m. Phone lines are open at 215-634-8065 just to get a sense of what's happening, not just in the greater Philadelphia area, not just in Delaware Valley, but also nationwide. We're the only black media outlet that's doing this kind of wall-to-wall live stream coverage of the elections and giving you some very important, crucial analysis here, type of analysis that you want, and also bringing some major experts from around the country to come on and explain that to you. Our next guest is going to be coming up very shortly in a few minutes. Just want to go to the phone lines. Once again, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Let's go to Frank in Cobbs Creek real quick for a Reality Lounge check-in. Frank, how are you doing, sir?
Reality Lounge. Yes, yes. Yeah, you guys streaming live there. What you could do maybe next time around, you have a screenshot of what it looks like when you go into the voting booth.
We will. 2019.
Yeah, so right now when you go in there, say if you wanted to vote straight Democratic, you would see to the right, all the way to the left is Democratic, the positions and then the names to that. So you're going to want to see two rows of red lights. So you're going to have to make sure that second row is red, and that's to the left.
Mr. Frank, what's turnout been like, at least where you are? How would you characterize it?
I can't really tell you. I was at 5:30. There was no line that I had to stand into. But I wanted to finish that up on the vote because a lot of elderly, they never really seen these machines. And these are cheap machines, and they changed the vote button around. The vote button now is all the way to your right at the bottom. And they got something at the top says vote, but that ain't the button. Vote button. You see? So that, and when we give these seminars and stuff, we should have in the time for elections, you should have that screen on hand to show exactly what you're going to be looking at. And they talk about they're talking about buying new machines now, and
yeah,
and the machines that they're buying, it's the Republican owned company that makes those machines.
Yeah,
and they don't have open source. They have no software on it.
Right.
So they can program those machines ahead of time to just do little things, manipulate little stuff that you wouldn't know nothing about.
We've had reports of that too, of quite a few broken voting machines throughout Philadelphia, throughout the Philadelphia area. So, and that's created some headaches at local polling places as well. So that's definitely something that the city has to look into, particularly coming up on that 2019 election as well. Yeah, some final thoughts, Mr. Franks. We want to go on to our next guest.
Some final thoughts is, they talk about what you're going to do after it. We got to know who's really supporting us. Like for instance, you got the $180 million loan, and we and you know, like the sugar sugar tax, and we were supposed to get the schools, so we were supposed to get air conditioning in the schools. The sugar tax, and that's not where it went. You know, they split it all up. They go, you know, taking care of places. Maybe they're going to gentrify.
Yeah.
So so they're going to take our tax money and spend $180 million, and we don't know where you're going to spend it. Let's find out where you're going to spend it when you got it. And you remember you talk about old buildings, and they spent $50 million on this building out in West Philly, which is a beautiful building. Where are they going to steal that? What are they going to do? You mean they couldn't put? They were going to put the police in there without air conditioning? See, that's a lot of BS.
Right.
You got to keep our eyes on that stuff.
Hey, Mr. Frank, too, definitely appreciate your perspective on that. Appreciate you checking in with us. And that's an important point that Mr. Frank brings up as far as those voting machines. I mean, as far as we know, and I had been seeing this talked about earlier this year about those voting machines there in Philadelphia. A lot of people been entering or lodging complaints regarding voting machines in certain precincts here in Philadelphia. You can go to @Electionland. I understand that ProPublica, which is a nonprofit investigative journalist organization, is tracking some of that. You can definitely, if you've had problems or you having problems right now or have had problems just a few minutes ago while at a polling station, definitely call or go on social media @Electionland, report that to ProPublica, or text the word VOTE to 81380. 81380, and definitely check in with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, their hotline 866-OUR-VOTE, because that's a election security, that's a voting rights problem if that's widespread throughout Philadelphia, and if that's in some way depressing turnout as well. Keaton, real quick, I know we have some guests who are coming on, and we want to bring them on as well while we continue our special Reality Lounge coverage. We have Jay Wesley Leckrone. He's chair of the Political Science Department at Widener University. Go to @Widener UNIV for more information there. He's also an associate professor of political science. Professor, how are you doing, sir? Welcome to Reality Lounge.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
All right, great. So I know you look very closely at Pennsylvania politics, and you've been watching this state. It's a battleground state on both the state and federal level. You've been looking at that very closely. We had you on Reality Check some time ago, and I appreciate you coming back. What's the? We pretty much see the governor's race as a lock, and then I'm going to take you to a quick break real quick after this answer. But you see the governor's race as a lock for Tom Wolf. But what's those state legislature races look like right now?
Well, I think, there might be some wiggle room for Democrats to pick up some seats here in the Southeast. The possibility of knocking off some, more moderate Republicans, particularly with the energy surrounding the congressional races. You get pretty high turnout in Delaware County and Montgomery County. There's a decent shot that that would be that big part of that blue wave that national politics would start to affect local and state politics as well at this point. So I don't think you're going to see a flip in either the House or the Senate at the state level. They're pretty well gerrymandered in at this point in time, but definitely you could take a little dent out of the Republican majorities.
We're going to, Professor, just stand by for a quick minute, and I know we have another expert who'll be coming up a little bit later on after we talk with Professor Leckrone, but just stand by for a minute. We're going to take a very quick break. We just went a little overtime here on WURD's Reality Lounge. We got our special election coverage for the 2018 election. You can watch that on live stream as well. Just go to #WordVotes for continued analysis as well, particularly from some of our contributors. We're going to take a very quick break. We got political science professor from Widener University, Jay Wesley Leckrone. We'll be right back. I got Keaton Nichols here in studio with me. I know he's got some questions for Professor Leckrone and also our next guest. And we'll be right back. 96.1 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com, Word app. We'll be right back.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes.
And Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes. We've got every reason to vote on November 6th. Our health care, our education, jobs, and criminal justice reform are all on the line.
Even the very right to vote is under attack all across the nation. So be clear, if you want to beat back the madness in Washington, D.C., you must vote on November 6th.
If you have any questions about voting, go to vote.org or call 866-OUR-VOTE. This is Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes. Vote.
Paid for and authorized by Citizens for Hughes.
Hey, check this out, man. Philadelphia. Yo, we're coming back.
It's all about soul.
Celebrating 25 years. The Universe Soul Circus.
I'm glad to be a part of history.
We took the best of 25 years and put it in one show.
It's a lot more. It's a lot of action. It's a lot of culture.
Philly, it's coming back November 8th through December 2nd. And it's live at Fairmount Park. Tickets online at Ticketmaster for 25 years.
It's the best circus ever. Yay!
Save the date. Saturday, December 1st for Word Radio's Empowerment Experience 2018. This year featuring a special conversation with Ayanla Van Zandt. Stay tuned to Word Radio and log on to wordradio.com for more information. Did you know that if you sign up for your 4-Word membership with a friend, you can take advantage of our special 4-Word tag team rate and you'll both receive a $10 discount?
I don't have a 4-Word tag team partner that can join with me.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's right. WURD presents Tag Team Tuesdays. We'd like everyone to be able to take advantage of our special Bring a Friend tag team rate, even if you don't have a partner who's able to join the 4-Word movement. Give us a call on air at 215-634-8065 on Tag Team Tuesdays and let us know that you're looking for a 4-Word tag team partner. We'll put out the call on air to find you a partner, and both of you will receive a $10 discount on your 4-Word membership.
That's great.
Then you guys can hang out and go to parties and check out movies.
I'm probably not going to do any of that.
Or not that. It's Tag Team Tuesdays right here on 900 AM WURD. For more information, or if you've already got a tag team partner and would like to start or renew your 4-Word membership, call 215-425-7875.
Introducing Smart Curve. Finally, a mammogram shaped like a woman. Ladies, have you heard the big news? Finally, a mammogram shaped like you. Available at Soulless Mammography Einstein Healthcare Network locations. We've ditched the squish and rolled out the curves with the revolutionary new mammogram called Smart Curve. Forget flat. It's curved to fit your breasts for greater comfort and less pinch. And it's integrated with 3D imaging, proven to improve accuracy by 54%. Schedule your Smart Curve mammogram now at 1-800-EINSTEIN. Learn more about the partnership between Einstein and Soulless Mammography at einstein.edu/soulless.
Keeping you informed about Tuesday's election. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia, independent black media. The Lounge with Keaton Nichols, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media. You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
It's a little bit of Slum Village.
Oh, yeah.
It's not exactly a Philly sound, but it's our brethren in the Midwest.
That's right.
Out of Detroit, Slum Village.
D-Town represent.
That's a little bit of Jay Dilla, too. That's when Jay Dilla was alive, right?
Man.
Yeah, that was Jay Dilla. Jay Dilla, just legendary right there. And also very appropriate for this election night, some of those sounds. We actually have two experts here, both from Widener University. We've got, you did hear before break, we have J. Wesley Leckrone, who is an associate political science professor and also chair of the political science department at Widener University. Widener University, definitely a little bit of wide reach here tonight here on WURD, which is good. Good.
I see what you did there, Widener. I didn't catch that.
We've widened our reach.
There you go.
Right here on Word. Lots of W going on here. Also, Michael Dimino, who is a law professor at Widener University. For those who don't know, Widener University has a law school, and also a constitutional election law expert, both joining us. Before I go to Professor Leckrone, Professor Dimino, thanks for joining us. How are you doing? Can you hear us?
It's my pleasure. I can hear you fine. Thank you for having me on.
Excellent, excellent. There's been a lot of discussion about voting rights and voting irregularities, and I wanted to get your thoughts on some of the activity you've been seeing. You know, particularly, I know the big headline is definitely Georgia, but there have been reports of that. I've talked to folks on the ground in places like Florida as well, and then also North Dakota and other places. It's more blatant in some places than others, but what's your sort of overall perspective on that as far as voting rights in 2018? How is that going, and how does that look for 2020?
I think overall we're seeing the same kind of conflict between the parties and their respective concerns about the people who are going to the polls. That in general, Democrats try to get as many people out as possible, and so they're very conscious about limitations. They're very conscious about the negative effects that can come from purging voter rolls, or from attempts to check IDs or to limit voter fraud, whereas Republicans are more concerned about the risk that people who aren't supposed to vote will turn out to vote, so they tend to be more insistent on having those kinds of checks. And I think that showed up in 2016. It showed up in President Trump's repeated claims after the election that illegal votes added to Hillary Clinton's total in that election. And I think we're seeing it here, that we see largely Republican-controlled legislatures and other aspects of government trying to impose checks on people who want to vote, whereas democratically inclined governments and interest groups try to challenge those to get as many people as possible to be able to cast votes.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any questions? Go ahead. Real quick, J. Wesley Leckrone. Professor, are we seeing any indications or signs of that as far as Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania definitely a major battleground state. Democrats hoping that they'll make gains in House seats and federal House seats to enlarge in their potential majority in the House. So are we seeing any indications of that kind of voter suppression or that scale of voter suppression anywhere in Pennsylvania?
I haven't followed what's going on today so far. I've seen kind of random things around the state of people saying that, ballots weren't necessarily, there's some places where the wrong names were on the ballots and so forth. But, since we don't have the voter ID law enforced, in Pennsylvania, I haven't heard anything about that today, though.
Are people still, I know that voter ID law hasn't been in place for some time now, but is there still some confusion surrounding that? I mean, are people still kind of going to the polls thinking like, oh, I need to show my voter ID?
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, if you're a first-time voter, you do have to show some kind of identification. Right. But that can be something as simple as, an electric bill or some other bill that has your name and your address on it. So it doesn't need to be a valid, government ID or something like that. But I think there's a confusion right now with this real ID that's coming to Pennsylvania. I've talked to some voters who believe that that's going to be something that's used, in order to be able to vote. And I think there's just a lot of general confusion among some people about what they need to vote.
Yeah, I mean, that I've heard a lot of conversation around that Real ID because there's a lot of people, that don't understand what the changes are, and sometimes that fear, I think, can lead to some uncertainty, certainly. And that first point that you were making, Charles, also about accessibility or sort of voter suppression, I think directly, sort of has something to do with also how much accessibility that we have to these kinds of things as well. And I know especially for a lot of young people who spend a lot of time on devices, we're always on our phones, we're always online in some way, shape, or form. I've heard from a lot of millennials as well inquiring about the possibility of potentially changing this system around a bit. I mean, is it possible that we could introduce ideas like online voting? Early voting, online or online, since online registration is already a thing, is there some way that maybe legally that we could get that to be, sort of approved on more of a national scale, since it would be, I think, a lot more convenient for a lot of people to access?
Domino, Professor Domino, I'd like to get your thoughts on that, particularly as far as you looking deeply for years into election law. Like, how does that sound, the whole prospect of online voting or, just more accessible voting by technology?
I think it's an exciting prospect. The idea that we all have to go to some place on some Tuesday in November, it seems rather anachronistic. But I tell you, if people were worried about the Russians hacking into elections given the current technology, I can't imagine how much of a conflict there would be if you made everything online and allowed all the casting of votes to be on the internet. I think concerns about whether justified or not, I think the concerns about hacking actual voting results would be even worse than they are now.
Right. And if I could just throw something in there.
Sure.
What Professor Domino said earlier about, concerns among Republicans and concerns among Democrats, I think you'd have a very difficult time in states that were dominated by Republicans to pull something like that off, because their concerns are that, voting fraud rather than voting access. So I think that'd be very difficult.
It's interesting how I'm not entirely sure how that would play out, because if you have if it's true, as I think it would be, that that Republicans tend to be more wealthy and have greater access to the internet, I can see a lot of complaints by Democrats that internet voting would cause more of a harm for them. So I don't know how it would play out. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's interesting also because of the recent changes in the FCC disallow a lot of low-income Americans now to have access to some of those broadband packages that were made available by some internet service providers that made sort of supplemented for all intents and purposes the utility that is the internet now. I mean, it's pretty much in every home or needed pretty much in every home now, and so I do think that would maybe be a line of demarcation for the Republicans of saying, look, if there's some way we can create a shelf of of participation here that is rooted some way with access to online stuff, especially with the FCC kind of being conservative right now, maybe potentially. But I think you're right, though. I mean, it is a fight that I think both sides would kind of have trouble with initially, but maybe for convenience purposes, maybe down the line, something could be invested in a little bit later that blends the two ideas.
Speaking of investments, too, and I'll throw this out to both professors as far as the issue of election security in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania receiving, I believe it was a grade of D, if I recall, by the Center for American Progress's recent, well, it wasn't recent, it was back in February, election security report, 50-state election security report. So are we drawing on any lessons learned from that for this particular election? Professors, I'll just throw this out there to you both, and then each of you can jump in. Are there any lessons learned that are that could be applied in 2020, things that we need to look out for as far as election security? Because I think that might be somewhat of a bigger issue in 2020 than it is right now in 2018. I don't know, Professor. Yeah, go ahead, Mike Domino. Yeah, let's go with the elections expert. What's he say?
Well, sure. I don't know that much is being done this year that's any different from years past. But I'll make I'll say this about 2020 though, that there doesn't seem to be much of an actual risk of breaches of security in the sense of hacking into vote totals and changing those kinds of things. But it might be just as important the perception of whether it's possible or not.
Yeah.
That if people can claim with some kind of credible fear that maybe there's some hacking into this, that it might be just as disruptive as if there had been actual hacking.
You know, the other thing too, and I don't want to belabor election security too much, but I know that that's something that's looming large in the minds of a lot of folks. And as far as election law is concerned, about, you know, and also about how significant Pennsylvania is, because Pennsylvania is in that post-gerrymandering landscape, right? So we've done this reverse gerrymander experiment. Democrats at least projected to gain anywhere from 3 to 5 seats, at least according to some very smart people that have been on this program and others. And so I'd want to get your thoughts on that too. Could there be a situation, Professor Domino, Professor Leckrone, where, okay, say Democrats do make gains, the high court, the U.S. Supreme Court did push back against a state Republican attempt to reverse that decision from the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court. But could state Republicans come back after this election and say, see, this new post-gerrymander or this new design was actually disadvantageous for us. It was unfair to us. So first you complain that it was unfair to Democrats. Well, now it's unfair to us Republicans. And so now we have grounds to take this to the Supreme Court and get it all reversed in time for the 2020 elections. Could we see a scenario like that?
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that there's much of a chance that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decides that they gave too much of an advantage to Democrats. I think that that's extremely unlikely. But in terms of the rhetoric, that I don't think there's any question that if the House of Representatives flips, that a large portion of that will be attributable to the democratically controlled courts that have undermined Republican gerrymandering. Now, of course, you can look at that as interference by those Democratic courts, or you can look at it as the Democratic courts stepping in to neutralize what would have been an unfair Republican advantage. But either way, I don't think that there's any getting around the fact that the courts that have decided these gerrymandering questions may be the unsung heroes or villains in however this turns out tonight.
Yeah, Professor Leckrone, you know, going back to kind of how Pennsylvania is looking tonight, what are some key congressional races that we need to pay attention to, and not just in the Philly area, but I mean, we're looking at like a massive number of congressional seats in Pennsylvania. It's a major battleground state. What are you watching very closely right now at this point as far as some of those U.S. House races? Obviously, got about 16 different seats that right now. I mean, we went through a big gerrymander here. How's it looking? Well, I'm sorry, 18 seats. How's it looking throughout the state?
Well, I think you got a couple of really interesting races. You know, the biggest, I think, the bellwether, you know, for maybe the whole country is the first district. It's right outside in Bucks County between Brian Fitzpatrick and Scott Wallace, and that really is literally a toss-up that probably will come down to, you know, turnout there. But there's a couple of interesting things. We don't talk about central and western PA too much, but in central PA, in Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is, stretching down into York, in the 10th district, they got an incumbent who basically was in a very solid Republican district, very conservative, that had gone for Trump by over 20 points. And the redistricting basically took him down to, it included a number of larger cities in that area, including York City and Harrisburg. And he's running a pretty tight fight against Scott Perry, against a relatively moderate Democrat in George Scott. And that'll be really interesting because that district only went for Trump by about 8.5% or so. So if there's a really big blue wave, if that wave is really there, that might be one to go. And then I think way out in western PA, Connor Lamb, we got two incumbents running against each other, which, you know, almost never happens other than after redistricting. But Connor Lamb's running against Rothfuss, and that's a Trump district, but a very marginal Trump district, and most people are saying that Lamb's going to win. So it'll be interesting to see how the Trump vote goes in this election. But I think those are the three big kind of bellwether races. I don't see much excitement. I mean, there's excitement in southeastern PA because there's going to be new people, but I don't think they're going to be real tight races other than the first.
Interesting. All right. We've been talking with, if you've been tuning in for this past half hour, we've been talking with Widener University experts. We've got Widener University Associate Professor of Political Science, Wesley LaCrone. He's also chair of the Political Science Department, and he's also the co-editor of Pennsylvania Politics and Policy, Volume 1. We talked about that not too long ago on Reality Check. He's joining us here on our special election coverage on Reality Lounge, and also been joining us as Widener University Commonwealth Law Professor Michael Domino. And he's also an election law expert as well. He's been joining us here at Reality Lounge here with Keaton Nichols and Charles Ellison. Thank you both. Really appreciate the insights.
Yeah.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be checking in with you again. So what are we looking like right now?
Looking a couple of states are trickling in. I mean, right now, depending on what you look at, checking Twitter right now, making sure that everything is staying refreshed. So they're not calling a lot of those early, races so far. Obviously, some of the bigger races that we talked about, certainly the gubernatorial races, we got to pump the brakes on that when we won't see the results from those for probably a little bit. But also, I thought it was interesting, what he was saying too about, and to some earlier analysis as well as to those state legislative races as well that become interesting in some of those Trump marginalized territories, because you notice that they're no longer, Charles, red states. I'm sorry, red counties and blue counties. There's Trump counties and blue counties.
Right.
And so, seeing and observing how, Donald Trump isn't a representative of Pennsylvania, right? Like he doesn't, but I think, every state has these sort of mini Trumpites, if you will, that are kind of making their way through the system. So I think a lot of media outlets are also creating this narrative, and I think that it's also true that a lot of these races that we're going to be seeing trickling in over the next few minutes as well are going to be it's going to be a Democrat versus a miniature version or some sort of cultural aspect of Donald Trump that is running in that election. I find that incredible. I think in a lot of these results.
Yeah, speaking of results, I know they were calling it very early for Virginia. There was just a fairly low-key Senate race in Virginia. The incumbent Senator Tim Kaine running against the challenger Corey Stewart, Republican challenger Corey Stewart. Tim Kaine, as you remember, also being the running mate for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So
some people don't remember that, but I do.
Some people don't. Some people, it's like poor Tim Kaine, right?
Yeah.
but definitely Tim Kaine is still a senator in Virginia, and Virginia is one of those states that we actually last year during that gubernatorial race, folks didn't pay as much attention to until the last 2 months or so leading up to Election Day, and then come to figure out that it was one of those elections like Alabama that was largely determined. It was dictated by black voter turnout, particularly black women or black female turnout, and also in Virginia, a black formerly incarcerated turnout as well, being rather heavy in Virginia. But news sources calling Virginia very early for Tim Kaine, and some people were saying that in some respects Virginia's 2017 gubernatorial race was something of a bellwether or a determinant of how the Senate race might turn out, and then also, but it's also a bellwether for this entire 2018 race in terms of messaging used. So in Virginia, you look at some of the Virginia or Northern Virginia, D.C. television markets, and they were running this. It was this really bad. People were talking about the racist ad that was running on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News that the Trump campaign was running. Corey Stewart's campaign was, they were going full. This was like that ad 2.0. Or it was like that national ad that Trump ran on those national cable outlets. They must have been drawing it from Corey Stewart's ad, and it was so bad. There were a lot of people who were regular watchers of those local NBC and Fox TV affiliates in particular who were like, you need to take that ad down.
Yeah, you need to take it down.
But this is the same thing that was done in the Virginia gubernatorial race, where you have former RNC chair Ed Gillespie running these very anti-immigrant, very racially charged, racist themes in his messaging, in his rhetoric, in his stumping, in his ads, and it did not work.
Yeah.
It did not work. They did the same thing again in Virginia. They didn't learn their lesson from 2017. Did the exact same thing. They put the gas on it in 2018 with Corey Stewart's Senate
Doubled
race.
down.
And here we are, like it's not even
7:30 yet.
It's not even 7:30 yet, and already it's called for Kane. It's called for Kane. So it wasn't even tight, right? So that could be something of an indicator or barometer of other races where we're seeing this type of heavy, racially charged, very invective, toxic racial messaging employed in some of these races. Looking at what happened here, you go Republicans doing the exact same thing that didn't work in 2017, doing it again in 2018. It's interesting to kind of see how that's going to play out, particularly in races like Florida. Voter
suppression at its finest. We heard just earlier today, right? The strategy from the Democrats: get as many people to the polls as possible. The strategy by the Democrats: get as many people discouraged, from voting as possible. When you hold 2/3 of the state houses, you hold the majority of the state houses, you hold 2/3 of the governorships, you don't want things to change, right? You don't want new voters going to the polls. I say this all the time. Incumbents in general, but especially Republicans, don't want new voters to the polls. And so I see those ads more so as a way to discourage people just in general from the process, rather than to encourage Republicans on the right to come to the polls. That's the way I look at it in some of those cases.
All right, we'll continue our Reality Lounge coverage here till throughout the night. Actually, we're going to the lounge, but I'll be kind of hanging in and out.
This is Reality Lounge.
This is Reality Lounge. It's our special election coverage here on 2018. We're doing a live stream. You can continue to catch that at wordradio.com. We are on all social media platforms. We're the only black-owned media outlet in the country, ladies and gentlemen.
Only one.
The only one that is doing live wall-to-wall election day, election night coverage on all social media platforms, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. You catch us on YouTube. Just put in On Word, ONWURD, or go to #WordVotes. You will catch myself and Keaton live here in the studio, and also E. Nixon on the board of steel. On the screen of steel, it's Mike Thomas.
That's new.
and off in another room, we got like a whole crew here. We got a whole election
it's not
night
a game
crew.
Here.
Martin Pratt, our chief digital strategist as well here at WURD. All of this whole crew making this possible, and definitely Philly, you better watch out 2019. So this is really the test run for those really big consequential citywide races that are going to be happening in Philly, and then watch out 2020, right? Watch out 2020. So, but definitely we're trying to bring this to you right now. As far as projections based on what's happening right now, you go to realclearpolitics.com. They're projecting 43 seats that will be solid for Democrats, 49 seats solid for Republicans. We got 8 toss-ups, 203 seats for Democrats, 194 for Republicans, 38 toss-ups. As far as governor's races, 18 seats for Democrats, 20 seats for Republicans, 12 toss-ups. That's just based on recent projections by realclearpolitics.com. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Let's continue Reality Lounge. Phone lines are open, by the way, if you didn't know, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. We got about a half hour to go, literally a half full hour to go before polls close in Pennsylvania. That includes Philadelphia. So if you're in Philly, definitely get to your polling place if you have not by now. There should be a polling place close by near you, right? You can go to Google, in fact, and you can put in, where's my polling place? And Google will find it right for you. Just put in your zip code and they'll find it for you. If there is a long line, okay, remember, if there is a long line at your polling location, and it's like 756, 757, they cannot close that poll until that line is complete. Okay, so there's no, oh, we got to close it early because it's 8 o'clock. No, if there's still a line, if there's like a couple of thousand people still standing in line at a polling precinct, they cannot shut that down. They have to ensure that everyone has exercised their right to vote. So there's no closing a poll early when there's a long line of people outside that polling location. I just want to remember that. And if someone is shutting down that location early, because despite a long line, and despite people trying to despite people trying to get in, you need to call 866-OUR-VOTE. 866-OUR-VOTE, or report it to ProPublica at Electionland. Seriously, because there might be a little bit of that going on. We just want to make sure there's nothing like that going on in Pennsylvania. We don't want any of that mess that's happening down in Georgia. Depending on the outcome in Georgia, we might have to be doing hashtag boycott Georgia. Like, really,
Georgia and Florida. Well, there's the other state. Well, we got to get to a commercial break.
Yeah,
but
let's do that.
Also, good point about the lines. If you're in line in any one of those states, stay in line.
Stay in line. Stay in line, and don't let them shut it down early. Seriously, if they do, 866-OUR-VOTE, and tell them, call it like right in their face. Yo, I'm calling 866-OUR-VOTE because you know what you just did is violating my voting rights, my federal constitutional voting rights. Like, seriously. Anyway, let's take a very quick break. We went a little bit over time. We're a little bit excited because of hashtag word votes. We got this reality lounge coverage going on here with Keaton Nichols, Charles Ellison. Let's take a very quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll take your calls.
The general election in November gives us an opportunity to affect the politics of this state and nation for the foreseeable future. The President and Republican-led Congress are making every effort to shift decision-making and control back to the states, largely because the majority of the states have Republican-controlled legislatures and governors. With the Republican-controlled state legislature here in Pennsylvania, we can ill afford to have a Republican governor who will rubber stamp their efforts to roll back any progressive or urban-focused legislative agenda items, policies, and initiatives that support public education, health care, urban revitalization, minority women business development, labor protections, and a host of others. Policies and initiatives that are part of the agenda driven by a president who has proven on a daily basis that he is ill-equipped to competently and responsibly lead our nation. Now more than ever, we need leaders like Senator Bob Casey Jr., Governor Tom Wolf, and other Democrats who are running against Republican incumbents. We've seen them all fall into place behind Donald Trump, even to the detriment of their own constituents. It's time for a change. Register to vote if you aren't already, and be prepared to have your voice heard.
This message has been brought to you by the Laborers District Council PAC Fund.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Election Day is Tuesday, November 6th. Word Radio, Pennsylvania's only black-owned talk radio station, wants to keep you informed this election season. If you're in prison or jail and have been convicted of a misdemeanor, are awaiting trial, or if you're on house arrest, you are allowed to vote via absentee ballot. If you're on probation or parole, you are allowed to vote, even if you're living in a halfway house. If you are living in a halfway house, be sure to use your previous or future address and not the address of the halfway house. For a detailed list of voter rights, visit votespa.com. If you feel that you've been discriminated against at the polls, call the Election Protection Hotline at 1-866-OUR-VOTE. That's 1-866-687-8683. Stay informed, and remember, Election Day is Tuesday, November 6th. For more information, visit wordradio.com. Champion Dentistry, House of Smiles, Super Soul Saturday. House of Hygiene invites you to its $69 cleaning special for new patients. Exam, x-ray, and cleaning. Come get cleaned and revived at your new dental church home. Call 215-473-4717.
Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible until now. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who work to combat human trafficking. It's time to open our eyes. Learn what you can do by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
The Lounge with Keaton Nichols, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
welcome back to Reality Lounge right here on 96.1 FM, 900 on your AM dials as well. Streaming everywhere right now, and we're the only station around, not just town but or the state, but anywhere around in all of these states, as united as they are, this being Election Day. Hey, a little bit earlier, we have been everywhere around the city. Word Radio has. A little bit earlier, we were at Relish. We've been at different spots in the city checking out polling locations. Of course, Vince Thompson, our news guy on the ground, has been working extra hard on this being Election Day. He got a chance to sit down with Lisa Dealey, who's the city's commissioner in charge of elections, of course. They sat down for a very interesting interview, especially for those folks that are on their way to the polls now, attempting to get that last-minute vote in. This is for you. Here's what Vince had to say with Lisa a little bit earlier today.
City Commissioner Chairwoman Lisa Dealey, the City Commissioners oversees elections in the city of Philadelphia. Commissioner Dealey, today is your Super Bowl. How do you deal with over 1,800 polling places on an election today, which is supposed to be a really large election?
Look, there's so much preparation. It starts months in advance. We have to make sure all the machines are right, all the ballots are correct. The polling place boxes are packed and ready for the poll workers. The polling places are available and accessible. There's chairs and tables. It is such a huge production. I always say it's like watching a great army move a great deal of work through this city on what we hope will be a widely popular election day.
Now, sometimes you can tell how an election is going to be by absentee ballots. How many absentee ballots have you received so far? In kind of a general number, I'm not asking for specific numbers. And how does that usually talk about an election?
What I can say is in this election, we've seen twice as many absentee ballot applications as we did 4 years ago, which is a tremendous indicator of the enthusiasm for this midterm election. We are hopeful that enthusiasm will carry through through today, all the way till tonight. And if any of your listeners are out there and they're trying to figure out whether they have enough time or whether they can make it, please, it doesn't take that long. Be a voter. And even more important than that, take somebody else with you and make them a voter too.
Now, we've spoken about one of the biggest things in Philadelphia isn't voter suppression, but it's voter depression, where people don't come out and vote. Do you expect to see a higher number voting this day than in previous midterms? I mean, usually the voter turnout in Philadelphia in recent years has been like 20–25% for an election. We will see a much higher voter number in Philly today, right?
I sure hope so. Based on the enthusiasm, the amount of phone calls our office has received, the absentee ballots, and all the GOTV events that have been going on for the weeks ahead of this election, I sure hope that we see at least a 10% increase in turnout today.
Will the turnout in Philadelphia be mostly because of the governor's race and the U.S. Senate race? Because we really don't have a competitive congressional race in the 2nd and 3rd. We do have one in the 5th, with the new 5th, which goes from South Philadelphia and all the way down to Delaware County. But do you expect if there's a lot of turnout in Philadelphia, it'll be because of the governor and the Senate race?
I do, and then there are some contested House races in the city of Philadelphia, state House races, that are going to bring out turnout in those areas. And just, we are seeing more and more talk about elections, more and more talk about candidates and campaigns. Everyone, has information at their fingertips with the use of cell phones and Facebook and Twitter. So I think we have just a more engaged population, and hopefully I'm right, and hopefully all our efforts paid off, and we see a great increase in turnout today.
We're speaking to Lisa Dealey. She's the chairwoman of the Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office, which oversees elections here in Philadelphia. If anyone has a problem today, they go to a polling place, have difficulty, they don't see their name in the book, what should they do?
Well, they should, first of all, every judge of elections at our polling place, we give them a cell phone. Each judge of election at every polling place has a cell phone where they can call our voter registration office at Delaware and Spring Garden, and they'll be happy to look up the voter, find out what the issue is, and take it from there.
So people should be able to vote. Now, also, they can vote by provisional ballot, correct? If you could explain that a little bit.
Indeed, if you go to the polling place and your name does not appear in the book, you can ask to vote by provisional ballot. But really, what we want everybody that can vote on the machine to vote on the machine. So we're just telling your voters, if there's an issue at the polling place, don't leave, and ask the Judge of Elections to use the phone that we provide to give us a call and see if we can make sure we can get you to vote on that machine.
Final two questions for you. If you are a person who has been incarcerated, might be on parole, can you vote?
Yes, only incarcerated felons are not permitted to vote in Pennsylvania.
So if you're in jail, you can't vote, but if you are waiting for trial, you can still vote if you are registered to vote.
Indeed, if you're registered to vote, we want to make sure that you exercise that right and be a voter.
Final question to you, Lisa Dealing, I do appreciate this. What keeps you up at night with an election? Is it machines that are going haywire? Is it not getting the information back? What is that one thing that you say, oh gosh, I don't want that to happen today?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I will say that it's not the machines, because one thing I know is that the voters can be confident about the voting machines in Philadelphia. They're so old that they can't be hacked, and the votes are perfectly safe. I do worry mostly about the performance of being able to get all the polls open on time. You know, we rely on a great amount of people throughout the city, your neighbors, my neighbors, to go out and open these polls and make sure the books are right and the tables are, opened up and everybody can vote. I worry about that initial 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, where we're going to have problems. What if there's a polling place we can't get open? What if the lights aren't on? These are things that I worry about. But, it all comes together, and this department has a long history of great elections in Philadelphia, problem-free.
Give your final push about why people should vote today. We could have inclement weather on this day, and usually when it's inclement weather, that keeps some people home from voting. Lisa Dealey's final push to listeners, why they should go out and vote on this day.
On this day, you should vote, because voting does matter. Change does occur. And the simple fact that women were given the right to vote less than 100 years ago, and I'm talking to you today as the female chair of the County Board of Elections in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, is proof positive that voting matters and change does happen.
Lisa Dealey, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us, and hope you have a smooth election day today.
So do I, Vincent. So do I. Thank you.
Independence is a precious thing, but now and then everyone needs a little help. Isn't it good to know that getting the help you need doesn't mean drastically changing your life? Always Best Care Philly and Delaware is there to give you just the amount of help you need, from a few hours a week to as many hours as you need, handling everything from light housekeeping to meals, and so much more. Don't struggle. Contact Always Best Care and see how easy it is to age in place. Call us at 302-409-3710 or visit alwaysbestcaredelaware.com.
Hey, Brother Shamari, I hear you talking about JD's Auto Body and Painting. That's where I go.
Nick, I know the owner JD personally, and they always take care of me. You asked me, I told you about JD's when you needed car repairs. I've been spreading the word about their professional work.
I know. I remember now, you sure did. They're at 6300 Wayne Avenue in Germantown, right?
215-848-5949. That's 215-848-5949. I know, I have it memorized.
Now, we both agree that JD's Auto Body and Painting is the place to take your car for all your auto body repair and painting needs. They work with all insurance companies and free towing with repairs.
Yeah, free estimates and senior discounts, too.
But I bet you didn't know JD's has a 10% discount for WURD listeners.
Come on, Nick. I know Juanita, JD's wife since elementary school. Tell them Brother Shamari sent you, and you can mention Nick, too.
Yeah, that's right. Call JD's today at 215-848-5949.
Wake up with Word on Word Radio.
Hey everybody, it's the rapping professor. On the next Waking Up with Word, we getting ready to vote. Walking up to the polls, stand in line. Can't nobody turn us round. It's voting time. Shouts out to Cardi B. Love, peace, and votes. On the next Waking Up with Word, y'all.
Don't miss Wake Up with Word, weekdays 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD.
Good morning, Philadelphia and the greater Philadelphia region. I'm Mayor Jim Kenney. It's On the Table Philly Day. I hope you'll take part in one of hundreds of conversations about how we can make Philadelphia and the region a better place to live, work, and play. Follow the fun on social media today using hashtag Let's Talk Philly or go to onthetablephl.org to learn more.
Bill gets his energy from a small cup of coffee in the morning, then another cup at 10:30, plus a big cup in the afternoon. Oh, okay. 2 big cups. At PECO, we're working to make solar technology more accessible by connecting customers seamlessly to renewable resources. Because unlike Bill's coffee, that's the kind of energy that's sustainable. Learn more at PECO.com. PECO, the future is on.
Got the dial on lock.
You're locked in to Reality Check, hosted by Charles Ellison on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD. Black Talk Media.
Shout out to Jay Brown and DJ Ideal Boyfriend, and you are listening to The Lounge on WURD.
Back to Reality Lounge. All right.
Gotta think about it sometimes. Gotta think.
I don't know. We might have to do. Well, that's for a future Reality Lounge. Charles Ellison at Ellison Report joined here with Keaton Nichols for Reality Lounge. Keaton Nichols of the Lounge at Keaton D Nichols. Just go to hashtag word votes. We're probably going to have to at some point in the future do a hashtag Reality Lounge and just figure out how we can collaborate on a more regular basis. You can call in, by the way. You can join in on this Reality Lounge at 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900. Okay, as far as I know, it looks like Democrats have already picked up 24. I think they've passed the 23-seat margin they need to capture the majority in the House. So that's not the announcement just yet, but they've captured 24 seats already. They've picked up the 24 seat, right? They need a 23-seat margin in the House in order to get the majority. So they're already, yeah, from what we're seeing, also in that Florida Senate race, incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson fending off a challenge from current Florida Governor Rick Scott, the Republican, and he's about 3 points ahead of Rick Scott. Bill Nelson about 3 points ahead of Rick Scott with 52% of precincts reporting. Andrew Gillum, people looking at Florida again. Andrew Gillum about 3 points ahead of Republican Rick DeSantis, Congressman Rick DeSantis. So that's still coming in as well. So just based on some of the early returns that we have, and also in West Virginia, we have incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin, who's basically like a Republican in Democrats' clothing. But, you know, Joe Manchin will still be key. That's one of those tight races. A lot of people were wondering about that, trying to fend off a challenge from the Attorney General there in West Virginia, Rick Morrissey. And he's about double digits ahead right now. It's based on some of the early returns, but there's just still a long ways to go as far as reporting polling precincts. Speaking of West Virginia, Brother Hemby out of West Virginia, a frequent word listener. Hey, what's happening? So, brother Hemby, what's going on? Tell us about West Virginia. Tell us about the Mountain State.
I'm telling you, man, I took off from work today, and I've been drinking coffee all day, and I'm off tomorrow. I'm hyped. After Christmas is my favorite time of the year, man. And I'm so excited that we passed the 23, and I just had to get in, man. But
That's what's up.
I have to admit one thing, man. I just held my nose and voted for him.
You said you held your nose, right? There's a lot of that going around, right?
I did it for the party, man. I did
Wow.
it for the party. I bleed blue. And I'm so hyped. I'm so excited. You guys need to find that Maxi Water clip, impeachment, here it come. You need to play it tonight. Definitely. But what I wanted to get your opinion both. My concern is that if the Democrats get too busy in impeaching Trump and in basically trying to investigate all his cabinet, I want him to have what we call a contract with America. These are the things that we're going to do for the middleman. These are things that we're going to do for people. And they need to have a press conference and list everything from minimum wage to universal health care to pre-existing conditions to DACA. They need to have a contract with America so that way we can get to 2020. I'm telling you, they
That's a good idea.
Get too bogged down. Too bogged down. And I just wanted to get your take on that.
Well, Hemby, I like the idea of, you know, maybe not a contract. I don't know how that would work, but something that works almost like exactly like a contract. That'd be nice. I think in the same sense, and I've said about Democrats and their opportunity right now, that they have a huge opportunity in this election. Everyone wants them to win, right? Like there's a lot of the huge swaths of the country that actually are kind of pulling for Democrats to pull this off, even if they do have to, you know, do kind of like you did today and hold your nose and vote for a particular candidate because it goes against everything that they've been told from their party allegiances. But I do think that the Democrats have a huge opportunity here to kind of craft something culturally out of this chaos that could be very tangible for a lot of voters that made it an absolute point to arrive at the polls today and show their support. You know, that contract, in a sense, that you were talking about could serve as, you know, something for the Democrats to say, look, you know, we are going to continually work towards these things. We're going to be very, you know, visual about how we fight through these things and continue to shift the sort of narrative that the very unfortunate narrative that's been created, you know, in this Trump land, if you will, or this Trump world of politics. So I like the idea of Democrats basically kind of almost like a, what do you call that? Like a cashier's check, right? Like the money's guaranteed up front, right? We're not giving this to you and expecting you to cash in on it later, right? The value is up front, and we got to be able to see and feel that, I think, and Democrats could really see a huge surge in support long term if, you know, these immediate moments after this election are used to sort of buy back that trust in the constituents a little bit.
Right. And we're already saying, you know, going back to 2017, right, and looking at the states that these key battleground races are in, whether it's a Senate race, whether it's a governor's race, whether it's a U.S. House race as well. And in fact, you know, speaking of U.S. House races, we just got a report, a projection in the crucial battleground House race of Virginia Congressional District 10, the Republican incumbent there, Barbara Comstock, losing to the Democratic challenger, Jennifer Wexton, state senator out of a Democrat out of Virginia. Virginia 10, that's Northern Virginia. That's the suburbs of Washington, D.C. There are pockets, very large pockets of black, brown voters, Asian voters, other so-called minority voters in that Northern Virginia, that D.C. suburb. That's significant. So, you know, once again, we're seeing the role that especially the black vote is playing in these key races. Nearly half of all Senate battleground states are places where you have black populations that are significant, that are 10 percentage points or more. So the big question will be after tonight, if Democrats are making these types of big gains, if they're able to make big sweeping gains in the House, that's going to be in large in large part because of black voter turnout, brown voter turnout in some cases. But you know, what's the Democrats' agenda look like? What's its platform look like in terms of black voters, in terms of the black electorate? What are the benefits that the black electorate is going to yield out of tonight? You know, you have the Congressional Black Caucus right now already saying that, because I think House leadership races are going to be taking place after this election a little bit later on in November.
Some change, yeah.
Right, and so the big question mark is, okay, so in Congressional Black Caucus Chair Cedric Richmond, Congressman out of New Orleans, out of Louisiana, is saying no more number 3.
Yeah.
Like we want you to be considering us for either House Speaker or for Majority Leader. We don't want to be Assistant Leader anymore, which is currently what Congressman James Clyburn's CBC Dean
number
out of South
3
Carolina.
on the
He's
list.
number 3 on the list.
Yeah.
No, they don't want that anymore, and they will be, especially after this election. The Congressional Black Caucus will be the largest caucus in the House.
It's a shrewd move by the CBC, I thought, and it was a very.
I hope they keep up with it. I hope they put on the pressure, and that's going to be a key question. That, like, it's because there've been a lot of black voters who've been holding their nose. We've been hearing them every day call in here in this battleground state of Pennsylvania, here on WURD, and they're like, okay, I know I got to do this because of the times we live in, but black voters are going to want to see some electoral return on investment.
Absolutely, and like I said, what a move by the CBC. I thought we talked about this, you know, when it happened, and I think that there are certainly a lot more ways that we can get human about our interaction. But in terms of a strategy for the CBC, this is brilliant, right? If you anticipate that this blue wave is any way, shape, or form for real, and we've already seen that it is for real. I mean, just even today, looking at the polls, that it's definitely for real. If you know that the Democrats are soon to have a surge and leapfrog in terms of at least maybe the House, leapfrog and gain that majority, then obviously the Democrats will be in a position where they can now start to determine what some of these policies are. And what I think a big complaint, you know, that I've spoken to a lot of people on this station and other places as well, is that, look, the Democrats certainly, without question, have our interest as African Americans in mind a whole lot more than those other guys, right? That becomes blatantly obvious. But where the conversation becomes interesting is after that, right? Like we need these people to take a specific focus on what's going on in Black America. And sometimes you get the sense and the feeling that while Democrats very much so are friends with Black people and are friendly with Black people and are even inviting Black people to the table, very open and receptive to African Americans and other minorities running for office. Can we get that buy-in from the Democratic Party's actions, where they say, hey, look, we're willing to put our name on this particular effort and stay on it until we find a fix, like immigration or DACA or the children. You know, those are things that we need the Democratic Party to also turn its attention and laser focus, considering the idea that, like you said, Virginia, Alabama, and I promise there's going to be at least one more race tonight that's going to be determined by the outpouring of Black voters that decided to show up at the polls and help most likely Democrats out in their races.
Exactly. You know, and you've got about, you know, as far as battleground Pennsylvania, but overall U.S. House races, and everyone's looking at the House very closely, got about 38 toss-ups across the nation, 38 toss-up races in the House. Three of those 38 are Pennsylvania districts. It's about 8% of the overall toss-up districts in the U.S. House are in Pennsylvania. That includes PA, or Pennsylvania Congressional District 1 as well. You know, and so, you know, once again, I mean, we've got, that's another state where Pennsylvania is a state 15% Black, you know, and also there are pockets of Black voters that are going to be very crucial for Democrats, going to be keeping a very close eye on that, and the CBC is going to have to swing a lot stronger, a lot harder after this election, and making sure that they, you know, once again, they are actually growing a little bit. They're capturing 2 or 3 more seats, or 2 or 3 more members as a result of this race. They could get another member if people stop sleeping on Mississippi. Let's see what happens in Mississippi as far as Mike Espy out there. So definitely we'll see how that turns out. I'm not sure if we have time. Do we have time for it? Real quick, we have to take a wrap. We have to just take a real quick break. We do have folks calling in. I know we're still kind of continuing reality.
Hold tight,
lounge
folks.
We're in the lounge territory. So, 215-634-8065, 866-361-0900 phone lines are open. Hold on one second, Gloria out of Sharon Hill. We'll take your comments and your perspective real quick after we take this real quick break here on this special election coverage here on #WordVotes. Election 2018 on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, wordradio.com, Word app. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes.
And Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes. We've got every reason to vote on November 6th. Our health care, our education, jobs, and criminal justice reform are all on the line.
Even the very right to vote is under attack all across the nation. So be clear, if you want to beat back the madness in Washington, D.C., you must vote on November 6th.
If you have any questions about voting, go to vote.org or call 866-OUR-VOTE. This is Cheryl Lee Ralph Hughes.
This is Senator Vincent Hughes. Vote.
Paid for and authorized by Citizens for Hughes.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penn.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Annenberg Center Live presents the bright a cappella harmonies of Nobuntu on November 17th. Augmented by traditional percussion and dance, the 5 women of Nobuntu perform a joyful mix of Zimbabwean songs, Afro jazz, and gospel in vibrant celebration of their culture. Don't miss Nobuntu on November 17th at Annenberg Center Live. Get tickets at 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org. That's 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org.
Join me, Vincent Thompson, as I host a special edition of The Source on Thursday, November the 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. We're calling it Word on the Table. WURD is partnering with On the Table Philly to host an on-air forum designed to elevate civic conversation, foster new relationships, and create a unifying experience. On November the 8th, Philadelphia area residents will gather in more than 400 small group conversations to discuss the opportunities and issues we face in communities. I'll have on political experts and ordinary citizens to talk about the results of the November 6th midterm election and what impact the results will have in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, and around the nation. We will also include your telephone calls. Tune in to a post-election special edition of The Source on Thursday, November 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. It's Word on the Table, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM.
Keeping you informed about Tuesday's election. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia, independent black media. Celebrating 15 years as the voice of the community. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia, Black Talk Media. The Lounge with Keaton Nichols, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD, Black Talk Media.
Hey, welcome back. It's the Reality Lounge. right here on 96.1 FM, 900 on your AM dials as well. Got my friend Charles Ellison from Reality Check, Monday through Thursday, right here on Word. Of course, normally 4 to 7, and then the lounge takes over 7 to 10. But we figured this is a special night, right? This is a special time. Elections only happen twice a year. My friends. And so this is your stop, your home. I saw somebody a little bit earlier who had mentioned that, hey, normally I hit one of the cable news stations. So I'm not going to give them any credit right now, but they normally hit one of the cable news stations to figure out what's going on with politics. I said, no. This year you're going to do things a little bit different, right? WordRadio.com is a great place to stream us anywhere, right? Whether or not you're home or on the go. Just go to WordRadio.com and click the Listen Live link. You can also download our app in case you have some room on your phone and you've paid your phone bill. These are huge things that you need. But if you do both of those things, of course, you can download an app. You can do so many different things to listen to Word Radio. The only spot in America you are going to catch this type of election coverage. I promise you that. I promise you that, folks. So looking forward to the conversation. We got our man Vince Thompson on the line. He's been running around doing some stuff. We'll get to him in just a moment. First, real quick, Gloria from Sharon Hill has been waiting very patiently on the line. Wanted to get her in quick. Gloria, how you feeling?
Hi, Keaton. Hello, Mr. Ellison. Yeah, I'm here at work, but I just called in.
How you doing, Gloria?
Talking about the election. How are you?
All right, good.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing all right.
Thanks for listening in.
I voted this morning, 7:10 a.m.
Yes.
All right.
I was the 23rd person in line.
Good.
Nice.
Good.
And I texted 62 people yesterday.
That's
so
right.
Get out there and vote.
Awesome.
Vote like your life depends on it.
That's right.
You did your civic duty, Gloria, not just as an individual, but as a community member.
Friends and co-workers.
That's right.
Yes, indeed. So, but did you hear anything yet? The polls are closed now, right?
Yeah.
Not all of them. I mean, we still have some polls that'll be closing up even at 9 p.m. There'll be some last-minute close. And then, I mean, the last polls that close up are in Alaska around midnight to 1 a.m.
Okay. Well, they still stay in line. They told them, do not leave. Stand right there and don't.
Yeah, folks that are listening to this right now, if you're in line right now here in Pennsylvania, I know the polls closed at 8, but if there was a rush, at your particular polling location, or maybe you have us on in the background and you're trying to figure out, hey, is this even worth it, or are they going to honor, my, desire here to vote? Absolutely, stay in line.
It's against the law for them to shut that polling location down if you're still in line. That is against it is against the law. It is illegal. It's illegit. Stay in line.
It's illegit for you to make them quit.
Yeah. So if they're an election judge, that's what they signed up for, to stay there late if there's a long line.
Good. Well, all right then. I try to encourage people. Some people didn't. Some people did. Well, look, that's on them. If they didn't do it, then they can't say nothing.
They can't.
Word. Well, Gloria, you did your part.
That's right. I sure did.
Absolutely.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Miss Gloria, thank you so much for giving us a call in. And those are the stories I've been hearing all day, Charles, by the way, that people are hyped. They're excited. This was not a laxed sort of election. People didn't drag themselves to the polls as much as we saw last year or even in previous elections. This was not a dragging process. If anything, they were like Gloria dragging other people to the polls, which is good.
When we look at the projections from 66wards.com, we see turnout after polls have closed at 8 o'clock. The latest projection is that there'll be 45% turnout in Philadelphia, about 543,000 ballots cast. That's what's projected thus far. Biden's is 95% confidence interval at 66wards.com. That's the like minute by minute vote tracking ballot tracker. For Philadelphia, 66, you have to spell it out, 66wards.com, and you can see these projections being made in real time, and that's what we're talking about, is 45% turnout in Philadelphia at this point. So we don't have all those ballots counted yet, but my projection was that it was going to be, as far as Pennsylvania, we'd have somewhere between like 46 to maybe like 52% turnout statewide. So we're getting into that territory right now as far as Philadelphia is concerned.
If you would have told me that 6 months ago, I would have laughed at you. Seriously, if you would have told me back in May, hey, this fall.
Right.
Even despite everything that was going on, there's a lot of high energy. But if you were to tell me that 1 out of every 2 registered Philadelphia voters was going to go cast a vote in this midterm election, I would have laughed at you. But, I mean, that's the power of what, we're seeing with a lot of not only get-out-to-vote efforts, but also people paying attention. I think that's a huge thing. People paying attention to what's going on.
That's a potential 125% increase between the 2017 DA election and this election right now, 2018, as far as turnout.
Not a joke. Not a game. Hey, someone who has been on the ground following the game, if you will, is Vincent Thompson. He covers news and politics here for us at Word, emphasis on politics on a night like this. Vincent, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm good. One thing we can report right now, and this has been confirmed by ABC News and others, this is not a shock. They are predicting that Governor Tom Wolf will easily beat the Republican candidate, and they're also predicting that Bob Casey will easily beat Lou Barletta for U.S. Senate. So we can report on that. In Philadelphia, African Americans who are state reps, the overwhelming majority of them were unopposed in this election, so they are automatically winners as we go on the air at 8 o'clock. An important race that people should note is the 190th State House District. That is the district that Vanessa Lowry Brown currently holds. She won her election. She was unopposed. But remember, she is going to be sentenced for her conviction in corruption on November the 28th. So between now and November 28th, expect Vanessa Lowry Brown to have to resign from her post. When she does resign, that will set up a special election in 2019. If a special election is called, which is expected, in 2019, the Republican ward leaders in her district and the Democratic ward leaders in her district will select the two candidates that will run in the special election. The winner of that special election will serve until the next election, which would be around 2020. So that's probably going to be the only shakeup among African-American state reps and state senators tonight, is even though Vanessa Lowry Brown won unopposed, she will have to resign before November 28th when she is sentenced. She cannot continue to serve as a state house member once she is sentenced, so she will resign. So that's probably the only major change that will happen to the legislative delegation here in Philadelphia. There are some state house races in Philadelphia that were decided with a competitive election. Those are mostly up in the Northeast. We'll get to those throughout the night. But just wanted to let people know, we're already predicting that Governor Wolf is going to win a second term. Bob Casey will win another term as U.S. Senator. And if those numbers are coming in correctly, we could have a major blue wave, Democratic wave throughout the state of Pennsylvania. I don't think that Democrats are going to take over the state house. For example, they may get closer in the state Senate because Republicans currently hold the state Senate, so they might narrow that lead before the end of the night. And we could be talking about historic victories for Democrats all throughout the country. As you were talking about, Charles, the polls in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, they closed at 8 o'clock. But if you were in line at 8 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote. You have to. It's the law. Some of the other times that Charles was giving was other states throughout the country. So, it might be 9, 10 o'clock, say in Colorado, Eastern time, but it's actually 7 or 8 o'clock their time. So, so those are the issues I can report right now. But as not unexpected, Tom Wolf defeated the Republican candidate, and Bob Casey defeated Lou Barletta, who's going to be retiring as a congressman.
Yeah, a lot of important races there. We had just got that announcement about Tom Wolf too, right on it as always. And obviously, Casey's going to be serving as senator for the next 6 years. That was a friendly reminder we had about Toomey's re-election bid a couple of years ago. That these are for senators 6-year terms. Of course, now all the way down to the state rep story that we were talking about. Of course, with Vanessa Lowry Brown. And Vince, if you're still there, I was just wondering, just preliminarily already, have we heard anything about, since, maybe some folks might have seen the writing on the wall ahead of time, has there been any movement on that 190th state legislative district in terms of who might be interested in that or who might be sniffing around that area?
You know what? I think what a lot of them are doing is they're waiting until the formal resignation of Vanessa Lowry Brown to start making their names public. But trust me, in politics, as you know, Charles, nature abhors a vacuum. So there have been people that have already been talking to ward leaders, trying to get support to see if they would get nominated by the party. Remember, this is a little bit different. When she resigns, it becomes a nomination of the ward leader. So they will pick one person in 2019 to run for that seat. So the Democrats will pick one person, and the Republicans will pick one person, and then voters in that special election, let's assume it's going to be sometime around February or March of 2019, will then select from those two that person who will serve until the next election in 2020. So I could see a lot of people who may be interested in that seat waiting until 2020 when they have the chance to run in an open Democratic primary. You know, there were two people who ran against Vanessa Lowry Brown in the primary. She won 60% of the vote. Wanda Logan was one of those candidates. I could see Wanda Logan running again in 2020, but you never know. But we'll know more after November 28th when she formally has to put in her resignation.
There it is, and certainly we will keep an eye on that district right here in Philadelphia, and of course Vanessa Lowry Brown, part of a long story that started with a sting investigation, ended up with a DA's investigation, or a DA picking it up. All types of stuff that happened with that story, of course, and you know, this is kind of the last remnant of that tale. As well, that began 2014, almost 4 years ago, and so we're finally seeing that kind of thing wrap up as well. Interesting state house races going on, a few of them across the state, as we mentioned. Vince, before we let you go, I mean, had you heard of any funny business or anything unusual so far in your travels that were going on at the polls that we need to be aware of?
Well, you know, as I say all the time, Pennsylvania is not known for election shenanigans. What we're known for is election depression. Now, we have our shenanigans every once in a while, but this is not one of those races that I think you're going to have to worry about shenanigans. The races I would be concerned about is if we go to a presidential race in 2020. That may be the possible time when you could see shenanigans across the state. I'm also going to let listeners know that what we will be focusing on here on Word Radio is a lot of the congressional races that's going to be happening in Pennsylvania. Remember, we are electing 18 members of Congress in Pennsylvania, 12 members of Congress in New Jersey, 1 member of Congress in Delaware. That's Lisa Blunt Rochester, African-American woman. She is running against a Republican candidate. Unless something major happens, Lisa Blunt Rochester is going to win re-election in Delaware. The same thing is going to be with Senator Tom Carper. He's expected to win re-election in Delaware. So really what the focus is going to be is what's going to happen in those congressional races in Pennsylvania. We expect Dwight Evans to win re-election in the 3rd congressional district, the new 3rd. We expect Brendan Boyle to win election to the new 2nd congressional district. I'm curious to see who wins in the new 5th congressional district. That's the section that now consumes parts of South Philadelphia and all of Delaware County, including Chester. Mary Gay Scanlon versus Pearl Kim. Pearl Kim's the Republican, Mary Gay Scanlon's the Democrat. We know at least one female is going to be part of the delegation come January of 2019, but we could have up to 4 or 5 people as part of the delegation, 4 or 5 women, rather, as part of the delegation. There's only been 7 women in the history of Pennsylvania that served in Congress. So to get 3, 4, or 5 of them in one election would be a watershed moment in Pennsylvania history.
Yeah.
Also, keep an eye out on the Senate race in New Jersey, Menendez versus Hugan, and also congressional races in New Jersey as well.
Most certainly, it's a tri-state effort. Vincent Thompson, he's a tri-state kind of guy. He can cover it all. Vince, we may call upon you before we get out of here for another update or two, so make sure you stay by that phone as well. And we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you again soon.
You got it, my friend. We're going to be also at some of the election watch parties. Hopefully, we'll be able to get more people that will call in from those parties who can give you their analysis. It's going to be really interesting to see what the new look of the Pennsylvania State House is, what the new look of the Pennsylvania State Senate, and considering that we have Tom Wolf as a re-election of governor, you know, if Tom Wolf is the governor, he's a Democrat, and let's say there's fewer Republicans in the State House come January, and let's say there are fewer Republicans in the State Senate, legislation is going to be a lot more interesting, favorable toward Tom Wolf than it was just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, most certainly. Tom Wolf winning his re-election bid. And so that could have ramifications, most certainly. We'll talk about it right here on the show. Vince, thanks again. We'll check back in with you in a few.
I will speak to you in a few. And also, just to remind people, we're going to have an exclusive interview with Tom Wolf tomorrow on my 8 o'clock news.
Oh, cool. Winner, chicken dinner. That is Tom Wolf tonight. And so we'll be listening out for that. That is Vincent Thompson covers news and politics for us right here on Word. Make sure you keep it locked for more. Before we get out of this particular break, let's go to the Southwest where Maurice is there. I know he voted today as well. How you doing, Maurice?
Hey, man, I did my part out here in Southwest Philly. I live between two polling places, one at Longstreth School and one at Myers Playground. Took my squad out.
Very good.
Rang doorbells. My voice is gone because I've been out since 7 o'clock this morning.
I believe it.
I voted 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, when I came in there, I thought I was running for office because everybody said, wasn't you the guy out the street standing on the corner with signs?
I love it. I love it, man.
So this is what I'm saying. You two warriors who I consider relatives to me because I was with you guys from the beginning.
That's right, sir.
To your URD stardom. Now, let me tell you something. After this race, we need you to do what you're doing right now and do a playground circuit, hitting all the major playgrounds in the city, letting them know all about URD and all about the 19 election in 19. We have to change city council. I'm sorry. I know a lot of them are your friends, and you got good relationships with them, but they're holding us hostage right now. We got to jump on and get some candidates right now. We can't wait for next year to be ready to run against everyone, not some, everyone, because if they got somebody run against them, they're more likely to, I want a lot of them to stay in office, but they're more likely to do their job if they think it's a chance they could lose it.
Sure.
And we got to stop playing, I always say this, we got to stop playing chess, and stop playing chess and checkers and waiting around for something to happen. And I would love to what you're doing now, one time when you got some time to do, after Keaton's show, do the overtime and call it the Negro News. 1 hour. Report on things that nobody really wants to talk about, but concerned citizens are, like potholes in the street. How come we don't have cleaning machines in the street? How come we police different in different parts of the city? Because if they all police uniformly, we wouldn't have these problems.
Sure.
You know, certain areas of the city, if you go past there after 12 o'clock, cops will ask you what you're doing. Other times, they turn around and let you do anything you want.
I was about to say, other times you might not find them at all after 12.
So I'm just saying, you two guys can be the leaders of the radio. I want everybody. I'm tired of asking people, have they listened to your show? And I got to put them down. I want them to be putting me down.
Yeah.
Not me. Hey, brother, have you heard of URD?
Yeah.
That's one I want to hear for next year. So I'm going to let you guys go on with your election thing.
That's right.
Hey, Maurice, thank you very much.
Maurice,
one of the greatest armchair producers, by the way, in history right there, has given us many, really, like, seriously, you always suggest new ideas, and you always stay with it. I always appreciate that,
We
Maurice.
are soldiers, but Maurice is out there like battlefield commander when
He's
it
not
comes
playing.
to he does not play. He has not played this entire
not at all.
election season. He's definitely been singing that song. And proudly, he's been doing that all year long. As far as, and he's been hard on it. He's been tough on it, but it's been tough love, and we appreciate that too.
Absolutely.
And I know he wanted a little bit more on the ground activity from all of us here at WRD. Particularly, we did quite a bit of that. So but we also understood the power of the broadcast and just pushing that message constantly. Definitely, I know that some of this high voter turnout that we're seeing in Philadelphia is in some part due to we have no way of measuring it or tracking it, but just based on anecdotal evidence, based on people calling in tonight, based on what we've heard on the streets, based on what people are telling us on social media. They're letting us know that, hey, they've been listening to WURD all year. They've been hearing us harping constantly on the importance of voting, and that this has been a driver, particularly in this majority. This is a majority black city.
Absolutely.
And so some of these returns that we're seeing as far as Philadelphia voter turnout, you're finding finally starting to see a nudge, a budge in places like North Philadelphia, North Central Philadelphia. Some of that voter turnout still low. Still relatively low. It's not where we'd like it to be, but definitely there's been a surge in turnout. You know, just 66wards.com. We don't have the final numbers yet, but the projection has been about 45% turnout. No, I'm sorry, now 44%. They were projecting about 523,000 ballots cast in Philadelphia alone. Also, just some projections here, latest projections, Democrats, let's go back national, Democrats projected to win 17 House races, 17 House seats that Dems are projected to win. 13 seats for Republicans. Democrats already projected or called to win 6 Senate races. These we weren't so surprised about. You know, we were expecting Democratic wins for, including Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, Pennsylvania, which was just called, as Vince Thompson called it here on WURD. You heard that announced here on WURD first. Pennsylvania called for incumbent Bob Casey, and then Rhode Island. As far as the who will capture the majority in the House, observers have been looking at 3 key House races as bellwethers, as sort of indicators of who may take the House. Kentucky Congressional 6. Also, Ohio Congressional District 12 and North Carolina District 2. Also seeing in that Texas Senate race people were looking at very closely, the Democratic challenger, upstart Beto O'Rourke, ahead by about that looks like
2.5 percentage,
2.5 percentage points ahead of Ted Cruz. No, not a lot of people not really big fans of Ted Cruz, but Beto O'Rourke right now at the moment ahead, but ballots still being counted there.
Kudos to Ted Cruz in that race, just for being absolutely despicable in all ways, and somehow it's almost like he tries to find a way to be this awful.
He is just,
and
like
it's amazing that he has support.
Who's that dude in Despicable Me? Who's that?
Main
Gru. He looks just like Gru. He looks just like that dude. He looks just like that. Despicable Me.
How does this guy stop? I mean, I know we can move on. I just had to say that. I mean, it's amazing to me that he's got his block of voters down there in the south. What is that? Southwest corner of Texas. It's amazing to me. But also Beto O'Rourke receiving some celebrity endorsement from the likes of LeBron James.
Right.
Beyonce in the last couple of hours as well, declaring her support, and so that's a very interesting sort of race.
Talking about. See, I'm down with LeBron James. I'm down with Beyonce. Well, I'm always down with Beyonce, but I'm even more down with Beyonce now.
Beyonce, if you're listening, you can call in.
Beyonce can call in, because Beyonce is out there on the voter trail. She's out there stumping for candidates. These are celebrities. These are athletes who are really putting their money where their mouth is. They're registered to vote. They are voting. They're out there. I'm sorry. Those are the folks like LeBron. I'm a big fan of LeBron. I mean, LeBron is out there the past couple of campaign cycles. He's been out there. I'm sorry. I don't know what there's one particular individual. I don't know if he's registered to vote or if he hasn't voted yet. But he keeps getting emblazoned on Nike ads. I don't understand it. I'm all for folks who are really truly people like Oprah and Ava DuVernay and LeBron James, Beyonce. That's what I'm like. That's the kind of black celebrity political activity that we need to see, and it may be actually moving the needle a bit in some of these key races. That might have moved it a bit for Beto O'Rourke. He needs that obviously against Ted Cruz. So let's see how that turns out.
Well, somebody just asked about, of course, making sure that we have a good start from here, that we're also making sure that this isn't the last step, right? Like we push the button and we walk away. Right. And so got to get to a quick commercial break, but when we come back on the other side, I do want to continue that conversation in addition to your phone calls, 215-634-8065, but I do want to continue that conversation about what not just celebrities and others folks can do, but how we can all be a part of this process. Already looking ahead to 2019, I think that's a good move. So how can we sort of organize a lot of those strategies to make this stuff work? We'll talk about it on the other side and take your suggestions on this. 215-634-8065. Right back after this.
Looking for a delicious Sunday brunch? Enjoy an all-you-can-eat feast at Brown's ShopRite Island Avenue from 1 till 4 p.m. Delight in the buffet of delicious food each Sunday for only $15.99. Enjoy live entertainment, watch the games on the big screen, and remember, kids under 3 eat free. This weekly event will offer a variety of delicious food from the hot bar and the wok. If you're not full the first time, don't worry. Have all you can eat while enjoying the company of others. Sundays from 1 to 4 at Brown's ShopRite of Island Avenue. Across 3 venues and with over 1,400 of the world's most sought-after performers and artists, the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus is a place that fuels creativity, ignites minds, and provides inspiration. Building the city's vibrant art scene takes an extraordinary staff, and the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus has openings now. From internship opportunities to volunteer positions to careers and customer service, marketing, and even behind the scenes. Check out their current list of openings and opportunities at kimmelcenter.org. Save the date, Saturday, December 1st for Word Radio's Empowerment Experience 2018. This year featuring a special conversation with Ayanla Van Zandt. Stay tuned to Word Radio and log on to wordradio.com for more information.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Since 1904, Philly's top sandwich pros and homemakers have always started the exact same way, with those legendary Amoroso's rolls baked fresh daily. Word family, put your favorite Amoroso's rolls on your shopping list to enjoy as you watch your Philadelphia Eagles take on the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday. Want to make your very best sandwiches? Always start with the very best sandwich rolls. Pick them up today at your favorite supermarket or food store. Amoroso's, why Philly sandwiches are world famous.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
You've messed up your daughter's haircut. Do you A, get spiritual?
Mom, where's the mirror?
Beauty is within. Oh.
B, find the positives?
Less time blow drying, more time texting?
Or C, show empathy?
Mom, you really don't have to.
Twinsies!
I kinda love it. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on adoption, visit adoptuskids.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey y'all, big up. This is Pascal the Firebird, and you're listening to The Lounge with Keaton Nichols on your Word Radio.
Hey, welcome back. It's the Lounge. It's the Reality Check. It's the Reality Lounge. Either way, it's election night coverage right here on Word Radio. I'm your host, Keaton Nichols, for this portion of the program, joined by my friend Charles Ellison, host of a Reality Check each and every Monday through Thursday, 4 to 7 p.m. Tonight, we're combining forces because it's important tonight. We need all the power that we can get for this evening, and the returns are coming in. We are doing our best right now to crunch these numbers and try and get out the results, for the races themselves, and also turnout, which Charles had mentioned a little bit earlier, is a huge thing right now. You had projected a little bit earlier. We were talking somewhere around like 45% approximately turnout that was anticipated, maybe even higher.
Yeah, 45% turnout, maybe even higher in Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia, I'm sorry.
So far, you know, as far as the minute-by-minute track, hour-by-hour tracking, from 66wards.com, about 543,000 ballots cast in Philadelphia. That's a 45% turnout when you're talking about nearly 1.2 million people who are registered to vote in the city of Philadelphia. That is indeed that's a 45% turnout. That's also, you've got about 1.6 million people in the city of Philadelphia. That's about, close to about 34% of residents, 34% of the Philadelphia population casting a vote and determining essentially what governance will look like on the state and federal level. And since we're talking about key state and federal races, we didn't have any local elections here in Philadelphia this year. We will in 2019. But that's a big improvement from 2017. In 2017, only 11%. Let that sink in. Only 11% of residents in the city of Philadelphia determining what governance looks like. Essentially, you having 89% of Philadelphia residents okay with 11% of the population, of the city population,
just all right
making
with
a decision for them. And so now we're kind of entering a little bit more, just a little slightly more equilibrium here. It's still a bit tragic that we haven't been able to break a 50% ceiling yet. But we don't have all the returns yet, but at least that's a little bit better, where you have 34% of residents in Philadelphia. That's more in the court of the city's population, deciding on what governance is going to look like for this state, and also having their voice heard as far as DC is concerned too.
Yeah, and I think, by the way, that this is a huge deal. I won't say that it is the biggest deal of this election. I think the Democrats flipping, maybe you could make an argument the Democrats flipping the House and maybe the Senate, which is a little far-fetched now, but if either one of those things happen, I think there's a lot of people that have been building the narrative, the win narrative around for Democrats around that sort of metric. But I think if you look at this turnout metric as well, this is something that becomes tremendously important. We were just talking with the Widener professors earlier, whose name I forgot at the moment.
Mike Domino,
right?
From Widener Law, and also Jay Wesley Lacrone.
And what both of them had mentioned is that kind of as more people kind of turn out, in effect, as more people turn out, this is bad news for Republicans, right? Because Republicans will suppress the vote in different ways, different opportunities. I think to sort of shave off the kind of votes or prevent or block the specific type of votes whom they don't want to show up at the polls to their advantage. Whereas Democrats are more so, they want people to kind of come to the polls. The more people that come to the polls, the better it is for them.
That's a very good point.
Is that a narrative?
Absolutely. That's not a good sign for Republicans statewide. As far as how Harrisburg looks, we don't have a clear picture just yet of what the state house looks like. I mean, we do know that Governor Tom Wolf, he won a second term, so now a two-term Democratic governor in Pennsylvania. Bob Casey got, obviously, this federal level, he got his second term as well, but we don't know what the House, with the state Senate looks like, this composition in Harrisburg. We'll find out soon, I'm sure. But obviously that can't bode well for Republicans in the state. Even if they do hold on to the majority, they may have a slimmer majority to deal with in Harrisburg. That gives a little bit more leverage to folks like Tom Wolf. That also gives a little bit more leverage, perhaps, to Philadelphia delegation state reps and state senators. Gives them a little bit of wiggling room as far as negotiations in Harrisburg. But we'll see. We'll see how those returns look now. But conversely, the high turnout in Philadelphia, okay, that presents a new picture, a new portrait for Democrats here in the city of Philadelphia. This puts Democrats in the city of Philadelphia, the Democratic power elite in Philadelphia, on notice. We've got higher turnout here. And I think I get a feeling, just based on the vibe here, that we could see this kind of turnout matched in local elections, citywide elections coming up next year, because I think people are like, okay, if we pulled it off, we can do it. We did it during a midterm, which is unusual in modern political history. We haven't done this kind of turnout since 1970. This has been. I think
there are reasons for that too.
This is like 48 years, that nearly 50 years the last time something like this was done. So I think people are feeling a bit excited. They also want to see some change in Philadelphia. So I think Democrats in Philadelphia have a lot to be relieved about as far as Governor Tom Wolf winning, as far as maybe perhaps making some gains in the State House, as far as Casey winning. But they should be cautious about what this might mean as far as voter turnout, because that's what's needed in Philadelphia to start disrupting things and getting to the sort of change that folks want to see in Philadelphia, because we have some issue. I was just, talking with someone, a source over at City Council, that was saying, you know what, we've got a major eviction problem that's happening. And it's not because people are late on rent. It's because, landlords opting out of tax credits and low-income housing, and they're just booting people out, especially in University City, especially in University City. That's, and obviously, and so there are a lot of calls being made into Councilwoman Blackwell's office. So obviously, there's this continuous problem with affordable housing, the city not doing anything as far as property tax abatement. And people being, very vexed about that. So this high voter turnout should be putting Democrats in the city on notice about, to be careful. Be careful and start re-examining your positions on certain key issues like affordable housing, like this property tax abatement, like property tax assessments, like water bills, and other quality of life issues in Philadelphia. But, for the time being, as I've said on Reality Check before, let's get through November 6th today. Let's get through these races on the state and federal level. But 2019 is on the horizon.
Absolutely. And, as we get ready to careen in here to our next break, we are rolling right along. We'll get you some more results on the other side of this, too. We'll check in with Vince Thompson in the 9 o'clock hour as well to give us some more updates on what's happening. But a couple of key, sort of issues that we'll continue to discuss here as well. So we're looking ahead, to 2019 a bit here, too. In saying, look, how can we prepare? How can we, take some of the momentum that we have tonight, that we already know from tonight, already a much more robust sort of turnout in this election than we have seen previously. And also, just real quick before we get into it, I know you had said we haven't seen this type of turnout since the 70s, right? Like since the early 70s, and watching a lot of the documentary stuff that I do, sometimes it's all floating around up there at some point. But a really good point was made during a documentary that I was watching, that midterm elections and off-year elections like this used to, on average, garner around 35, 40, 45, and higher percentage points among constituents. This was a lot bigger deal to have, much more significant portions of the population voting during midterm elections. And the commentary that was made was that before the 80s kind of came, and we know what happened with the 80s, right? It's similar to something we're experiencing now, actually, with a radical right presidential administration that set the tone for the rest of the country. But you had a lot of industries that were beginning to sort of take over and do the job of central government. And that started, a lot of these things that the government used to take care of or used to ensure that was happening were now being taken over, and now were being assigned to private companies and corporations. Suddenly the impact of the government shrunk, and the size of the government shrunk, and the influence and the impact that people felt that they could have on their lives through the government also shrank. And so, there's an argument that is to be made that since the 70s, since that Reagan administration that showed up in 1980, we have not had the same voter turnout really across elections, but most especially in midterm and off-year elections, because these are the elections in which people are voting their interests the most directly, right? There's no president on this particular ballot. That'll be in a couple of years, but in this particular election, people should be voting their interests, because these are the reps that we're supposed to see the most. And so have people kind of lost touch with that maybe a number of years ago? Have they ever gotten back in touch with that idea that the the government, them participating in the government system of, if you will, of elections is going to make a difference. It is going to make a tangible difference. I think we saw that in this election, and that's another one of those things that's been vacant for years.
Yeah, it has been. You had three different dynamics going on, particularly since the mid-1990s with House Speaker Newt Gingrich and the contract with America, or the contract on America, some people like to call it, and creating that climate of hyper-political or very intense political polarization, partisan polarization that we're seeing today. So you had that happening. Also, you have just a lack of or an absence of civics education. That's one thing that's very encouraging that I'm seeing in this particular race, and I'm seeing like here in Philadelphia, and the kind of conversation that we as an outlet, WURD, have with the larger community, and that's reintroducing that conversation on political process. This is how all that schoolhouse rock conversation that that I grew up with, that some of us grew up with back in the late 70s, the early 80s, watching cartoons on Saturday mornings, that schoolhouse rock thing, so that was something that was very key. That was a part of the American language or lexicon that had been vanishing, that had been evaporating. That's virtually evaporated now, particularly in America's schools. And then we wonder why high school marching bands are spelling out the word coon on the football field.
Unbelievable.
And then people were like, well, it can't be black and white because there was some black students there. No, because them black, no, it's still racial, because them black students and a few brown students that were in that same marching band, they don't know any better.
They don't know. They have no idea.
Historical
awareness.
Context.
No historical awareness.
No historical awareness at all. So you have that, and then also we see this, Keaton, happening increasingly, a precipitous drop in confidence in governing institutions, and also in institutions that oversee or report on governance, whether it's media, whether it's the federal government, state or local government. That's very dangerous. Citizens must have trust in governing institutions on their federal, state, and local level if they want this, if they want all of this, if they want to have the ability to listen to broadcast on something as simple as listening to a broadcast on radio or to watch it streaming live online. They have to have that's the glue that holds a civic society together.
No doubt.
And people just don't have any confidence in it anymore. But there's a spark. There's some sort of spark of optimism, of something going on tonight, today.
I'd agree with that.
Perhaps that's reversing some of those trends. I'm hoping. So I'm feeling I'm feeling a lot more optimistic tonight than I've been feeling in past days. That doesn't mean that there are like sweeping blue wave winds across the board.
Sure.
But definitely something's going on tonight.
No doubt, no doubt. Something in the air, if you will. Keep it locked right here to Word Radio. We got more continuing coverage. We'll give you results, races that we can call safely. You'll hear about those right here on 96.1 FM 900 on your AM dials as well. More from Word's election night coverage. Hashtag Word Votes. Hashtag Reality Lounge. Hashtag Stay Right Here. We'll be right back.
Listen to Philadelphia City Council Live every Thursday at 10 a.m., hosted by me, Vincent Thompson. Learn how Philadelphia government works, how legislation becomes a law, and how you, the listener, can get involved in helping make our neighborhoods better. City Council Live also provides important information about local, state, and national politics, featuring interviews with elected officials, community leaders, and political experts. WURD is the only radio station in Philadelphia where you will hear exclusive, complete coverage of City Council every week. Philadelphia City Council Live, every Thursday at 10 a.m., only on Word.
Independence is a precious thing, but now and then everyone needs a little help. Isn't it good to know that getting the help you need doesn't mean drastically changing your life? Always Best Care Philly and Delaware is there to give you just the amount of help you need, from a few hours a week to as many hours as you need, handling everything from light housekeeping to meals, and so much more. Don't struggle. Contact Always Best Care and see how easy it is to age in place. Call us at 267-909-9248 or visit abcphillybristol.com.
Family Therapy Vignette Moments with Dr. Lucille Ijoy. Finding a nursing home for an infirmed family member. There are many questions like who will visit the family member and who will help pay the expenses, especially when there is no insurance. It's time for a family meeting. Check with a doctor, counselor, religious leader to help you and your family move through this period. Rather than having big arguments, someone may have to do more than their share. You know what I mean. The therapist says, do a little more if you have to, because the results will benefit you and your family for generations to come. Get your business in order. You will be very comfortable if you do. There are at least 3 important documents to have in place: your living will, your will, and the power of attorney. Remember, 3 documents: your living will, and the power of attorney. You may need a lawyer to get you through these documents, but it will be well worth it all.
Hey now, this is Dr. Guthrie Ramsey of Musicology, and you're listening to The Lounge on Word Radio.
Welcome back. It's the Lounge and also Reality Check. We call it the Reality Lounge right here on election night. Yeah. You can get your phone calls in, by the way, 215-634-8065 if you have questions, if you have comments. Pennsylvania going the way of the wolf, if you will. Tom Wolf remains the governor for at least for another 4 more years. I had that one written down. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, the other gubernatorial races right now, in terms of the candidates that we've been talking about, hoping and pushing, of course, for them, not exactly looking very bright as of this moment. But we should note that in a few of these races, less than 30% or less than 35% of the precincts are reporting. And so these are far from final numbers. We can get a lot of changes. We don't know which precincts have been counted, which ones haven't exactly. So you have situations, you know, where potentially cities and more larger urban areas, if they have some of those precincts that are yet to report, you could see a slight change in some of those numbers as opposed to some of the more rural counties that are already reporting because they didn't have all that many voters or all that many votes yet. So we're still keeping an eye on these. And again, these are very important races, very tight races. We'll start, first the governors, in all these states, we know that 2/3 of the governors across the board right now are Republicans, and that certainly, causes big issues with, let's say, the number one issue that was on voters' minds according to exit polls, which is, of course, health care. Right. And so what that state does with the federal subsidies under the Affordable Care Act is determined in large part by who that governor is, or influenced, let's say, in large part by who that governor is. We know in a state like Georgia, where, good old Tom Price hails from, right? Like that's a big deal in a state like Georgia. And so these races are very important. Well, we can start kind of in Florida. Andrew Gillum versus Rick DeSantis, and there's been a lot going after this. Doesn't necessarily look good right now.
It doesn't look good for Gillum right now. Gillum about 2 percentage points behind Rick DeSantis, Congressman. Andrew Gillum, Mayor of Tallahassee, which is the capital of Florida. 96% of precincts reporting in Florida already. That's a high number, and already Gillum 2 percentage points behind. Now I think he's kind of closing that gap now. 96 reporting, 48.8% to 49.8% for DeSantis. So it's very tight, about a 1 percentage point difference. So we'll see where that goes. But
usually the margin of error is like 2 or 3% right from the gate. So that could switch.
Margin of error is there, and once again, I mean, race playing a very big, oversized role in that particular race, in that gubernatorial race. And also, it's something that forecasters really hadn't been factoring in to their projections, but it's voter suppression also being played out, in terms of the closure of voting lines. This is why, you cannot be fooled by either these headlines or by these images of long lines at polling stations. Just because there's a long line at the polling station doesn't mean that there's necessarily big turnout. It could mean that just people have fewer polling locations to go to. And so suddenly, you're going, and we have been getting reports of that. We have been getting reports of also on the ground from people in Florida. We've been seeing that on social media, talking to people on, getting texts from a few people in Florida, and they're like, places are running out of ballots. They're running out of ballots. They're just like, there's a long line and there's not enough ballots and people being turned away. So, definitely once again, and it's going to be interesting to see how the media frames this tomorrow. Sure. They're going to say, oh, voting irregularities. No, voting rights violations, y'all. Like, this is illegal, unconstitutional stuff that's going on that also violates the Voting Rights Act. Despite it being gutted, it still exists. And there's some clear-cut, very unapologetic the voting rights or constitutional violations that's going on. 27% of precincts reporting in Georgia. I know a lot of people are very curious about that race. Right now, Stacey Abrams is getting smoked by
about
Secretary
20
of
percentage
State
points.
Brian Kemp, and by about 20 percentage points of Brian Kemp having about 60% to Abrams 40%, but that's just 27% of precincts.
Less than 30% reporting.
Yeah, so let's just see how
a lot of meat left on that bone.
That hasn't been called yet, so let's just see where that goes. And once again, the voter suppression really ugly there, and so we have to factor that in. I really feel like forecasters, pollsters really are going to have to somehow reconfigure these calculations and these projections for the next election cycles. Factor in some, like they do with margin of error. Okay, well, here's the voter suppression variable.
There you go. How about that?
Yeah, this is
plus
the
minus for
VSV
suppression.
Right. I really, honestly, I'm not trying to be facetious here.
No, I think that's a really good idea.
Even the only thing you can do is laugh about it because it's just so disgusting. And, just to watch that unfold. In Maryland, no black governor there. That's already been projected.
Larry Hogan.
With Larry Hogan winning. I have not seen the latest numbers on that. The big question mark was by how much did Larry Hogan win by? And, particularly Ben Jealous. Ben Jealous also already complaining today that he did not get a whole, and we talked about that earlier on, one of the callers on Reality Check who was listening before we started the Reality Lounge, and they were asking about Ben Jealous. And Ben Jealous not getting a whole lot of support from Democrats in that state of Maryland. And Democrats in that state of Maryland could have had a real shot, but, some real sneaky, just real, very shrewd, cynical political types there in Maryland, including so
no surprise in that area of the country, huh?
Yeah, it was just like, but then Ben Jealous also, from just various accounts and just my knowledge of what was happening there, being a little bit hard-headed himself. He didn't up until the last minute did not vote in majority black Prince George's County, full of middle class, affluent, educated, and voting black voters. Prince George's County didn't do that until the last minute. And then suddenly he's showing up, Johnny come lately, with Dave Chappelle and others, and it's like, okay, dude, you should have been here for, like, you should have been doing this all year. Montgomery County, also, but big pockets full of not just progressive white voters, but also those black and brown and ethnic voters that he needed, and just didn't tap into that as creatively and as aggressively as he could have. So,
no doubt.
You know, we're not too sure if we're going to see any black governors tonight.
Yeah, you know, we'll keep an eye on Florida. You know, obviously that one's close. We'll keep an eye on Georgia. That one not close, but still a lot of counting left to be done. And we know Larry Hogan, by several outlets already, Larry Hogan rather has already been projected the winner of the gubernatorial race in Maryland. And so maybe next time for Ben Jealous, but we'll certainly have plenty of time to, you know, wrap up and figure out why exactly some of these candidates, you know, didn't necessarily do well. But already from the start, you know, when we're talking about what we can do to prepare for 2019, prepare for 2020, some of these things do kind of, you know, stick out to you because you know, you don't want these candidates or these kinds of candidates to make those same mistakes come their next election. We were going to be going into a quick commercial break, and we'll come back on the other side of the 9 o'clock hour with more from this special election night coverage right here on Word Radio. The Lounge and Reality Check getting together tonight to bring you all-night coverage, at least up until 10 p.m., of what's going to be happening with our elections tonight. If you have questions, if you have comments, you want to add into the conversation, make sure you do that at 215-634-8065. More Word coverage of today's election right after this.
At Dietz & Watson, the first thing we ever made were frankfurters. Our New York-style natural casing beef franks have that authentic New York-style snap to them, along with our very own blend of all-natural spices and seasoning. We've spent a lifetime focusing on the details, because to us the details make all the difference. Dietz & Watson, caring like only family can since 1939.
Celebrating 25 years, the Universal Circus.
Best circus ever! I'm glad to be a part of history.
Philly, it's coming back November 8th through December 2nd, and it's live at Fairmount Park. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Did you know that if you sign up for your Forward membership with a friend, you can take advantage of our special Forward tag team rate, and you'll both receive a $10 discount?
I don't have a Forward tag team partner that can join with me.
Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's right. WURD presents Tag Team Tuesdays. We'd like everyone to be able to take advantage of our special Bring a Friend tag team rate, even if you don't have a partner who's able to join the Forward movement. Give us a call on air at 215-634-8065 on Tag Team Tuesdays and let us know that you're looking for a Forward tag team partner. We'll put out the call on air to find you a partner, and both of you will receive a $10 discount on your Forward membership.
That's great.
Then you guys can hang out and go to parties and check out movies.
I'm probably not going to do any of that.
Or not that. It's Tag Team Tuesdays right here on 900 AM WURD. For more information, or if you've already got a tag team partner and would like to start or renew your Forward membership, call 215-425-7875.
Real ID is coming. Are you ready? Real ID is a federal requirement that affects how all states issue driver's licenses and ID cards. After October 1, 2020, you will need a Real ID or another TSA-approved form of ID to board all flights or enter federal facilities that require ID. Real IDs will be available in spring 2019, but you can pre-verify now. It's easy. Learn how at penndot.gov/realid. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hi, I'm Vicki Leach, co-host of the Electric Magazine show with Cody and Vicki. My late father was the first generation of my family not born in slavery. The first time he was allowed to vote, he could not write his name. He had to make an X. On November 6th, an X may not be accepted. So on Tuesday, November 6th, my family members will write our names and we will vote. If you can write, you must vote. Please find your polling place today so you can go there and vote early on Tuesday, November 6th. Mahalo.
Keeping you informed about Tuesday's election. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia. Independent Black Media. Al Sharpton at 1, Charles Ellison at 4. This is Word Radio, 96.1 FM WURD and 900 AM WURD, Philadelphia. Black Talk Media.
What's going on? This is Asher Roth, and you're listening to The Lounge on Word Radio.
This is Bianca Ingram, and you are listening to The Lounge on Word Radio.
Hey, welcome back. It's The Lounge right here on 96.1 FM, 900 on your AM dials as well. Special election night coverage happening right here on Word Radio. Keaton Nichols at Keaton D. Nichols on social media, across from Charles Ellison of Reality Check, each and every Monday through Thursday right here on Word Radio, 4 to 7 p.m. And tonight, it's been an exciting sort of election night. Certainly, a lot more close races, probably than I originally expected. We had let you know before the break a couple of those gubernatorial races we're keeping our eye out on. Larry Hogan has been called the winner in Maryland. Georgia and Florida, two very, very important races that we've been looking at right now. Both of the African-American candidates in those races, Andrew Gillum in Florida and Stacey Abrams in Georgia at the moment, behind Gillum, behind by just a few percentage points, like within 2 percentage points or so. Stacey Abrams, not so much, but still large swaths of Georgia still to be counted, so we're keeping our eye on that. During the break, we got word, of course, ABC News, I believe, calling Brendan Boyle the declared winner of the second Pennsylvania congressional district. And so we know storyline behind that. Here in Pennsylvania, the redistricting basically kind of split Philadelphia into 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it. Different congressional districts. Another district was created out closer to Western PA-ish, if you will, to kind of balance everything out. And, now the winner of that race, of course, in the 2nd Congressional District, Brendan Boyle, safely called the winner, joining Tom Wolf as Pennsylvania's statewide winners so far.
So far, I'll say this, based on how things are looking right now for Democrats, Democrats look decent, looked in good shape in Pennsylvania.
I would say Pennsylvania Democrats are doing well, yeah, absolutely.
It's a mixed bag, and it's not looking so good for Democrats nationwide, particularly when you look at these 3 bellwether races in Maryland, Florida, and Georgia, right? That was supposed to be a big sign or an indication with even just one of those races being won or being won handily with at least 4 to 5 percentage point margins. I'm actually I was hoping or expecting Gillum to win at least by like 4 or 5 percentage points, particularly after Gillum performing very well in recent debates, just shutting down Rick DeSantis. But we're going to have to look at, the voter suppression variable, VSV. It's a non-existent scientific formula at the moment, but we're going to try to
get it to be one.
We should try to engage some pollsters to do that. And then secondly, the margin of error. So, like one of our contributors, our ongoing contributors here on WURD, Peter Groff, at Peter C. Groff, he's saying this at #WordVotes, the failure of people to take into account the margin of error in these polls is coming back to kick people in the backside. I've been talking about this margin of error is real, #WordVotes, and so that's one of our contributors, Peter Groff, chiming in. And he's right, because that's, the mix of the vote, the VSV, and the margin of error. And so that's where we're seeing this coming into play in races like Florida. Democrats not looking so good in other Senate races in Indiana. Mike Donnelly, the Democratic incumbent, who was sort of a moderate there in Indiana. And you were joking, you're like, okay, well, you know what, you can't make up your mind if you want to be.
You can't be a Democrat one day and a conservative the next.
Yeah,
you just can't do
gotta
that.
stick with it. I mean, he finally kind of stuck with it, in terms of his Brett Kavanaugh vote, but he just got smoked in Indiana. The race was just called, so now that's flipped to red. That's flipped to Republicans. In Illinois, Democrats did get a pickup in terms of the governor's seat. J.B. Pritzker, the new governor in Illinois, that was called over Governor Rauner in Illinois, so that's flipped from red to blue. That state in Illinois, once again, that's one of those states WRD has been looking at that has a large black population in it in the state of Illinois.
Those are Mike's people over there.
Those are Mike Thomas's people.
Mike Thomas back in the back.
Exactly. So, and that's Illinois, the black residential population up there is about like 16-17%. That's significant. So that's one of those states. But let's see.
That's a bellwether for these 3. It's interesting.
It's very interesting.
The black turnout, and I think in these these elections, there's always obviously always a big push. I know black folks showed up in this election. We've seen it viscerally. We've really seen these kind of things too. And I think that discouragement element that we talked about, in the last break, that becomes that VSV, which totally should be a metric. It should be a stat for this, because it played a huge role. And you had mentioned, of course, in this election, it's on the ballot for voters there in Florida about effectively whether or not they're going to allow formerly federally convicted persons to be able to vote in elections moving forward. Right now, the rule in Florida says, no way, Jose Canseco, right? And that's like almost 1.5 million votes. A large swath of those. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but almost 75% of those are African Americans, right? Like that's a huge percentage of disenfranchised people of color that are pushed or barred from the process as a result of this particular measure. And so obviously, the Florida voters, in addition to deciding between Gillum and DeSantis, are also going to be deciding in the future whether or not these persons are going to be counted as a part of the vote. And there's a lot on that too. Knowing that these 1.5 million people are now going to be allowed to participate in the process, there's a particular group that's not going to want them to cast a vote because of how they're likely to vote, and another group that's very much so going to want those people to vote too. So in effect, in addition to choosing, gubernatorial control of the state, you're also looking at what voters are showing up to help set the tone to ensure that that VSV, that voter suppression variable, then remains at a low or a no point in the future. They can't do anything maybe about this particular election, but just imagine in a race that's already just neck and neck between Gillum and DeSantis. Imagine what those 1.5 votes million votes would have meant, or potential votes would have meant to that race. And so voter suppression, one of those factors that, maybe in the surprise and the shock of everything in this political environment that we have now, maybe some of those voter suppression stories were taken as a part of this is a part of everyday news, right? What is it new? This isn't new. Conservatives or Republicans or whoever, Donald Trump himself maybe attempting to suppress the vote. What else is new? Well, I think these are very big deals. That 2013 SCOTUS decision that effectively removes, I think, Section 4 or 5 of the Voting Rights Act. Basically, what that says is that, when these states make these provisions or make these sort of changes that could gum up the process,
Section 5,
Section 5, the federal government is no longer looking over that to ensure that you don't, run into any of these issues. And so you have stuff that could be potentially happening in Georgia and in Florida during these key races, voter suppression sort of efforts that are going unchecked.
Yeah.
It's not that, per se, we're creating an environment that's making it impossible to vote, but the point of the point of the Voting Rights Act was to ensure that no chicanery and hijinks happens during these elections. And if it does, you have somebody, a federal official that's in there to say, you are not doing this thing that could potentially gum up the process. You don't have that protection anymore. And so certainly states aren't going to be, blasting it out, as a PR message that, hey, we are taking away and limiting your right to vote, but it is helping.
It's just kind of like right before the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and where civil rights activists at the time had to deploy white activists or young white people to go down south, right, to protest with them. It honestly, there wasn't any budging of the American conscience around voting rights until we had those civil rights workers, 2 white in Mississippi, go missing and finally found dead in Philadelphia, Mississippi, right? And then suddenly, that's when the conversation shifted, and then suddenly when we had the Voting Rights Act passed. The same thing is probably we're going to have that happen now in the 21st century, and after 2018, as people are starting to see voter suppression, it really hasn't, people are really not seeing it, or at least the mainstream of the zeitgeist is not seeing it. They're seeing it as a problem, but they're not seeing it as their problem. But once you start having like white votes suppressed in any form or fashion, or something very dangerous or injurious or harmful or fatal happening to white people, then suddenly it's going to shift again. We need to somehow revive voting rights. And so, it's another thing too. It's about people, as far as this issue of voter suppression, is going to have to be a sense. So what I'm worried about now is, because we're seeing these developments in places like Florida, Georgia, and elsewhere, now I'm worried about people getting, particularly, we've been having this conversation about young people, young black voters, right, getting discouraged about the process. And so one is about people stepping outside of their comfort zone. Okay, so because people who fought for this particular franchise, this simple exercise of voting, they went through far worse. They went through far worse than standing in a line for 4.5 hours. And standing in the rain. Okay, they were shoved, they were beaten, they had their faces blown off, they were lynched, they were castrated. We have historical record of this, and it wasn't just John Lewis, the only one getting beat down on a bridge. Okay, it was countless thousands of folks, some of them our parents and grandparents that went through this, that were tortured, that are still to this day suffering, poor, jobless, impoverished, because they fought 50, 60 years ago, and then they've been ostracized and left penniless by the communities that they live in. Far, far worse than standing in line for 4.5 hours in some random Georgia polling location. So, people are going to have to step up and not allow themselves to get punked by this voter suppression that's going on, and just and keep at it and keep fighting at it and keep trying to push that needle so that we're not dealing with this in 2020. But if people are dropping out of the process because they're like, oh me, oh my, because I stood in line for 4.5 hours, I voted, and Stacey Abrams still lost, and I'm not voting in 2020.
Down by 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's really just, I mean, there's all sorts of like down on the block words I want to use to describe how just silly and selfish that is. Like, no, that means that that's all the more reason for us to fight for that particular right. Because the fewer of us that are fighting for that particular right, we understand now, we see it clear as day that there are people trying to snatch that away from us. So that should want to make us want to fight even more aggressively to maintain, to keep that right, to strengthen that right, instead of trying to pull away from it.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, and I'd just say, by the way, for those folks, you know, and I'm starting to notice this, right? Those folks that are like, oh, it was raining, or the wind was blowing, or I had a tear in my sock, so I didn't go. I think, you know, just based in my experience with other stuff, like when you ask somebody, hey, you trying to go with me to this thing real quick, and they start coming up with all types of excuses, but they won't tell you no. That means they didn't want to go from the beginning, right? And maybe they're having a hard time coming to that conclusion, but that's what I always get, right? If you are so easy to slough off by saying, there's a long line, you might have to wait. It's raining outside, you might have to bring an umbrella. You might have to grab a hat or something along those lines. If you are trying to convince somebody that, you know, it's worth it still even through that struggle, again, kindly remind them of what happened less than 55, 60 years ago in this country and what folks were going through just to be able to, they would have loved standing in a line unharmed for a few hours to vote, by the way. Go talk to one of them about standing in a line. So that's the first thing. And I think the second thing is we have to make this something that is absolutely critical to us, right? Like if you've got people that are just barely voting, right? Like they had to be dragged and convinced and like, come on, this is so important because all these reasons, and then finally they're like, okay, I guess. You know, not the right attitude to have coming into these kinds of things. We are investing into our future. And I think that's a part of what we've got to see this process as, right? It's a little bit of what we talked about earlier with Lorraine, with Vote That John, right? Like you have to create a culture around it, around the process, not just voting, but around the process as well. It's not taboo. It's not weird for you to know who your state rep is or who your city council people are. Not only that, but what they're doing and how active they are in the community. Taking some time out of your day, that should be a part of the culture. I think we need to improve and increase a lot of those things because I think right now the process for especially a lot of young people really doesn't, you know, or the explanation of the process doesn't necessarily stick with young people. This idea that, you know, we haven't really been taught a whole lot about our civic, or the importance rather of our civic engagement in school, like grade school and elementary school, high school, and then we get to this responsibility age, and there's a bunch of people now throwing this message of not only is your vote important, but this is the most important election ever, right? And so I think to actually convince people, especially young people, of that fact, it's the vote and, right? The concept of vote and we got to continue this pressure up rather, and not give people the false impression that once you go to the polls and you cast a vote, that's it. Like you sit back and that's. I think there are some people that unfortunately still have that perception about politics, electoral politics, is that more so it's a set it and forget it type of mentality. When I think the investment that is needed for us to achieve these goals, especially as young people that we want, like you said, it's going to require that we continue to stay at it, that we continue, even when we see, you know, garbage, like what we're seeing right now in Georgia or some of the stuff we've seen in Florida. When you see that kind of thing, don't say to yourself, see, this is why I don't vote. This is why. No. You're not going there to test the validity of the system. We know there are people who are always going to try you, so to speak. But that is not a reason, obviously, to walk away from that system. You have to make this a part of how you see yourself getting free, if you will. Which means if there are hurdles, if there are obstacles in it, that's not an invitation to walk away. It's an invitation to jump higher in that particular instance. And I think that's the mentality that we've got to instill in the next generation of people. This isn't just something that we all do as a, you know, a festive, you know, Burning Man type of celebration. Let's all get together once a year and do something special. No. This is a part of the way that you live. Every time you walk outside, every time you step on a bus, every time that you know, get in a car, every time you do anything, you recognize that you are in control of the world that is around you. And that means if you take your finger off the button, you take yourself out of that choice at all, call, that means you are no longer in control of what happens around you. And so don't go to, don't feel discouraged because there are obstacles in this process. Understand that this process is the only way to make things happen.
Right.
And so I think getting to those sort of changes and continually pushing on, like you said, not just a good feature of a voter, but an absolute necessity of voters, the way that I look at that.
Also, too, just three big headlines that are going to come out of tonight, Keaton, that we're already seeing sort of form, right? And as we know right now, control of the House. We just got an announcement that Pennsylvania Congressional District 5 just called. Democrat Mary Scanlon winning in Pennsylvania Congressional District 5, Philadelphia suburb, parts of South Philly, also Delaware County as well.
Yep,
so Mary Scanlon, and that now expands the Pennsylvania congressional delegation to including a woman, because it's been an all-male delegation for quite some time. So we finally have a woman in the Pennsylvania congressional delegation, and that possibly expands seats for Democrats in the House. But control of the U.S. House right now still too close to call at this moment. So there's three headlines that we're seeing kind of coming out of this election. One, it's the voter suppression variable. It's the VSV. So I might as well trademark that for
We're doing it. No, it's done. It's too late for those folks out there that tried to make a move on it. We're on it.
Voter suppression variable is definitely in full effect, and that's something that a lot of pollsters are going to have to start taking into account. A lot of forecasters are going to have to start licking their wounds, their egos,
happen again.
And realize that there's something that's very real. Also, 2018 not looking very different from 2016. So, people, in terms of voter preferences, people are voting as if this is Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump Part 2. This is Clinton v. Trump 2.0. The percentage of Trump voters who converted to the Democratic side, only about 2 percentage points. They only shifted about 2 percentage points, man. So
not very much.
And about a percentage and a half shifted from Clinton to the Republican House candidate. So, we're saying basically an exact match in terms of voter preferences in 2006, a near exact or identical match in terms of the preferences of 2016 voters and the preferences now of 2018 voters. So, a lot of this, we may be seeing increased voter turnout in this 2018 election, excuse me, but we shouldn't discount that there was something of, there could have been some increased blue enthusiasm, not necessarily a blue wave. Maybe more like a blue swell. I don't know.
There you go. What do you call that? Like a mini wave?
Yeah, but definitely some enthusiasm from Republican voters as well. That made up for that. So that's that other headline. Another thing too, we may also start seeing there was this talk about suburban women, translated aka code for white women, are probably going to shift back to Democrats. It's probably not the case. Probably white women. Probably we may see some exit polling by tomorrow.
Why would white? I mean, at the peak of grabbing her by the right?
No white women.
53%
tonight. No
53%. I'm never going to forget that.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, we got to get to a quick commercial break. We're going to continue on the other side.
The phone lines are open too, right?
Yeah, Germantown Joe, I see you on the phone line. You could be after that. 215-634-8065. Taking your wrap-up comments on the election tonight. Of course, a lot happening all around the country, locally here in Philadelphia, here in Pennsylvania. Plenty to talk about as well. We still got some time, so make sure you get your phone calls in right now. 215-634-8065. It's the Reality Lounge. It's Keaton. It's Charles. It's Word. We'll be right back after this.
Inspiring, entertaining, electrifying. The Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts presents Philadanko, choreographers on the move. Across the world, Philadanko is celebrated for its blending of African-American dance with ballet, jazz, and modern dance. Philadelphia's beloved dance company, 5-634-8065 on Tag Team Tuesdays, and let us know that you're looking for a four-word tag team partner. We'll put out the call on air to find you a partner, and both of you will receive a $10 discount on your four-word membership.
That's great.
Then you guys can hang out and go to parties and check out movies.
I'm probably not going to do any of that.
Or not that. It's Tag Team Tuesdays right here on 900 AM WURD. For more information, or if you've already got a tag team partner and would like to start or renew your Forward membership, call 215-425-7875.
Join me, Vincent Thompson, as I host a special edition of The Source on Thursday, November the 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. We're calling it Word on the Table. WURD is partnering with On the Table Philly to host an on-air forum designed to elevate civic conversation, foster new relationships, and create a unifying experience. On November the 8th, Philadelphia area residents will gather in more than 400 small group conversations to discuss the opportunities and issues we face in communities. I'll have on political experts and ordinary citizens to talk about the results of the November 6th midterm election and what impact the results will have in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, and around the nation. We will also include your telephone calls. Tune in to a post-election special edition of The Source on Thursday, November 8th from 10:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. It's Word on the Table, exclusively on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM.
This is Kyle Ingram from Peyote Vision. Shout out to Jay Brown and DJ Ideal Boyfriend, and you are listening to The Lounge on WURD.
Welcome back. It's the Reality Lounge right here on 96.1 FM, 900 on your AM dials as well. Thank you for joining us here on the show. It's our post wrap-up, if you will, of the election. You know, from the Department of Redundancy Department. Let's go to the Department of Germantown, where Brother Joe is waiting very patiently on the line. Brother Joe, welcome to the program.
Hey, Brother Keaton. Hey, Brother Charles. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. What's on your mind tonight?
I'm doing, Brother Charles, before I talk about the election, Brother Charles, I will touch base with you in the next week to talk about my man Bill Cosby, Brother Charles. Okay? So I will touch base with you about Cosby in another week or so, Charles, on Reality Check. But as far as tonight concerned, you know, I just told Eric I just left my polling place. I was shocked because we got like 350 today at my polling place up here in Germantown. And that's not bad considering the weather was rainy all day.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to throw some stuff off. Yeah.
So I was proud to see that and stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you and Brother Charles mentioned about white women. See, I'm hoping and praying. I still think that Brother Gilliam can pull it out in Florida. But see, I'm hoping and praying, since y'all mentioned white women, that both Gilliam and Stacey Abrams wasn't victims of white women's lies. Because I hope that when white women was polled like they did with Trump, that they said they was going to vote for Gilliam and Abrams, but then when they got behind the polls, they voted for the white candidate. So I'm hoping that don't be the case tonight in Florida and Georgia. So I'm still hoping that Gilliam can pull it out in Florida and Miss Abrams can pull out in Georgia.
Yeah.
Because, just go to show you, man, white women, they racism trumps feminism,
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's something going on. There's something going on with the pattern of white women. It becomes one of the most fascinating patterns in politics to follow, at least if you're not white.
And can you let me say this before I go?
Sure.
That's another thing, too. That's why these white women that was up there chanting when Bill Cosby got convicted, I don't give them no respect. Because some of these same white women, they'll sit there and condemn Bill Cosby, demonize him, but they support Donald Trump.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's very antithetical.
A clear rapist and a liar and a bruiser that disrespect their women. So as far as I'm concerned, they have no validity, nor do they have any credibility.
Well, I mean, I think you bring up a lot of good points, and as I was saying, Brother Joe, the trend around the white women voters becomes instantly, intriguingly, one of the most interesting sort of voting patterns that we've ever seen. This would be the equivalent if 60% of voters in 2000 decided to vote for George W. Bush. You would be like, what? Like, if you found out that 60% of African Americans voted for George W. Bush in 2000, you would be absolutely shocked. Why are we not shocked that 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump in 2016? Like, that's amazing to me.
Should I say this and get off so somebody else can get on? Let me tell you, brother Charles, I'm a 58-year-old black. I got friends of all races. I'm talking about black, white, Asian, Latino, Arab, you name it, all different religions and stuff like that, male and female. Because of my friends that I've made over the years, especially at the hospital I worked at, medical students, different races and ethnicities. But one thing I don't lose sight on, it's not being hateful to some of my white female friends, they have came through for me big time, and I got love and respect from them. But I'm just being real as a black man. See, we always say how bad the white man is, which is definitely his record speaks for itself. But you can't never underestimate the white woman, because don't forget, the white man couldn't come on this earth by himself. He had to come through the womb of that white woman. And you see with the case of the Emmett Till and other cases where white women have straight out lied. You see the 9-year-old boy back here a few weeks ago where the white girl said that the boy brushed up against her buttocks. So you can't take them lightly, because they can be just as racist and vile as their male counterpart. And I'm out.
Thank you, Brother Joe. I appreciate the call. And I think something that becomes interesting about this demographic is the idea that they have in so many ways voted against their interests. And not just, it wasn't just that one time, right? There wasn't just that one, I was going to say black stain, but this is more like a white stain. It wasn't just that one time, right? Like this has happened time and again, even since the Trump era, if you will, has been around in politics, and it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like, why would you vote for a candidate that vehemently and clearly doesn't like you? Like, and doesn't respect you or anything else? It becomes weird. Like, we've talked, on the program before about, like, poor people kind of voting outside of their interests. Like, you got folks in states like Kentucky, states like West Virginia, states like Arkansas, Alabama. These are states that are very poor, not just, I said Kentucky already. I mean, these are states that are poor. Like, they don't have a lot of resources, money, etc. to solve their problems. Yet these are deep red states, very deeply red states. And so sometimes that becomes like kind of butt backwards, as I like to say, the PG version of it, because it's like, what logic does this follow? You're continually voting for candidates that are shrinking the possibility that you would ever have a ladder to survival ever in this world and in this country. That seems pretty silly. But there is something to be said, and this needs to be investigated, like, seriously. There is something to be said when 53% of white women decided to vote for Donald Trump. More than that, almost 58% of white women voted for Roy Moore in that special election in Alabama. What? Like, I mean, it's like, come on, how could you not understand that everything about these candidates is against you? And so something needs to be investigated. Are they simply voting with their husbands, fathers, brothers, etc., who are also white? Like, that's the first thing that always comes up in my mind in this. I had an anecdote where I was talking to this couple, my mom and I actually were on Fabric Row, right, in South Philly, right? My mom loves, fabric stuff, and I don't know what you call it, seamstress stuff, I don't know. But she likes it, so we take her down to No, not Joanne Fabrics. No, what's that called? I just said it. Row. Not Jeweler's Row. What's the... Seamstress Row? I don't know what it's called over there. And come on, guys. You got to help me out here a little bit. Seriously? Like 4th in Market, everything south from that? No? I can't think of the word. I know it's... But it's like where all the sewing stuff is, and the clothing, and the materials, and all the other stuff. I don't know. Fabric Row. There you go. Thank you, Wendell, who was in the studio a little bit earlier. Shout out to Wendell Harvin. Fabric Row. I took her down to Fabric Row. We had this great experience. We're in this shop in South Philly with this white couple. We had a great experience, and then on the way out, my mom had mentioned that I was on the radio, and she did so with the best of intentions. You know, she did, right? But this couple, they hear it and they say, oh, you know, and suddenly the politics conversation was opened up. And as soon as the politics conversation opened up, the couple that had been talking to us, and both of them that had been so talkative, suddenly became the one. It suddenly became the man in the situation, took over, and it became very clear that his wife was very apprehensive about voicing her support for Donald Trump. He wasn't, but his wife was very apprehensive to voice her disdain for Donald Trump. And I always think about that story when I think about these 53%. How many of these white women are simply voting along their familial interests and not their personal interests? How many of these white women are voting along with their white husbands? How many of these white women are voting along with their white communities that are telling them this is the way to go? Ignore the things that are helpful to you as a person and pay more attention to what can be helpful to the entirety of the party. That's the danger that I speak of with the Democratic Party, too. I don't think that we're quite there yet, but we got to be careful not to turn ourselves into pawns of the party, if you will. Because you see what that looks like whenever the Republicans have done it. It looks like 53% of white women directly voting against any interest that they might have as women. And that, to me, doesn't make any daggone sense. Charles had just mentioned it before the break, right? There's not too much of a changing of the guard, if you will. Not a lot of Democrats that are becoming Republicans, Republicans that are becoming Democrats, which means this race was all about getting the most people who were likely to vote for your candidate or your party out to vote. This was not about trying to convince the other side that your side was the softer landing spot, because that didn't work. You didn't have a whole lot of changing of allegiances during this election. And so those 53% of white women that were likely, or that did rather support Donald Trump in 2016 are very likely to support Republican candidates coming around in this election cycle as well. No surprise there. Let's get to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back on the other side. Bailey from North Philly, I see you. Donald from Francisville, you could be after that if you want to get your final phone calls in right here on the Reality Lounge. I like the name of that. We'll be right back. Here you got Charles Ellis and Keaton Nichols right here on Word Radio. We'll be right back after this.
For office supplies, office furniture, and janitorial supply needs, contact Super Office Solutions Incorporated.
We are an African-American owned company. We offer 90-day free delivery. Our customers include Universal Companies, the University of Pittsburgh, Jewish Family Services, and many others.
You can contact us online at supraos.com or call for special discounts at 855-777-8772. Super Office Solutions Incorporated. Service excellence.
Since 1904, Philly's top sandwich pros and homemakers have always started the exact same way, with those legendary Amoroso's rolls, baked fresh daily. Word family, put your favorite Amoroso's rolls on your shopping list to enjoy as you watch your Philadelphia Eagles take on the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday. Want to make your very best sandwiches? Always start with the very best sandwich rolls. Pick them up today at your favorite supermarket or food store. Amoroso's, why Philly sandwiches are world famous.
Last election, millions of people stayed at home and didn't exercise their right to vote.
When a huge chunk of the population sits out of the process, why are we surprised when our politics don't reflect our values?
Now we have a chance to be counted, to be heard, to make a difference.
Let us stand up for our rights. We are going to be the future, and let us make our future now.
I can't just stay at home. I gotta let my voice be heard.
Log on to universalcircus.com/vote.
Good morning, Philadelphia and the greater Philadelphia region. I'm Mayor Jim Kenney. It's On the Table Philly Day. I hope you'll take part in one of hundreds of conversations about how we can make Philadelphia and the region a better place to live, work, and play. Follow the fun on social media today using hashtag Let's Talk Philly or go to onthetablephl.org to learn more.
Annenberg Center Live presents the bright a cappella harmonies of Nobuntu on November 17th. Augmented by traditional percussion and dance, the 5 women of Nobuntu perform a joyful mix of Zimbabwean songs, Afro jazz, and gospel in vibrant celebration of their culture. Don't miss Nobuntu on November 17th at Annenberg Center Live. Get tickets at 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org. That's 215-898-3900 or annenbergcenter.org.
Wake up with Word on Word Radio.
Hey everybody, it's the rapping professor. On the next Waking Up with Word, we getting ready to vote. Walking up to the polls, stand in line. Can't nobody turn us round. It's voting time. Shouts out to Cardi B. Love, peace, and votes on the next Waking Up with Word, y'all.
Don't miss Wake Up with Word, weekdays 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on Word Radio, 96.1 FM and 900 AM WURD.
Hey y'all, big up. This is Pascal the Firebird, and you're listening to The Lounge with Keaton Nichols on your Word Radio.
Hey, welcome back. Reality Lounge right here on 96.1 FM. Having a great time covering the post-election coverage. Make sure you check out wordradio.com. Also, our SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/ actually, I don't know what that is. What is that?
Word TV.
Oh, come on. Fail. Just search. It's not Word TV. I almost said soundcloud.com/ the lounge word. That will not get you anywhere, so don't go there. Go to SoundCloud and then search, of course, The Lounge for your favorite word programming. The Lounge, WURD, will get you right there. But it's a great place to listen to all of our old broadcasts. Somebody was asking me about that today. Hey, how can I listen to old episodes? SoundCloud.com, and then search /onword. There you go. Much easier way to do it. Let's go to Bailey, who's been waiting on the line in North Philly very patiently. How you doing, Bailey?
I'm feeling great now that I am on the line. I waited because I wanted to express my opinion, and I'm glad that you are listening to me.
All right.
Now, you respond. You said, you can correct me, you're surprised by what the white women voters are doing in Florida, or you're just noticed? Are you really surprised?
Well, let me say this. I think it's one of the more surprising or just disturbing sort of things. I shouldn't say I'm surprised that they voted the way they did. I think maybe more so what's surprising to me is how against their own interests they are voting continually. Yeah. It wasn't just that one. It's continually. Maybe I'm more so surprised at that more than anything.
I'm not surprised at anything white people do anymore.
Word.
And the sooner that we collectively can get to that point, the sooner we will be able to improve our own community. White people are not going to save us ever in life.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we look crazy at the polls. Oh, they did this. They want to maintain whiteness. You observe that the ones who are in the poorer communities are still voting for Republicans when they should be voting the other way.
That's right.
It's because they value whiteness more so than they do economics.
Come on now.
They value the power that the whiteness gives them, and they always will.
Pastor Bailey over here preaching.
The sooner we get to that point of realization, the sooner we can just take over what we need to take over and just push them off to the side.
Amen. Amen. Where's the applause? She's right on point. She's absolutely right on point. You know, Bailey, I 100% agree that this is a power grab more so than anything. Like when I look at all this stuff, this is not to me about like a big wave of red Republicans that are trying to hold their ground, you know, against a political ideology that might fall a little to the left of where they are. I'm not buying that. No one's that passionate about ideologies. These people want to hold on to the power that they've had since 1776 and before. Yeah. The establishment of this country and how we were going to do business at the inception of the creation of this country. In essence, this becomes an important sort of moment in history. Obviously, they tell you it's important because we've created these great United States and how awesome and free and whatever other buzzwords that you want to put on it. But they missed out on something. They said freedom for all, except for the all had a big asterisk on it, and all meant literally just white men. I mean, and that sort of, I've said this continually, that has served as an unequal floor of, or unequal foundation of which we have built this house that is the United States. And no matter what, if you have a crooked or if you have an off-kilter foundation, it doesn't matter how straight you try and build that house, as something is eventually going to go wrong. You're not going to be able to close doors. You're going to be toppling over. You're not going to be able to balance things very evenly because the foundation is off. And I think that that's where we got that idea wrong. We are hiding. We are masquerading as a country, or we have been rather, masquerading as a country that gives power to everyone while secretly only giving it to certain people and then allowing those certain people to retain their power. 1, 2, 3. That's how we've gotten here since 1776, and we haven't corrected that action. It's not that the inequality that we haven't corrected. We haven't corrected the idea that people are running around pretending as though every single citizen is valued the same as the next citizen over. And I think that that is a big lie that we have been sold. And the only way for us to make that lie, make that a little bit closer to reality, is if we participate, is if we go to the polls and vote our interests. You see a lot of people, namely white women in this particular example, who are going to the polls in some cases, but they're not voting their interests. And so you see a lot of the same issues that are affecting those poor white women in those states are going to chronically and continually affect those women in the same way. And I think that those cannot be our voting patterns as people of color. We are already under the thumb of oppression in a sense, right? We can't afford to be wasting or giving our vote to people who don't have our best interests in mind. And so I think that's a message that we should take, not just for what happened today at the polls, but as we continue to civically engage with this process every single day, all the way up until next year's election day as well. We got to keep these things in mind, that just because you show up and you offer me a choice doesn't mean that that choice is necessarily going to lead to a better life for me and my people. And that to me is huge for Black America. But Bailey, I really appreciate the phone call. And I love the accent too. I love the accent. Thank you for giving us a call. 215-634-8065. Let me get to my last caller on the line. Donald from Francisville is giving us a call. Donald, how you feeling?
Jumbo there, my little brother. How you doing?
Jumbo to you.
Hey, good evening to your wonderful crew there and everybody in the URD audience.
Yeah.
I put this down as another electoral college victory for Donald Trump. Because how many people know who holds the deciding vote, who is in the electoral college in their states? Because I don't look at MSNBC and the rest of them. I look at Channel 12.
Mm-hmm. That's WHYY, right?
Yeah. And when I see 0-0, but you got a projected winner from 0-0, bro.
Right.
You understand?
I get you.
Wrong here. Something is wrong here. So we have to better educate ourselves into what makes up an electoral college and why it was made up.
Yeah.
And who's on it. Because it's not just the white women, because you'll go to a state where somebody is truly a Republican that is a electoral college candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll throw all of those votes aside because of the majority of what this electoral candidate puts into office.
Sure.
What they put into place. See, because we don't know enough to educate ourselves enough about the election. And neither do these poor whites, poor Hispanics, poor Native Americans, poor America. If poor America knew who was really voting for them and who had their vote, things would change dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's a thing called the mafia with crime, the syndicate with crime.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with elections, it's called, here in America, the Electoral College.
Interesting way to summarize it. I know there's a lot of debate around the Electoral College. I certainly have some issues with it. I haven't really been big on trying to be a part of the brigade, to be honest, Donald, that is taking down the Electoral College. I've always thought that we had bigger fish to fry in the immediate with kind of trying to improve the quality of the candidates that we are that we are seeing, and also helping to seek out some of those those individuals and those actions that are necessary for that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the conversation surrounding the Electoral College and how we can sort of adjust this into the future, especially for young people who I know we are not going to dig this system at all, right? Like the first time that the majority of voters in the election are millennials, and then like millennials in Indiana get stiffed by the Electoral College process, that's it, right? Like millennials will pour into the streets with their phones. Well, okay, they won't pour into the streets, but they'll be on their phones, and they'll be very upset. And I think that you'll get the type of, sort of disappointment, if you will, in that process. Again, once we are the majority as millennials, I don't think that it's a process that fits very well with how we normally participate. And I think if we are the leaders at that point, that's at what time the elimination of the Electoral College becomes more of a possibility. I think right now the voting block is still the major voting block in the U.S. is still dominated by people who are older than millennials. No matter which group you want to consider, the majority of voters still average out to be older than millennials, and they're still calling the shots right now. And we can't even introduce ideas like cybersecurity or internet voting without brains going haywire. So within that, eliminating the Electoral College, I have that on the back burner of these issues, but it still remains an issue that we should address. That is it. We are fresh out of time, and I want to thank everyone who has joined us tonight for the Reality Lounge, everyone who has made it possible, this awesome mashup, this mix-up between the two shows and our election coverage as well. Just want to remind folks, go over to wordradio.com to catch episodes and, of course, clips that you might have missed from this and other programs as well throughout the day. Make sure you keep an eye out on Word and keep it locked right here to Word for continuing election coverage, post-game coverage happening all day on Word Radio tomorrow. That'll start you off early at 6 a.m. With coverage with Thera Martin Milling. Of course, she's going to be in the studio, ready and raring to go to get your post-election day coverage started. And it'll continue all the way on throughout the evening until the end of the lounge as well. So lots of great stuff coming up tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. Charles Ellison, my homie. Reality Check, Monday through Friday, 4 to 7 p.m. Make sure you catch it, and make sure you catch the lounge 7 to 10 p.m. normally, right here on Word Radio. I'm your host, Keaton Nichols. Catch me on Twitter at Keaton D. Nichols. Catch Charles online at CD Ellison as well. We'll see you tomorrow for a fresh edition of the lounge. Peace.
This is Senator Vincent